there were a lot of ways this round could have got weird. A lot of ways it kind of did get weird, but Furia looking to have stabilized. Finally, on the third time of trying, Lake will be dealt with.
Took way too many bullets. Molodoi just warming up, we'll say. And Fury get out with 3 guns surviving, so it's not all bad here.
Okay, I mean, we can double it. You can go for it. You can go for it. Hey, I do this. We have 3 USBs.
Oh, he's done it again.
It's a good thing about having 2 English-speaking squads as well. We're always going to have stuff to listen to.
Yeah, true.
Sentence I'm still not really used to saying when Furia are playing.
Yeah.
But it's growing on me.
Clean them up. Certainly don't let them grab hold of those AKs. Fallen's on pistols. Here's a gun back and long. Should probably just go for that for economy. Lake has the same idea. Where's it gone? Yoink. Want to see this game plan for M80 on CT side Dust 2. It's a tricky place to be. They're going to try and disrupt Furia, play an aggressive CT side, get up on catwalk, fight mid, or are you going to offer Furia the respect of some of these individuals and play standard, safe setups? And Eco's going just fine. Molodoi gets on the board with 2.
Real laser focus from both squads at the start of this one. No, not their celebrations yet on the end of this little streak after the pistol. Been waiting for the guns to come out. Slacks gets his AWP now as well for M80. And Molodoi won't have his yet for the side of Furia. So if there was a time for Slacks to get to flex a little, it's in this round. Furia set their sights on long control. That's why there's this exchange of util over towards Cat, and when you see, nades getting traded back and forth like that, it does galvanize the belief that long should be a little more free. There was a lot of util spotted over on short. So they'll get out, they'll get this control, and have that early staging platform to go for the A hit.
This is a big clear, but Lake's not going to get away with it. Yuri defends the tunnels, and M80 just have to win on this long cross. Rek dodges the flashes pretty well, and appears through the smoke with a kill. This round falls apart now for Furia. They've gone away for Fallen, and he needs results. Orb found, picked up by Fallen. He goes hunting into the site. Lots of damage. Sin survives. 2 on 3 now. They can still bail back to that B-bomb site, but they've got to be decisive. Bomb making it through spawn. Yuri getting stalled out here in the middle. But if he can keep attention from this player, he can keep a path for Molodoi to run into B. Faking steps up catwalk right now. M80 don't know where this one's going. Molodoi has a chance to win the round. Even one kill from Yuri could go a long way. But now it is all the young Kazakh in a 1v3.
All right, he's armed with the scout. 2 of these players are wounded. This scout hits like an AWP on those 2. Yuri dies so that Molodoi could get that bomb planted. An immediate tag, but Molodoi out for revenge. First shot lands, he goes back in for a little bit more. Oh my God! Molodoy, one left to find, and he can't quite get his bearings. It is one hell of a swing and a miss for Molodoy, so close in that 1v3. This guy is quick with it, but snuffed out in the clutch. M80 with the guns in hand, get out with that first rifle round.
Fantastic shots, right? They show the kind of player that this guy is. What a save on that first kill when he gets dinked, but didn't get the info on on Sin's position rather, and just gets caught while re-clearing middle. Very nice try for the young player. But M80 are on the board, albeit a costly round. Slax's AWP is back. Now Molodoy's got that upgrade. Messy spray, somehow Rek wins it. Kinder committed to long. There's an AK there somewhere. Smoke in middle blocks Molodoy's line, but no one in mid to fight anyway.
I mean, look, if Carrigan were here, he'd be letting Fury know that was an anti-long pop around. That's why your Kindar just falls. Two players fighting, one barreling through the corner smoke. And even the option of supportive flashes, they ended up not being needed. So that's given M80 a leg up here. When you go heavy on long, you go a little more lax over here on mid. And that's given this control up to Fury and allowed them to get up the catwalk.
That's by design. M80 are more than happy with that. They'd love a cat cross. Slax has the AWP. Ceifaremos making it into spawn is essentially meant to be smoke on his own. He can cut off this rotate. Fury have the chance for a 3-on-2 inside of this B site.
Oh, Swisher actually makes a play early. Coming through the window, he's cut the bomb away from Furia. Lake just has to hold on as Yuri battles for the control out through tunnels. His teammate is in the back line, and Yuri will fall. Nothing accomplished here. Ceifaremos dead in the spawn. M80 with a convincing follow-up round. They get out with 5 players standing. And they deal with that out there. Mid to B from Furia.
The kills are nice, but the round winner is whoever offers or asks for the flash there, going over the door, flying out the window, and actually forcing the opening kill onto Furia on that play. If you let them come through the choke point, maybe they just sweep up on the B bomb side. They had 3 players trying to split, but M80 break the push up from Furia, catch them full blind, and answer that question pretty quickly, pretty decisively. So a nice clean round for M80 after barely closing the clutch in the previous.
Great fucking
Nice
roll,
hard,
baby.
Mike! Nice push!
Kinder hero gun. Pistols on the rest. M80 know there's not a lot to work with here for Furia. Playing for a late long play. Cat control completely open for the taking. And no AWP here to stop it, so this could get very weird. Kim's trying to drop it with the AK. That's the gun gone. No man's land. Welcomes a body. Lake has that cross as well with the second AWP. They are going to make it in. Ooh, that was... Oh, Fallen. Oh, there's Molly. A bit deep. Fallen gets a bomb plant.
I wonder if someone blocked that.
Yeah, it looked
He
weird,
threw it
right?
into a lot of bodies. And I think it ended up making it miss and allow this plant to come through. Whoa. They're going to drop down on a Sin, fighting for the spawn. Left to Molodoy in this clutch. And so cleaned up by M80, sure, but for Furia, getting out with a bomb plant is a win in and of its own right.
Yeah, they're fine with that, right? They're pretty happy ultimately. Lake even drops the second AWP for an AK. And probably for the best. Doesn't feel like it's a necessity right now. Oh, yeah,
there's the
accidental
molly.
block. Nice catch. So that felt like it was going to kill Fallen at least. None of this matters though. The round is swiftly put down by M80 as Furia jump into the spawn. This gun round has to hit for Furia. As M80 streaking some together now.
Olidoy given some room to try and open on the AWP. And his whole team are ready to react if he gets this line. They'll walk up. Util streaming in, but there's the support. Lake might be full blind. He's still keeping his teammate in this. And this attempt at the B hit is coming to an awkward close here for Furia.
Yeah, they're stubborn. They still want these kills. They know they have Swisher trap left side, but he's just not giving it up. Smokes his position.
You need the kill. Like, at this point, you've expended all your util in the round to try and get them. And so just hanging on out of desperation that eventually one of these will come through, and it won't. They get reblocked in at the tunnels. They've even picked up an extra smoke from one of the dead bodies that led the charge for Furia. So a chance to reblock there for M80. This round stalls out. And it might go nowhere from here on out. You tried your opening hand. You made your opening move. And from this point on in the round, it just feels kind of unwinnable. You're going to have to be given a serious gift from M80.
Well, this is where you need the entry power of your Kinder, right? You need them to crack open the A-bomb site. Or you just save. Even they seem uncertain. 20 seconds? They surely can't make this happen. And so M80 building on the CT side 4 rounds in a row and starting to get clean as well. Furia only managing 1 kill in the last 3 rounds combined.
Yeah, M80 feel great right now. Like, they've been able to stop everything that Furia have thrown at them, stopping a change of pace round like that when it's fallen up against you, you know, calling for a quick B-pop. That's the type of round where, you know, if that comes through for Furia, you're always going to be paranoid about that B-hit making another appearance, knowing it could happen at any time. Instead, you repel it the first time they go for it. You do so dominantly, so much so that they just felt locked out of the round and had to save with 3 players. Furia likely don't run that back now for a good chunk of time on this T side.
All right.
So you're taking the pace out of their play in the locked doors. That's a lot of damage done to Yuri and Yakindar.
I don't know how a kill doesn't come through there.
They both get out with openings. Slacks is all now on a long sight line. Spam coming through, but he doesn't take his eyes off the prize. He waits for that Molidoy AWP.
Well, where that came from, he's got a rifle by his side. The break is great. It catches Yakinda trying to get to the back of the pit, and Slacks is not stopping. 3 kills on this AWP before the spam connect, and Swisher could be anywhere. In fact, he's right behind.
Swisher can hear this running around. He knows that Yuri's not ready for this. Low health. And so 1 bullet's all that needed, even if it takes a couple. It's a safe round for M80. Furia lagging behind in a big way. That's now 5 rounds in a row.
Yo, do my round this round. Boost me. And I just play more towards
Well, we know who to blame if this round doesn't pan out.
Great AWPing for Slacks, finally going for an opening kill. He's been pretty safe on the car in the CT side. He locked down B1 round. Instead goes for the cap pick and assists along. Fast out on this position as well. Sin needs some support. He's running away and they come through the smoke. Rex there. You can drop Cat in the meantime. They hear this. Can they just bound into spawn? They're really trying to force this fight on shore as Yakinda gets over the top. He's allowed a plant. Oh dear, this could get weird.
Yeah, awkward spot for M80. Kind of a misread on just how much pace was behind this round for Furia. They get caught trying to scale back up on a short after conceding long. That's a standard move on this CT side of Dust, but it gives away important kills, gives up important real estate. And Slacks is even getting pressured now. Is AWP having to fall back? His teammate now dead. And Slacks is so wounded, so hurting from these earlier battles, trying to take short back. But he can't win this and is forced to save the AWP. That's a wild time for Furia to break through. This is just pistols and a very pacey round. That's how they get back on the board.
Yeah, Yakinda 3 kills, and his position is so important, just getting all that space up short side. I think if M80 make the call, just let it happen and rotate CT back up Xbox faster, they might have won the round, but a lot of damage and a kill comes out from Furia off this cat control. Good bit of chaos thrown in by Furia, a little set play to catch M80 off guard.
Yakinda had a pretty good long spawn. That's the corner smoke that just got lobbed in, or actually the slightly deeper one. And so that's going to give long control to Furia. As soon as Yakinda sees he has the spawn, he's asking for that smoke. He wants this real estate. Feels like M80 have had a little too much map control in these last few rounds, and with the pacey pistol round working, has that inspired Furia and given them some answers to this M80 problem. They're in a very powerful position right now, going to start getting players across. There's a couple of nades to thin the herd. Yakinda still in this fight. Damage done downrange onto the AWP.
Volley.
I'm crossing in as well. Okay, Serato just finding kills through these smokes in at CT. It's a little awkward here for Furia. They have to fight for short. Yakinda's death there feels silly, but they don't have smokes. They don't have any way of locking off these sight lines, and so to get that bomb planted, they felt like they needed aggression. Only Slacks left, 1v2. And once more, relegated to a save on this AWP.
Insanely chaotic round. Just look at the X's on the minimap. Everyone dying in the same area. And Furia, thank goodness they have cansemos, who's a turret in this round. Just sits on that ramp and finds 3 kills on players pushing in. Players through smokes. A very claustrophobic round for both teams, really, as Furia takes them so long to even get that bomb planted, but once it's in, way too much pressure on M80.
You don't like how they're losing that grasp that they just had on this game. They need to fix these pacey rounds that Furia have been bringing to them. So let's see what words of wisdom Rory Jackson imparted on the squad. Right now, the blistering speed that Furia have played with that's been their greatest ally. This time, though, they weren't blessed with any strong spawns to take this early long control. And so gonna have to look elsewhere.
M80 with a read here, going triple B very early in the round. They may be onto something. Fury take that mid control. They've also had cats whenever they really want it. This round is no exception. Slacks on that car cross. Fury making sure he's not on this corner with the Molotov. This is all just a bit of a ruse right now. 40 seconds as M80 continue to block, funneling Furia exactly where they want into this B site. Ooh.
Liquid the spot. They know now the mid's been lost and that Furia are coming in. And Swish is going to open. Molodoy and Yuri in the kill feed next. And that car player only able to get out with one. The triple setup gets dismantled. And Furia come out laughing. They get to ease into a 3-on-2 post plant, and with how split up M80 are, this might just have to be another save. Slacks in these last few rounds has been feeling the burn of this AWP, often left to the extremities, often left saving. Hasn't really got to play in to how these last few rounds have played out.
Yeah, might see him go for an opening move next round like he tried in the past. It's what got him his previous multi-kill, forcing the kill off Cat. And we see the difference of how claustrophobic that B bomb site can be. This time there's 3 players there for M80. They only get 2 kills out of the hold versus when Swisher gets flashed through window and goes and forces the kill. They know they can't do that this time. Molodoy's holding the window with the orb. He has cover.
Just save it, I think.
And so yet another save for Slacks. Can he pick up this CT Slack and put on one more good round here for M80?
Boost in mid is holding for a push out through these doors. There's Slacks trying to be involved right off the top of this round. Feeling frustrated at how the last 3 have played out. He's hoping the AWP will get to leave an impression. But the short take comes in for Furia, and they use the util to get past this AWP. The few chances that Slacks had come up short.
Explosive round for Furia. What a time to call that.
I mean, that's been their way back into this game after the 5-round streak of M80. It was in the pace that Furia get their best results. Slacks playing through, domed immediately. And so after a 5-round hiatus, Furia look to pick up 4 in a row to win out this first half, and Molodoy will be the one to send us there. That's a convincing turnaround from Furia. It's in the speed that they find their salvation. Furia find their way back in with some speed, with some aggression. That was the solution on their T side. The final 4 rounds down the stretch to win out that first half, Hugo. And that's after a convincing little turnaround in the midsection of this game from M80. They went on that 5-round streak, but outside of that, no rounds for the M80 squad.
Yeah, overall, you're seeing Yakinda's impact on this Team Furia with some of the T-side ideas and calls. Some very pacey rounds led by Yakinda force Furia in the lead. And look at him go. He's not going to stop, is he? Top middle as his team crunch the tunnels. Yakinda finds the opening kill. They clear out B as well. And that's the bomb trapped. Can Yakinda call for support in time? Can they stop Swisher making it out? He'll just about get into A. Fallen, does he want to go alone? Nowhere here, no one here to support him. Yakinda's on this big flank. M80 creeping in.
Oh my God, that wasn't even who he was aiming for.
He shot the wrong guy. He shot the wrong guy.
Get down, Mr. President. Lake's still in this. Ooh, he's boxed in and just going to get out with one. Knife was pulled for Ceifaremos and all. He wanted to really drive that one home.
Yeah. Dude, again, like, I really enjoy watching this Furia. It's such a strange conglomerate of players, isn't it? It's such a weird mix. And with all the role changes, with the language change as well, for individuals that never wanted to leave the Furia camp and go to arguably better rosters. They're making it work so well. And you definitely, not only is Yakinda refreshed as an individual, we saw that back in the starter, right? Like he was out-aiming Donk, out-positioning Donk in a lot of rounds, things like that, having some carry games. But just the input of him as a very vocal player, a very decisive player, you see as well in this team. Fallen gets that spot on long, but he's got to watch out. These pistols come running and gunning up the long side. M80's fours. Oh, they could have got through that, Molly. Could have got round on the left side. Instead, it's Fury getting to block this play, and M80 getting strangled out in the long side.
Slacks up through short, though, still isn't known about yet.
Yeah.
And there's the backstab. He's going to get past Yakinda off for free.
Okay, it's quick, though, for Fury. It's a quick response. Back up Cat to try and retake together.
Oliver just peeled off the angle right as he would have been given a peek, and instead now they've been re-smoked over on short. Alarm bells going on for Furia. They've got to break through over here at long. With that kill not being found, this is a done deal. Furia can't really justify going for this 2v4. They're locked out by the util. And so M80 give Furia a taste of their own medicine with an up-tempo Tech 9 round rushing down. Furia A-hold.
What's so funny about that is that's the inverse round to the one that Furia won, where they go one guy out long, creates a big distraction, then the pack comes streaming out short, and they catch the long players resetting. It's the opposite this time. Everyone out long, causing a lot of focus, and even though it gets blocked, Slacks unstopped, able to shoot the A player in the back of the head, and Furia just completely out of position. So M80 make this game spicy at the start of the second half. Just need to stick the landing. Tuck and roll.
Looks like Furia getting ready for a bit of an aggressive move over towards the catwalk. They've grouped up strong here. 3 players ready to play off of each other, off of Molodoy's contact.
That's a shot.
He gets the connection. Molodoy's scout had some important moments in this round. There's that follow-up short aggro after Molodoy finds the opener. They've dealt with the entire second part of this split, and now it's just a 3-man long take. Flash through on Ceifaremos. Him and Fallen both get knocked down a peg.
Hilariously, the first flash full blinded, the second did nothing. They went on that first one. That would have just been a slaughter.
Molodoy
needs more than one.
Gotta deliver. Trapped out behind this smoke, vulnerable to the spam. And can't do a thing about that bomb plant. An important opener for Yuri, though. That's taken the attention off of Molodoy's scout. Out on the short side, he's been able to close the gap. Hoping this player in the site gives him a fight, gives him a peek. Connection found. Molodoy on the swing, getting whittled down each time he takes these fights. And so just going to try and do it on the dualies. They won't let him. It's well handled for M80 in amongst all the chaos playing from the back foot. They managed to keep that round in order.
Yeah, winning some crazy situations in these last couple of rounds are M80. That's just a sickening headshot, but even when you feel like Furia should be winning these situations, that flash on long was perfect. M80 get given a second chance and they do not waste it. Now Furia on pistols, this game's gonna level up. Suddenly it feels like M80 are now favorites in this map. Ugh.
On this T side so far, M80 have been really taking advantage of long space. Trying to condition Furia early to worry about this side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised to see Furia feel kind of compelled to have to fight for long when these guns come out in the next round. But the gap has well and truly closed. This is now a tie game at 8-all. And that's to Furia's dismay. It was them who picked up the pistol in this second half, unable to convert. They now get left in an awkward position where they have to stick the landing on this first rifle round. Swisher on screen. This guy's been finding a hell of a lot of impact for the M80 squad, topping the charts, had a lights-out CT side, and carried that forward into the T half with him.
Yeah, they've been farming these low economy rounds for Fury in the last couple, but this is going to be the true test. AWP out for Molodoy and rifles on the rest.
Here's the use of that like early conditioning, right? They've done all these long takes to open up this T half. Now they try and come in with a fast B here and they get dismantled. Yuri and cansemos, the OG Furia duo, able to withstand that B play. It goes nowhere quickly for M80.
What a sequence there from Yuri as well. Just popped through the smoke out of nowhere. He gets both kills and the cover is enough. And you can't really call the save at this point. You're fighting for survival. Yakinda's here to stop that. He just heard the drop in. Looking for the backstab. Oh, Slacks will survive for now, but still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, you feel like you kind of just want to try and inflict some damage here, right? Like roam the extremities, see if you can pick a couple more Furia players off. But this isn't a round M80 are attempting.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Furia have one of these kind of dud rounds. You risk it all on the B play. If your first three guys in, one of them being the bomb, get chewed up and spat out, there is very little follow through you can expect to do from that point on in. And, you know, while the money is still in a good spot for M80, with no loss bonus yet either, the save makes a lot of sense. Still, it feels good for Furia. Even though they get the long control, they played a little weaker over towards that B site because of the early conditioning from M80. They still are able to stop it, and they stop it convincingly, getting out with 4 players staying alive, only losing Yakinda. It's a money-making round for Furia.
Slacks with the Fallen and Slack stickers on his AWP. Respecting the godfather of Brazilian CS. Can M80 keep getting out long? It certainly looks like they want to. They've been winning this position early and late every round, but Furia have got 3 players here. They come through the corner smoke. It certainly looks like it. Break on the corner. Fallen comes through with the rifle. Orping's a young man's game. He doesn't need it. 5-on-3, Furia shut down M80's plan in the opening stage yet again. Back-to-back rounds, M80 have been fighting from behind, owning the angle against Molodoi, and he chooses better than to re-peek on that AWP. Smart decision for a young player to not throw away this advantage that Furia have worked hard to get. Make M80 earn it. Molodoi still has this cross available. There's a smoke on M80. They're gonna have to get it down here if they want to cross towards the mid to be. That will give away their plan. Out it goes, M80, 3-on-2 in this site. Ooh, that's through smoke.
Yeah, hell of a way to find that opening kill and deny the mid take. And another one of these rounds, it just looks to peter out. The exact same ending. Two players looking to save. Furia this time, though, keep it even cleaner. And they're going to look to aggress. They want this to feel punishing for M80. Looking like they will miss the timing on both of these players sat back in the tunnels as they've cleared out top mid instead.
Back-to-back rounds where these two Germans are just sitting around and not being able to play into it. Not part of that rifling pack.
Counter-terrorists win.
Call them survivors right now. Furia thriving. Back-to-back gun rounds, clean as well. Great sequence from Fallen too, right? Set up by his team. Some good util, but excellent transfer. And to be fair, these last two rounds for M80 have just kind of been set calls off of spawn, getting massacred in B, massacred at long. Can they get away with a slower default? Otherwise, you feel like you never really got a shot in this T side.
I mean, all these saves have allowed the buys to keep coming through for M80, but they're approaching sort of the natural limit of that in this round. There is no more saving. The only option is to save themselves with a victory here. They fall down now. Fury are on that path to victory. Molodoi's AWP goes roaming early, looking for this opening pick. And he just got the spot on Slack's jump check on that AWP. It goes both ways, however, though. And Molodoi doesn't want to hang around forever. So he's going to try and stay mobile on this AWP. That's given a little window to M80 to jump up and take this cat control.
Wolfhorn's got to move. Still fine on this long side, M80. Full cat control, they want long as well. Try and box in this A-bomb site. Molodoi and Fallen. And that's a very annoying smoke to get put down at 40 seconds. M80 have to make a tough call about whether they want to wait it or go through. The bomb might just have to go catwalk at this point, just to cut down the time.
It's a really good read from Fallen over the pacing on a round like this. He knows the M80 are approaching the end of their money, the end of these buys, and so he's held onto his smoke till like the 40-second mark. And that's in a game where it's been a lot of these fast rounds, but Fallen has read them like a book.
That's the round. This is just a formality. Sin and Lake trying to live on, might even be killed after the clock. And Sin realizes that's exactly what's happening. There they go. Kill after time. From bad to worse to inner hearse. Fallen, masterclass on long. Back-to-back multi-kills. Beautiful triple with the rifle. Molodoi not even needed there. And all of that util so well used after back-to-back rushes from M80. The call comes in. They're going to squeeze this round. They're going to play the clock. And so Furia used that against them. What a sequence from Fallen.
Yeah, it's just such a good read on what his opponent's likely to do in this round as well, right? Like, think about how pacey this game has been, and that was on both halves. For Furia, their best rounds are when they were playing with a real tempo behind it. The first few rifle rounds for M80 with them trying to go for, the fast B hit. You had a bunch of these up-tempo rounds played out from M80, and yet still, he knows, because the game is starting to get away from them, because it's real close and they want to feel like they played a full round, a proper round, where it's a lot of these mid-round moves and decisions, to hold on just to a little bit of util down the stretch. And it's that one smoke in at the long doors that ruined everything for M80. Fallen calling from the front is a terrifying beast to go up against.
M80 have just not even been in this T side. That's 3 rounds lost to time. Right, 2 of them saves, 1 of them a failure of doing so.
Something else I think is really reassuring here is, we've had like games for Furia where it's been the EU imports doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Here, Molodoi and Yakinda have both had good impact, both had good rounds, but it's been cansemos and Yuri that have had like these real heroic moments whenever it's been needed of them.
Yeah, and Fallen in the last 2 rounds. He may be bottom performer, but that impact is super high when you look at those 2 multi-kills. Yuri's been a rocket B, didn't let them in when M80 started their pacey T side. And cansemos consistent across both halves. Just has felt like in this project, in this new Furia team, everyone has picked it up. Everyone is playing better, the old and the new. And now they sit on map point here in this BO1, looking to shut this down without breaking a sweat. M80 hit a brick wall in this T side. They keep banging their head against it.
And you're going to feel like for cansemos, there's going to be some idea of, maybe this is why fans and critics alike were telling me for a long time to explore the international avenue.
I just didn't think that would come through in Furia.
Molodoi
Crazy play.
going for an aggressive start to this round. Plays into lower with this AWP. Players all around him though, and Yakinda's not able to get there to help out in time. So Molodoi will get sacrificed for this 4v3.
I mean, if Yakinda swings earlier, I think Molodoi is going to clear that lower player, and this game's over. So a tight margin keeps M80 in this. Volleyed out along, Fallen smokes it. He's just trying to survive on this one. 2 on 4, they need this kill. They can't let Fallen keep getting away with the long control. Just gets out like it's nothing. And Rek must give respect. 5 and 14, never got activated. Slacks his orb, too late to perform in a 2-on-3. M80 just trying to stay in this map.
Path back in though is known about, and Furia have 2 players here waiting to receive. Rek with just 5 kills in this game has to go above and beyond. Fallen moves in and does what he does best, put this rifle to work. He's been nailing them over on the long side. He'll be the one to close it out in defensive A. Furia in a back and forth pacey game, able to long it out over M80, and they'll take them down cleanly in that second half. It was a game of streaks for the M80 squad, and they just couldn't get enough of them going. 5 rounds and then a 3-round streak in there, but nothing else outside of it. Furia rise to the occasion, and they move up to 2-1, now with 2 chances to lock in an appearance in that next stage.
Yeah, it does feel like they're good for it right now. Furia playing some solid CS. We're getting Molodoi his first major, find good form, but this game was all about the Brazilians, the little trio, the old school Furia fraggers showing up in a big way. Yuri and cansemos looking ludicrous, and Fallen right at the end coming up with impact when he was required. This is a Furia that it's hard to not get behind. They have a lot of pieces to like, and they're looking good while they do it. For M80 is back to the drawing board, facing elimination once they hit the BO3s.
First major for Molodoi, 2-1 right now in the Furia jersey. Just, you put that thing in, yeah. What's this in your hand?
This is my anti-stress, you know.
Okay, so you're learning some tricks already coming into the Furia team. Astana was such a crazy moment for you, right? Now being at your first major with Furia, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. My team very good. My team help me every day. I like play with Furia.
Yeah? It looks like you're having fun as well, but when you say like how much you're learning, who's helping you a lot with this? Like, are you trying to take a lot from Fallen, you know, being such an experienced leader and AWPer?
Phone help me every time, but my English not good, and Kinder help me translate many words. I like play with Furia, but I think for long, if I speak very good English, I think we have a very good team in Furia.
And already, from when I first met you, your English is improving, so this is good. You're making the right step forward. How do you feel so far about your own individual performance here at the major?
I don't like my individual now, but it's if we win, no problem.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Bro, you're still hitting some shots as well, but you want to go further? You want to go higher?
I don't know.
We'll wait and see how it goes. First major, he's looking good. He's enjoying his time on Furia. That's what it's all about.
Should be enjoying his time on Furia. Another win, a nice playoff run, and just in the previous event, things are on the up and up for Furia.
It's looking good for the international roster. I like that Hugo hinted at the narrative that, you know, we couldn't get ceifaremos out of Furia, so we brought the international
The rest
team
of the world
to
did.
Furia.
Yeah.
And it's working out really nicely. I mean, Molodoi didn't really have the best map here for himself, but you can tell that Yakindar's impact is felt. Even again, like, you know, he's not popping off in terms of rating or like kill death ratio or anything like that, but he gets a couple key entries,
right,
and he brings a fire that someone like Cello was unable to bring. Like Cello, yeah, he'll get loud, but he doesn't actually really prove it that often in the server, whereas Yakindar will get a couple timely kills that open some bomb sites, that is able to actually just be that incision point that Fallen needs to then make some good calls.
I like seeing Yuri and ceifaremos at the top of the scoreboard for Furia, because I feel like for too long it's been one or the other. And mostly ceifaremos. I think Yuri's had a downturn. But seeing them both together, that's always the 1-2 punch that made Furia like the best Brazilian team and a scary Brazilian team. So seeing them start to get a little bit of a groove back in tandem is a really nice sign for Furia.
We're going to look through some of the rounds out here. We've got round 11 to kick things off with, some moments to look at.
Yeah, we thought as the North Americans, we'd make sure this segment stayed as negative as possible. This three-man stack at the B bomb site from M80 is called like 30 seconds before this, and this is just them having the right read, but the execute is just, like the way it's executed is just bad. The spot is here, so the smoke comes in, but first contact should not be there, and then all of a sudden, if you're late, you're the one that's supposed to play off of your teammates, and instead, because of the way things kind of progress, he's taking a fight, trying to keep them from swinging in, and a three-man stack only gets 2 kills because they actually can't work as a team in that situation.
The door was smoked. Like, Lake didn't have to worry as much about these other angles as he actually played like it. Like, he acted like he was on fire. Like, I thought I was going to look back to that clip and saw like,
a Molotov at his feet?
Yeah, a Molly at his feet or something like that. But he kind of was the first domino in breaking that crossfire.
If I was to give him a little bit of defense in that situation, I think what probably would have caused me to make that play in that situation is Swisher taking contact and dropping off, and then having 2 players at car, right?
Yeah.
And then they're both kind of boxed in, so Lake is like, okay, if they swing out window, those guys are both dead.
Yeah, and technically there is an angle from tunnels where he can get shot at the side there, but it just feels like they're not even ready remotely for what's happening, even though the jump spot and the smoke have indicated we need to set up in the right way so that we can actually defend this.
It felt like they had the right call and like the right place and the right time and just executed the situation very, very poorly, which just makes it always difficult to talk about any teams because you're like, everything looked good up until it didn't.
And when you say it did look good, it was looking good on Fallen being able to read everything that was going on as well.
I mean, Fallen had some good frags himself. I mean, you put an AK in his hand and he, towards this long defense, I mean, really, like, this has kind of been the story of M80. Even when Fallen, who's now picking up the rifle, anchor rolls, is able to get multi-frags like this, when you have good positioning. Like, this is shaping up to be a really nice cat split, really late in the clock. All you have to deal with, like, there's 3 Furia players towards B, by the way, and Fallen just gets a multi-kill. Like, these are the moments that should not be happening from the professor. Like, he's good for the up. Like, I don't rate his rifles yet, but
you should.
You know, like,
I'll tell you, you should.
He had 6 kills before this round.
Don't underestimate Fallen's game. He's got some left in the tank. Start rating his rifles. Start rating his rifles.
He had 6 kills before that moment, and then that's when it just all crumbled for M80. Though.
Rate him, baby.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me, the takeaway for M80 to move forward is just that their T-sides need a lot of work because their trading is not the best.
Yes.
All right, well, let's keep moving on from this, right? Because a big game's coming up, our first qualification game. It's FaZe going up against a Legacy. Now, FaZe, not a lot of people were too sure on how they'd come into this, but it's looking fantastic right now. The vibes check for me, whee!
Yeah, vibes check is passing with flying colors. Like there's no bad vibes going on in there. I think it's like what we said in the kind of the pregame coming into this is now that Simple's in this team and performing well, but you also have Alish playing. Holy hell, that was loud.
That's FaZe.
You just have a roster of players that have so much talent that have been underperforming most of this year, and now it feels like whether the vibes, whether it's Simple coming in and he has a different style to Brokey, the op having more impact, everyone feels like they're unleashed, and now they're hitting that peak that we know they have, that we've been watching them miss for the past few months.
And they've missed being like this, right? That's got to be such an important factor of their now, that desire, that hunger. We know they wanted it.
For sure. I feel like they were sort of dragging Brokey along any finish lines that they ended up reaching in any of the matches that they played this year. But now that they've got Simple, they've got a guy who can actually backpack them for once.
Also, unironically, your vibes check thing might be actually like a really important conversation, just because this team is not going to have a deep playbook. Like, right, Kerrigan's going to, and thank God, because, well, not thank God, but Kerrigan's one of the best callers of like not having a playbook, right? Just calling off his own intuition, his own experience, and his own momentum. But you're not going to have a deep playbook. We still have to have questions about the map pool. But as long as the vibes are good, the players and the experience they've all got, like they should be fine, definitely, to get into the next stage, and that can even carry them into the playoffs.
And going 3-0 will give them a nice amount of time if they can get this win over Legacy. That's what's coming up after the break. FaZe taking on Legacy. Let's see how it goes down. Alish, a fantastic start yesterday to your campaign here in Austin. A lot of energy, a lot of sirens as well coming out from Kerrigan. How is it in the server for you guys though right now?
It's been really good. I think that all of our comms are ping-pong off of each other, has been going really well. I think that when we're playing like this, that we feel just like untouchable. So I think that we're hoping to bring that into the whole rest of the tournament.
Would you say it's like starting to click, and did it click faster than maybe what you expected?
Yeah, I definitely would say so. Even in the practices, I think that we've been playing extremely well ever since Howie came back, and we've been practicing with him. I think we've had some really, really good days. Of course, we've had some hard days too, but I mean that's natural, right? Yeah, and I think that we've had just like our good days have been so good that if we just show up and we show what we can do, that's how it looks yesterday. And I think that even if we have any tough days throughout this tournament, we know what it feels like when we're playing yesterday, and I think that we're just going to keep on trying to ride that wave.
Sounds like a very smart approach to have there. Now, obviously, you know Simple, right? You played with him before, but from where you're sitting, watching, and like, you're getting a much better look than us. Is he back?
I think Sasha's playing pretty similarly to how I remember back in the day. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I think if I was to say he's back, I think he is back. Like, I think that he's playing super well. I think that the extra time that we had in between Dallas and now has definitely shown, and we've seen some crazy stuff, especially in the pracs and here as well, right? So yeah, I think that he's playing really well.
Sadzin, yesterday we saw you pop off individually to help your team go 2-0, and it was better than what we saw from you in stage 1. So why do you think that is?
I think the pressure is not the same as the stage 1.
Okay.
And I was a little bit hyped on the stage 2.
Yeah.
Because many people put us on 0-3. So this is give us a little bit angry,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Using that anger as motivation to play better, that's a good way to do it. Now, today, you're going up against FaZe. Now, for me, this might be the toughest match of your career, toughest match of your major so far. Do you need to change the way you approach things here?
Not really. I think we are good to play against FaZe. We practice a lot versus Tier 1 teams, and we practice good. So yeah, we don't have pressure on this match, and we are very confident to play.
You guys are always confident. That's one thing I know, no matter what game you go into. But Alish told me that you guys actually practice against each other a lot as well. Do you think that's going to help you here?
Yeah, it's hard because we show to them your strategies, and they show the same. So yeah, I think it's more mentality game.
Okay,
Mind games. Mind games.
Definitely.
in with the Austin Blast Austin. Jesus, Blast TV Austin Major. I'm getting James in my ears. We look at FaZe Legacy, winner of this, going forward to stage 3, and one step closer to that Moody Center, those playoffs. Grand finals, back-to-back majors in CS2 for FaZe Clan, and while you may be ready to write them off coming into this season, they brought a new player in, Harry, and the results have spoken for themselves.
Yeah, I think, you know, the odds on this one speaking volumes. FaZe have been very exciting from the moment they landed in Austin. They blew Heroic out of the water in a grudge match. They take down Tai Lu. They've had 8 rounds against them total in both of those BO1s. So, you know, FaZe have been winning dominantly to open up their Austin run. That was with Simple and Frozen looking lights out in that opening game, but there wasn't really a weak link in sight for FaZe. On the other side of things, looking at Legacy, the squad that weren't even supposed to be here in this 2-0 position at stage 2 is kind of mind-blowing.
Unbelievable. I mean, they played better in stage 2 than they did in stage 1 as well. That's the craziest part. But this is the true test for Legacy. This is the big bad boss. FaZe Clan on the CT side of Mirage, very excited to see what form they bring today, and if they can make that clean run into the top 16, where the world's best wait. Simple starts strong.
Elige, not so much, but Legacy, they will. They pull up in spades in this pistol. Started with a simple kill. And then very, very quickly, Legacy went on to complicate matters. Carrigan and Frozen left up in this 2 versus 4. Waiting for the smokes to fade. Carrigan shot in the back of the head. It's a clean turnaround in that pistol, and Dumao's already up on his feet.
I was wondering if he's going to do this, and obviously he's been doing it every game, so why stop now? But this is the kind, look at Simple, this is the kind of player, and this is the kind of team that if you talk smack, you're gonna get it back. You're gonna get it back, but you're also gonna fire up your opponent. Every time I've seen Simple get flamed, he's played better across the years. So I don't think you're gonna, like, this isn't a team that's gonna crumble because you're shouting at them, Dumao. I'm glad you're hyped. That's great. But right now, I think it could hurt them more than it could help them. Let's see though, because Legacy have already done the impossible, you'd think. So who am I to count them out from a game against a new squad? Ouch.
Yeah, I think the yelling's working.
Yeah, Phaser. Yeah, man, they're done. Oh.
That's a flawless anti-force spy round from Legacy. 5 alive at the end of it.
Looked really clean as well, just all the spacing. Every bit of util was perfect. Nade onto Frozen, full smoke cross, Molly on the bench, nowhere to get out. Gonna see this guy a lot today. Especially if they keep winning. FaZe, a couple of pistols.
Frozen. Seen his Deagle do some dastardly stuff at the major so far. And it's put FaZe in a great spot here in this eco round. These are just pistols, no armor in behind it.
Good chase.
Good chase on Elige down at lower. Still the Frozen Deag hungers for more out on short. Player sneaks past him in towards ladder. Simple doesn't have eyes on that. And so it's down to Frozen, keeping his wits about him here. Says, thank you very much. Simple breaks the vent for him. But they do still have to get past Frozen. He got the spot. Collects a lot of damage, but can't quite finish his meal. Still, Simple now aware that they're coming his way and set up back in the spawn on the Deagle. Simple in the right place. Frozen's been overran, but in comes Carrigan. The captain links up with Simple back at the spawn, plant in for Legacy, and Carrigan just swings it wide, running down the planter. Carrigan left in the clutch, and Dumao denies it.
4 kills for Dumao. Okay, he's got a reason to shout. Can we run that one back from Simple, please? I didn't quite catch that. That's a 3-on-5 for Legacy. Simple's not happy.
Oh,
STFU from Simple as Dumao shouts him down from the other side of the room.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
He said it the same, like it's a pre-canned voice line.
Oh,
Simple
God.
on the soundboard.
He's had enough. For 3 rounds in, Dumao already looking.
Dumao 8-0, bro. Like, the yelling's working.
Well, you know, let's have a gun round.
Let's see now, right? The guns are out. Simple might have told him to quieten down, but let's see if he's able to force him to do that. They've lost Frozen right off the top of the round. It's the Satin Orb that delivers the opener to Legacy.
Carrigan, the difference maker here, the only man at this B-bomb site to stop the play. Push deep into the apartments on this fade. Dumao on the right.
Simple is walking in through lower as well, but there's 2 players holding on to this. Simple's now been spotted, but he goes for the fight and continues pushing up. Him and Carrigan play right into this B-hold, and Legacy are onto a 4th.
Oh my, just like that, Harry. This is starting to look very good for Legacy right now. These rounds, super decisive. Short and Eco that gets very close, but one that Dumao still puts down, and he again gets that crucial kill onto Carrigan to open the runway into B. Dumao and Lato, 2 players who have always been on the edge of success, who have never quite entered that next stage, that next level. Always players that we knew had potential. And I'll admit, I doubted them every step of the way here in this tournament, but the deepest run at a major on the line for these guys.
Terrorists win.
Look, all I'm saying is, FaZe is certainly noticing and paying attention, paying mind to the
I don't think they're worried.
Celebration on the other side.
I don't think they're worried yet, you know. This is the final boss, man.
And that's the thing with it, you know, it can be a double-edged sword. You can yell at your opponent and you can fire them up. But sometimes just dropping the focus back off the game by even a tiny margin can make all the difference.
Yeah, you don't want your players to be frustrated, you know, force plays they wouldn't usually do. And
like, just think about how much Simple tried to stake the entire round on that play. That's him wanting to stick the middle finger up right back.
That's a good point.
And it forces him into a hold and ultimately gives the round over.
All right then, another buy round for FaZe, saved guns. Legacy spread thin. One man out middle. It's a nice angle for Satin. Just trying to stop any play that FaZe might make. But to be honest, FaZe playing pretty standard. They're holding their util as well. Only using it when they must. Con smoke's traded. Oh, someone could sneak through that and get into jungle. There's almost a wall there for Legacy, but Elige is fighting through it into connector, not giving the space for free. That's a perfect peek for Sadzin. Catches Rain after he throws utility. Elige needs to hold connector, or this site will fall.
Good for the first, and clean trade work from Simple in the window to keep this one even, but they've lost the A site in all this downtime. Just leaving the angle for a moment with Sadzin. It's unable to find Frozen over on Cat, who just plays it safe, looks to group with his teammates back in the spawn.
Full info.
Last time we were here, Carrigan just threw himself out on an island, made a play, and tried to win it single-handedly, but he's been tapped out straight away. It's just Simple left standing. Legacy still flawless on this T side and showing no signs of slowing down.
Unreal. That freeze as well gave time for FaZe to get set up in spawn. They don't go for the plant with the con smoke down. They're trying to fight Frozen. And I thought stalling out the plant there would have been a massive mistake, but FaZe don't even get back in. They don't even make it past spawn. Wall banged out on both fronts. Legacy 5-0. Their map pick and their comfort is showing.
Kind of sick too, because when you think back to the Shanghai major for the Brazilian squads that were on the cusp of getting results that were on the ground back then, it was MIBR you were looking at in this situation, but it was the case for a lot of the Brazilian teams. Mirage just started to feel like a weak map for Brazil.
Yes.
And now, in time for Austin, Legacy have got this as one of their home maps.
Brazil and Mirage at a North American major. I remember something. Elige eventually pushed out a connector. Util puts him down very low. Legacy are harassing this position with all they've got. Full mid control. Lux goes back to clear up a B. And FaZe are 3 strong on the B site on this half buy. Trying to just gamble right. Still blocking despite this stack. Hoping to not make it obvious. In doing so, does that lead Legacy back into A instead? Lux has left the apartments. We've still got Nissim up in Palace, and A is looking tantalizing right now. Dumao up on ladder. 30 seconds here as Carrigan knows he's got to play a trap. He tries to force his kill. Dumao only has 1 death, and he doesn't look to give it away now. Going into the B bomb site, but this is not where the round is ending. The bomb is going up con.
Yeah, perfect reposition here. It's going to leave them only fighting Rain. A full B stack for the rest of FaZe Clan and an instant clear on the 1A defender. Might be able to stop that bomb. Lato plugs in the numbers, and so FaZe left saving. The stack dodged.
The thing is that's crazy about this game so far is you can't deny that Legacy are playing a really good game of CS, right? I wouldn't even just say FaZe coming in cold, even though a couple of players have yet to do anything. Legacy are playing very tight spacing, trading kills out nicely. They're not rushing. Their anti-ecos have been pretty clean, with the exception of that one round that they clutch out. There's a lot to like about this Legacy T side. 6-0 right now. Did FaZe underestimate their opponent today?
Terrorists win.
Dumao on screen, very different vibe. At the start of these rounds, you see the laser focus, it only gives way to that elation as they continue to rack up these flawless T-side rounds. thus far, even though FaZe have had their chances, it feels like no one's really hitting. They're left scrambling for that one round just to try and bring them back into this game. Simple finally donning an AWP. Sees himself over towards the spawn, holding this ramp push. But the bomb back in the apartments here for Legacy. They've got options open. They're going to play through that. They've all jumped into this smoke, and yet they walk on through. Call Simple's bluff on that smoke at ramp. That's a clean shot to open from FaZe's Star Orper. Simple on the board, and now that AWP knowing about it's a boost up over the stairs. They're hoping that can catch Rain off balance, and it will. The bomb comes back around. This is the A play after all out of Legacy.
I think they know he's there.
Satin's AWP now owns this angle, looking deep down into the spawn. Not quite able to catch a Liege on that swing, but Lux will. And they jumped up, ready to fight Simple here. Gonna get spammed to death. Carrigan has to fly solo, and he can't find a thing. Legacy are earning these round wins. And there's no more fighting talk from FaZe Clan. They're getting bullied here on Mirage.
Absolutely blown out of this map right now. 4 kills for Lux this time. Everyone's had their moment in the limelight for Legacy. And while Simple starts it, another 5v4 for FaZe and a Legion in uncleared position. None of this is enough. Simple gets banged out through the box. And even with the info, Carrigan shifts into that angle. This is going very wrong for FaZe and very right for Legacy. Who could have seen this one coming? And is there any saving it? Simple's AWP is back. FaZe with a full buy, lacking the kit. But I mean, we got Frozen and Rain, 1 and 0 kills. Rain caught by that stairs boost last round. Not gonna feel sharp with what Legacy have thrown your way. Simple solo B right now with the AWP. Allows FaZe to play a stack on this A site, and they're not getting scared at the nades thrown into B by Lato. FaZe believe in this setup.
They found a lot of their util just like lobbing it into mid at the start of the round to try and slow the roll of Legacy. That's left them with not a lot to work with here, right? Minute left on the clock. The only blocking util you have is one Molotov on a Liege. And so you feel a bit at the mercy of Legacy's call here. Oh dear. Missed smoke. Supposed to help them go across and actually get this play over towards the connector. Instead, that's missed its mark. Elige and Carrigan both in the kill feed as FaZe Clan try and put their first round on the board. They're in an advantageous spot right now. This bomb rotating back around for a last-second link-up with Lato over on ramp.
This 1-2 setup they won't be ready for. If they kill Rain first, they're not going to clear Frozen under Balk.
And these footsteps are heard, so Elige also moving over. Rain refusing to go down quietly. Even takes one of the grave.
Go get him.
And that's going to repel this A play. FaZe Clan, it takes them 8 rounds, but they finally break through.
All right, there's something. It's not too late. We know with a team like FaZe, it's never too late to come back into a game. But they've got to be pretty damn sharp for the rest of this half. Nice round out of Rain as well. Gets on the board. And stops that late A commit. Simple drop or Elite dropping under while Simple orbs the window. Looks like Legacy want to keep it simple, just go for a B-pop, and Simple seems to have that read already. He's running his rotation. Carrigan only just getting behind the site in time. He's spotted as well. Legacy has strung out a little bit. Only one man in the bomb site, but he gets the entry. Simple needs something here from the window, and Lux has even cleared up middle. One by one, FaZe fall in this round across every part of the map. Mid, B, and A, nowhere is safe. Simple can't survive the smoke spam, and Lux is even yelling during the round. He knows that's a tilting death. My, oh my. Everyone survives.
I mean, the yelling's still happening, but even for Legacy, I think they've gotten so used to it now. It's not, you know, the heart's not in it as much. It's just a formality at this point. They are racking up rounds. They can't set a foot wrong.
Look at this one.
Just on rails.
Making it look easy. 12 and 3 for Lux, 12 and 4 for Dumao. And look at Dumao go. He's crept out. They have no idea. Rain, important kill. This round would have come unraveled if that entry it comes in for Legacy, but they will still move up connector, and FaZe don't know just yet how close these players are. Lux has snuck through. Elige, important frag. FaZe hold on to something, but this site is still getting lost.
Oh, that's a couple of clean taps for Nissim as Legacy wrestle this one back. Lato overran. It's going to fall onto Sadzin in this clutch. 1v2 to try and keep this scoreline just so out of bounds for FaZe. Never let them get going on Mirage. Sadzin looks to creep through the back line. This guy, at stage 1, was very much a player to keep an eye on. In stage 2, he's had more and more of the team coming alive. But a lot's being asked of Sadzin here. 45 seconds to work with as he goes on this lengthy but quiet reposition out towards the spawn. He's hoping he can take one early, leave this down to a 1v1. Otherwise, they can swing together as soon as they collect that info.
He knows.
Seems so aware. Barrel now spotted. That kill comes for free. Simple versus Sadzin. FaZe Clan and a second round that had to come through from Simple. He will hold his own in the clutch. Knocks Sadzin out of it. Gets that AWP upgrade. Simple provides for FaZe Clan momentary reprieve from this beating that Legacy have been dealing them on Mirage.
They absolutely needed that. That was a 3-on-5 that comes down to a 1v1. And thank goodness Simple saves the day for FaZe, because without it, this map feels like it's over. Lets him know. Nice try for Sadzin. Simple's now got an AWP back. Been pretty safe on this B-bomb side, not been forcing too much since he's had the AWP. Now out on the short side. Frozen in the window instead. Patient play again for Legacy.
Wasn't even ready for that on the swing. So a good reaction to find Lux as the opening. Carrigan aggressive through the apartments. He's got Simple nearby. Last time this hold couldn't withstand the Legacy B hit, but it's looking far better. Simple and Carrigan both in the kill feed. And as Sadzin looks to play out, this B site's getting reinforced. More and more players moving into FaZe. To pad it out, Simple hits a blinder. Coming alive after winning that 1v1. Knocked out by Nissim, sure, but there's layers to this defense. Carrigan sounding a little more chipper as finally some CT rounds are coming through, something tangible for FaZe in this first half.
It may be a slow start, but it is by no means a one game yet for Legacy with 4 rounds and a pistol. Suddenly you're even before you know it. Simple starting to get a couple of impactful kills on this B bomb site. Him and Liege, the only guys positive here for FaZe. Liege flashes under, clears it entirely, now goes back to assist in middle, and that's where the bulk of Legacy are. Moving in quick, great flash to put a Liege in position for that opening kill. He's got more to talk about as well. Double in middle, leaving Legacy just to the A side.
Oh, Rain, a little awkward, but he's able to recover, and here's the support from Elise. She might be low on health, you wouldn't know. FaZe looking for 4 on the half, and that's after being put through the ringer by this Legacy squad. They'll scrape by with 3 rounds in a row to close out this first half. Will that be enough? Will that reignite FaZe, or can Doomau get back to screaming down this building? If you're just tuning in, kind of a shocking scoreline at the end of this first half. Legacy came out guns blazing. They were set up 7-0 at one point in this game. In the end, though, FaZe able to find some success in the final 4 or 5 rounds of play. They've scraped by with a 4-round first half, moving on to the T side of Mirage. This is Legacy's pick in the battle to go 3-0. This was a FaZe that showed up in great form, a lot of eyeballs on them. Ever since bringing Simple into the mix, they've been a very entertaining team to watch. And they played some damn clean Counter-Strike to open up stage 2.
FaZe have smashed both BO1s, right? Not even close. 13-3, 13-5 in the opening games here in Austin. So you kind of came in today expecting more of the same. But Legacy have warmed up throughout stage 1, playing down to the final day, and showing up in stage 2 with something to say. Legacy, can they find a pistol to set themselves up?
The thing that's cool here is, like, you know, we've seen FaZe, when they're switched on, be able to demolish teams that they should be able to beat. And sure, they did it in like a very, very convincing fashion, and that's what got us excited. But now this is a question of resilience for FaZe Clan, a skill they haven't really had to demonstrate on their run so far, with how dominantly, how handily they dealt with both Heroic and Ty Lue.
I mean, if anyone can convince you to come back, it could be Carrigan.
Side of Legacy, they started so strong. Doomau was lights out. Only took his first death in like round 7 or 8 of the game.
Good pistol for FaZe right now. They got the space over the top. Simple styling on Lux. Jumps on his head and departs like it's nothing.
Plateau falls. The aggression out towards this CT area. FaZe want the real estate. They want to shut down this retake before it even begins, but they decide against it. They fall back, they go through the motions, they group, they fight Sadsin together, and then they recommit into the spawn. That's FaZe Clan opening up with a clean pistol round in this second half.
Excellent.
And that's the worst case scenario for Legacy. This was exactly what you highlighted as that first half was drawing to a close. If you fall down on the pistol at an 8-4 scoreline, very, very quickly, this is going to close up.
Yeah, I don't know if that was part of the strat for Simple to jump through the stairs smoke, but that's why you have Simple in this team, to make those crazy plays, and FaZe re-flashing spawn is the key as well. So Legacy get that control, they get full blinded, and Elige lets him know he's also been reliable in this game for FaZe, one of the few pieces. Keeps it up in this second round, trying to stop the force buy on the B rush. Legion, hot water, he is dead. They come jumping in. So 4v4, but with 2 players spotted up a B, FaZe may as well speed up the pace. It's only Lato in this site, 3 and 7. Need to be his best round yet, and they clear him from top of the stairs. So Legacy, this force buy goes nowhere, and they should accept their fate. Round by round, FaZe take control back of this game.
Terrorists win.
I mean, you know, with these NA teams having struggled to have made it out of stage 1, no one surviving, and then coming here in the stage 2, M80 now being down in that 1-2 position as well. You know, we're getting a bit stuck for NA representation. I think that only means that for someone like Elige, you want to fight even harder. Because sure, you know, Liquid already waiting in at that next stage of play. But for a major taking place in Austin, Texas, it feels like you want Americans to get behind.
Yeah,
and Elige could very quickly end up being the only one up for the task.
Not just an NA fan favorite, but FaZe are, you know...
oh my god, hang on a second. This is getting out of control. These pistols show up for Legacy. That 1 kill in mid, then they force the fights out towards stairs. And now FaZe left reeling from this initial onslaught of the pistols. This force buy looking to work out for the Legacy squad. Rain and Frozen, they thought this was the gap closing. They thought they were well and truly back in this game. And Legacy have just ruined it. A flawless round.
That was meant to be the freebie. That was, you know, saved guns from the force buy. FaZe are meant to walk right over that. And Lato, who's done nothing this game, just shows up with his first multi-kill. And shuts it down on ramp. Any moment FaZe had to catch their breath is now gone. They're back off to the races with a pretty poor buy. When you need an individual or individuals to save you, because you have no util in this round. That's the one thing FaZe have been lacking. Players stepping up. Rain, Karrigan, Frozen, all very quiet in this map. Gotta look to Simple, gotta look to Elige. Rain will find that opener, put down after one. Legacy using a lot of util in middle, so much so that they have nothing left. One smoke to block in this round. Boost is very cheeky in a round like this. Might go uncleared entirely. As Legacy abandoned middle. FaZe walk right into the trap.
Yeah, Lux dealt with. They hear him jumping. It's a nice, easy chase for Karrigan, but he's not ready for Nissim, who plays trigger discipline here. Plays to deny that plant, only going to get out with one.
Oh, he killed the wrong player there.
Yeah. And the rest of Legacy still on the extremities here. They're not going to give this one a go. So there's the reply from FaZe Clan. This back and forth start to the second half continues.
Yeah, in that position, Nissim has to kill a rifle and then hope you can also get the planter coming off of the bomb. Sure, he gets a guaranteed kill, but it's also a near guaranteed trade from FaZe. And Lux as well, he's jumping, he spots him, he jumps again. One too many times, just kind of falling into autopilot there, it looked like. That's what gives away the kill for FaZe. So a bit of an ugly behold, despite good positions. FaZe, a relieving round win.
It's not a team you want to make even the tiniest of mistakes against.
No. I mean, that was just their opportunity. After winning the force buy, FaZe give it right back. When you get kill planting. Sadzin's AWP is out. He has been a very exciting piece. You talk about his carry in stage one. It was absolutely a big factor of Legacy's success there, especially on that final day. This is his first major appearance. One player in the server who's never been to a major before Austin. He be Legacy's difference maker back in spawn. FaZe looking for that A attack. Two players in middle to split connector. That's info for FaZe.
Hit the AWP fire off in CT. But it's Dumao taking heads off on this split up through the connector. Rain just decides to leave him to it. Focus forward. Just misses his timing on Lato. They've both missed it on each other. They don't even know, but that smoke fades. Rain's the one to pick it up. Ow. Low on health now, though, put in a box. Dumao with quick reactions to deal with him. And this AWP hasn't even played its hand yet. Frozen doesn't know where to look. Legacy lock in double digits. They clamp down on that A split, and the back and forth continues.
Oh, if you're FaZe, you just have to write that off as unlucky there. That's a very, very weird round with both players missing timings in con. This smoke that Dumao plays behind, able to take the advantage. And the whole time, Sadzin's just sat behind triple. FaZe can't flush him out. Really well played from him, not to overplay his position. And Legacy move in for the killing blow right now. 10 rounds to 7. They put FaZe on pistols. Val's not scared. Yeah, maybe he is now. Spots players top mid. But even this posturing for Legacy is putting the fear in FaZe. Val venturing into middle. They're going to run boost their way across. Dumal with a double. Finally stopped. Going nowhere for FaZe. Grouping back for a B hit.
I mean, they are going to the least defended side of the map.
Yeah, Lux is calling for a rotate right now. Lato just moving in. But he's on the market side. He's going to miss that time.
Nade on Frozen could even flush Lux out. You want to play contact in the start, sure. Now you're making noise, they know you're here. Caught with nothing done though. That rotate saves Legacy, bails them out. Lato there in time, and Legacy up onto 11. Approaching map point here on their map pick.
I don't think anyone was ready for this. Not, you know, it's a BO3, right? They've still got to earn it across the series, but this is just the rounds where Legacy have been winning it. Very impressive, and against, again, a team that has stomped the 2 maps they've played already at this major. So FaZe running into some serious resistance, and if they have any hope in making this comeback happen, it's here and now, or it's never. And on to next map. Perfect ramp setup. Sadin hits his shot. It will clear close. Sadin gets out, but he's in a world of hurt.
It's all grind into a bit of an awkward hole here. Sadin with a missed shot. Lux attempts to bail him out, but Sadin might be his own help. He doubles! And that gets him up on his feet. Sadin with one hell of a hold in an awkward position the entire time. And he makes it feel comfortable, makes it feel like home.
Dude.
That's Legacy up on a map point. They've got 5 chances to close out Mirage.
Look at the style on this play. He goes up the ladder, takes a shot, drops back down on the smoke break, gets a second, Frozen falls in, and he finds the third. Sadin, what a sequence. A young player at his first major. A major that Legacy were never supposed to be at. And they are not wasting this opportunity. 5 map points against FaZe in this progression BO3. FaZe have nothing to show for it. Again, no plant, no money. We're already thinking about Dust 2. Looking to flex a little bit more. Fighting in middle. Smokes do come down though. FaZe make it fast out.
That smoke break is brutal. The nade's done so much damage. FaZe can feel it. This one's done. There's no winning this for Carrigan. Legacy have swallowed them whole on Mirage to open up this BO3 series. And they're all looking to charge him, all looking to fight together. It'll end the way it started with cheers of elation from Legacy. They steamroll FaZe Clan to open this one up. They are now within touching distance of going 3-0.
The dream run continues as Legacy take control on Mirage and do one over the FaZe Clan, who were expected to be favorites in this in a big way. Loud and proud, same energy, same style, same delivery. And Legacy don't look like the team we saw on day 1 of stage 1.
Yes.
Nearly said 3.
Yes, indeed.
It gets confusing. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, there's just so many numbers, man. Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta give it to him. Now we're seeing some consistency as well out of it. While Dumao and Lado, we've mentioned a number of times this 4 year period where we've been waiting for them to arrive. Not only have they arrived, but it's now back-to-back games. It's now delivering from stage 1 to stage 2. Now it's against a big dog. So they keep moving the bar a little bit higher on us right now, which is great. Which is exactly what you want.
And I love that they are able to keep their composure despite the fact that they're getting fired up. The way they are able to trade off of each other, the way they set up first contact between each other. Usually a lot of these youngster teams end up kind of falling apart. Like an individual just decides to go for a bad swing and then everything starts to unravel. But no, they kept their composure. They actually were able to play off of each other till the bitter end of that.
And there wasn't any heartbreak round for them in this game, really, right? Like those underdog teams, they go out to a big lead like this, and then you see a round FaZe wins with Tech9s and Deagles, or you see a devastating 2v4 that FaZe wins or something like that, and the whole map changes. The whole match just flips on its head. It never happened here because of what you're saying. The young, inexperienced players play smart Counter-Strike together. They're waiting. They're being patient for their crossfires. They're playing off each other very, very well, and there was nothing FaZe could do to get back into it.
Looking at this 7-1 start from Legacy as well, right? It just looked like a team who were not scared, that they could just play the way they wanted to. And it didn't matter what names were on the other side of them, yet this is probably the biggest game they could be looking at.
I mean, you see the names in the server against you, you're probably going to have a little bit of fear of God, or fear of GOAT, that is, you know? Like, you see Simple and you just think, like, when is he going to activate? When is he going to do something crazy? But to actually FaZe's dismay, I would say, they weren't really as aggressive as I thought. They weren't really getting in their faces. They were getting crunched on repeatedly on the A bomb site. Like, Rain didn't have a single kill for the first 6 or 7 rounds there because they kind of just played all the way back and let Legacy play their game.
Well, I think there's some weaknesses to talk about if you were to talk about FaZe. Like, I think if you look at this roster, the names and the skill and the experience are all going to be there, and you'll all have that head and shoulders over Legacy. But what you're going to be missing out on is a team that doesn't have this deep of a playbook because of Simple just coming in recently, 3 weeks. So if you go into a game where your individual plays aren't working, where you're not being as aggressive because they're not working, you're probably trying to change things up because you feel like you don't have the ability to hit those, and you don't necessarily have all the protocols. That's like the recipe for a team like Legacy who's been together for a while and hitting their stride, able to kind of exploit you in those areas and get some good wins. And I mean, let's be real too, the shouting at the start of the game, I mean, obviously you want to be, I don't want to say you want to be cautious, but you do run that risk of igniting, you know, this team the way we saw them do against Heroic. Dude, FaZe actually had some resistance early on, and Legacy was just like, we're not letting you back in. Like, I'm simply told, shut up, make me. Like, do it. And they didn't. They never made him shut up.
They're definitely not in the server or out of the server. Still a lot to be found within this. But going back to the early parts of the game, we're going to start with looking at round 3 initially.
I mean, a lot of the beginning was great for Legacy. They were able to take a lot of space really nicely. They were able to just push the FaZe players back. I think round 3 in particular, I'm not actually quite... Oh, yeah, this is the one where they were able to battle back from a 5v3. Okay, so they lost some opening picks there towards B, towards short, but then they were able to fight themselves back into this one. And this was a very tense moment for Dumao here, where he just had to pull out the Deagle, sidearm equipped, and we love that.
Yeah, we do love that.
Oh, and the simple one.
And the old STFU, right, in response as well. Yeah. I mean, it's great. And I mean, that's a good clutch. They were very close to losing that round, and maybe that could have changed the nature of the game overall. But that's just the strong play of Legacy right now. Dumao's able to recover the situation. They just marched on for more wins.
We got some more picked out as well, right? Going from round 3 to 5.
This one is where I was watching and I was like, okay, you had the little, you know, shut the F up kind of round, but like, look at the radar here. Like, look at how default FaZe are playing in a big gun round for them, where they've got all the utility they need, they got the weapons that they want, and then they just let themselves get smoked off. They get pushed all the way back, and they just get picked apart. Like, eventually, Legacy players get into position. They're approaching from multiple angles, trading off of each other. And look at when this plant starts. There's nobody from FaZe in advanced position whatsoever, and FaZe are just kind of desperately fighting themselves back in around. Like, the lack of initiative from FaZe was so concerning in the first couple rounds, and I'm surprised it took until round 8 or so where they finally said, okay, let's fight for something.
Yeah, and I wonder if we talked to them, if we could get a reason of why that would have happened. If I had to like make a guess a little bit, I think Sadzen had a really good start to the game. He didn't like light up and blow up the scoreboard overall at the end of the day, but he had like 3 or 4 like huge picks in that initial like 6 to 7 nothing run. We saw the one on range just now in this round you highlighted. I know he picked off Frozen and Window, I think in like the very first gun run. Like, he actually had some great picks that got them started on the right path early and let them build up that steam and momentum. which is great. We love saying that out of our
I mean, we don't get to say much about Saxon. Like, that's the thing, actually, that's, like, really surprising about this Legacy lineup. Like, it's been Dumao and Lado, Dumao and Lado.
Yeah.
Lux is a cool new IGL. Like,
Yes.
like that's kind of been the trifecta.
Takes a while before you get to Nissim and Sadzin.
But I think that's natural for Brazilian teams in this era where it's usually the rifles that are carrying these rosters. But it's a pleasant surprise to see Sadzin actually showing something here.
And some more of what was being shown from the Legacy side was on round 15, I believe. Another one you picked out?
Yeah, I mean, this is another one where we could see just the defense of Legacy kind of winning a round that they're not supposed to. I mean, look at Dumao. Like, you know, he's in an awkward position, and surprisingly, Lado just gets so much mileage out of playing on default right there. I'm a little surprised there was no Molotov from FaZe. Like, a couple guys had Molotovs, they just didn't really use them, and that felt like, okay, FaZe, you were fighting yourself back in, and you lose on this kind of round. Like, this is where it almost felt like it was over.
And that might have been like a glimpse of what I was talking about, is like that lack of a game plan, lack of all the protocols being set. They're getting up and maybe trying to speed things up. They know they're getting beat, you know, a little bit. They're just like a little bit surprised and maybe shocked that they're in this kind of a situation and forget the details.
Are we worried with all what you're saying just about what FaZe were able to show, especially on a Mirage, where you'd expect them to be ready for a map like this?
You definitely should have, because it was a problem map for them when they were playing at Dallas. Of course, it was Skulls playing for Rain at that point, but even just the lack of initiative, because that's the thing with FaZe. I feel like over the last 3 years with FaZe, anytime I see them lose a CT side like that, it's usually because they're just playing on their heels. They're so comfortable because of the experience of the players in just playing a default setup that it allows even underdog teams to just play out their entire game plan. And usually FaZe are able to find this one incision point, this one point where the other team messes up. Well, Legacy just didn't make mistakes on their approach.
You know, I'm not super worried, to be honest, to answer your question.
Okay.
I mean, maybe for this series, but not overall for FaZe, because that's another thing that we still have to find out. Kerrigan alluded to it yesterday in the interview when he said he didn't want to talk to you about the maps, because we don't know what maps they're going to be wanting to play. We don't know what their map pool is going to look like or how deep it can go. Obviously, they probably don't have the full answer to that question either. And I think this team, this FaZe team, maybe this series they have an issue. Maybe Legacy actually ends up upsetting them and taking this, but I think the rest of the stage, FaZe should have no problem getting to stage 3. And the dangerous thing about it is this FaZe, the more games they get in all of these stages, the stronger they will become eventually when you get towards the end. They'll have more reps on more maps. They'll explore deeper into the map pool when they have to get into different series against different opposition, and they're just going to keep getting better. So not super worried overall for FaZe.
Yeah, as long as FaZe progress, they're in a good position, whether that's with reps because they get days off after winning today, or even just playing more live BO3 so then they can iron out the mistakes actively.
Kerrigan's experienced enough to recognize that fact as well, right? He's not going to let the boys go off the rails too much with a loss like this. So, I mean, he's very much going to pull them back in.
Yeah, and pulling him back in, right, I want to look at Dumao and see if he's going to keep this energy when we go into these next games as well, right? Because you already touched on him and just saying, like, the fact he's able to do this, keep the shouting going, he's had this same energy in every single game. Do you think there's a point where they try to mute him, or he could be muted, or do you think if he's having a good game no matter what, he's going to be doing more of this?
What's great about him is that he's being so aggressive and in the faces of the FaZe players, but then he still can always rely on what he used to do in other games, other teams where he became that late round player. So he's actually become such a complete player that it's very difficult to try to shut him out, because even if he maybe misses a couple entries here or there, he'll just slow the game down for himself. So yeah, Dumao, he'll always play at the pace that he thinks is necessary to get the victory, and it's been surprisingly effective throughout this tournament.
I hope he keeps it up too. I mean, I have no reason to think he won't, but I'm more intrigued about FaZe, right? Like, we saw they did the whole like MJ thing, like came into that heroic match, like we took that personally. Like now we have the motivation. So if I'm FaZe, if I'm thinking of what they're talking about right now, I bet it's nothing to do with tactics and strategy. I bet it's talking about the fact that they just got screamed at by a team that they think is far below their level, and now they got to come back and tell these bots how it's supposed to go. These effing bots.
That quotes have to be correct, right? Don't miss off the keyword, or simple will come for you. But will they be able to come for them in Dust 2? Dust 2 is not historically a good map for Legacy, right? And at least for FaZe, some of their players' very favorite map that they love to style on.
I mean, they just defeated Heroic and sort of embarrassed Heroic, actually. So FaZe is incredibly comfortable on this map. They're a lot more active. Feel like they can simplify the playbook too on their own T side. Like, they don't need to really
don't even need a playbook, really.
Too much of anything, But I just
individuals.
Yeah, their CT side is where I just feel like, whereas before we saw so much passivity there on Mirage, because it's kind of scary to jump out in middle by yourself. Simple kind of can do that. If he wants to swing off Cat, let him do it. If he wants to swing and go for a mid fight, let him do it. That was what was so cool about the Heroic victory, is that they just took so many fights into lower and middle that it just made Heroic's game plan
Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's make this right.
Salve sobre o jogo.
Roger that.
Cadê 2A na primeira?
Incendiary.
Tem meio. Vários meios.
Entrou quadrado. Entrou quadrado.
Entrando no meio.
Tem fundo aí, azul. Tem fundo azul.
Terrorists win. We're really laying into them. Roger that. Let's show them who we are.
Vai comprar não?
That's a negative.
Falem.
Throwing a grenade. Decoys out. Incendiary out. Grenade out.
Rampa 1, rampa 1, rampa 1, rampa 1. Tá bem observado.
Counter-terrorists win. Oh, it's a piece of cake, so it is.
Comprar pra quê, Rogerinho?
Precisa de pressão.
Move it, son.
Tem meio.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Smoke.
Esmocado.
Menos 90 esse cara, vai tomar um HS e 2 balas. Me smocou o quadrado.
2 na porta.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Mais um. Mais um, mais um.
Yuri 1.
Boa, boa, boa. Toma lá, galera.
What on?
Throwing incendiary. Grenade out.
Throwing fire. Laying down smoke.
Tem meio, viu?
Throwing fire.
Tem do lado.
Grenade.
Tá esmocado meio.
Incendiary out.
Entrou, mano, quadrado.
Incendiary.
Ele passou, eu nem vi.
Flashbang. Grenade out. Grenade out.
Esse é o cara que me matou. Ah, time, ajudar, time. Tem 2. O outro tava quadrado.
Plantou B, plantou B.
Laying down smoke.
Tá bem, mano.
Flashbang.
Thank you.
Fine.
Are we rushing in? Or are we doing sneaky beaky like? Deploying decoy.
Esmocou meio.
Throwing fire.
Meio.
Vocês vão lá.
Chamei.
Fine.
We are out of here.
What's the strategy here?
Throwing flashbang.
Sempre é água. Pelo menos um tem. Foi 4B na rampa. Tem 2B.
Tem um sol.
It's time. Incendiary out. Fire in the hole.
Deploying
Tem meio.
flashbang.
Puxou meio.
Peguei um.
Tá esmocado.
Mais um.
Throwing smoke.
Peguei mais um. Boa. P4 nosso é meio.
Roger.
Throwing flashbang.
Não precisa bangar não, pô, nossa. Cuidado, vingador aí, que volta aí.
Ah, o cara passou do B aí.
Pela B.
CT. Não.
Boa, time. Do ar não foi não.
Dropei azul. É só vender.
Go.
Ah, Alguém roubou a M4.
Dropa.
Cheers, big fella.
Throwing incendiary.
Incendiary out. Deploying flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Smoke. Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
Valeu.
Deploying flashbang.
Último rampa aí.
10, velho.
Ele só dá 10, velho.
Ele dá.
Devolve esse M4 aí, deixa eu comprar esse detalhe. Esqueci.
Thank you. Roger. Let's have it, lads.
Throwing fire. Grenade.
Meio.
Throwing flashbang.
Tem fundo A, fundo A.
Tem
Laying
smoke.
down smoke. Incendiary.
Vou smocar, gente.
Grenade out. Não, tá smocado, tá smocado.
Foi mal.
Tem meio.
Flashbang.
Tem outro, menos
Tem
80.
dois, mais dois, pô.
Morreu.
Yuri.
Ah, meio. Cadê o cara do meio? Ah,
Eu tô
mano.
ajudando a aula,
Tem que olhar A e B, e meio, tudo.
Igreja de 12. Tem dois miados. O outro é miado também. Tava de 12 na igreja.
We took the piss out of them. Move it, move it.
Incendiary out. Flashbang.
Smoke meio.
Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke.
Tá smocado meio.
Throwing flashbang.
Flashbang out.
No cantinho.
Desbloquear. Quadrado parece que tem.
Tem meio. Entra quadrado.
Throwing fire. Smoke. Deploying flashbang.
Cuidado no meio. Bombe.
Tem um A. Último A, pode desarmar.
watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Throwing incendiary. Grenade out.
Throwing smoke.
Tem meio.
Smoke. Grenade out. Grenade. Flashbang. Incendiary out.
Pra morrer juntinho com os dois aí.
Cuidado com o quadrado aí, ó.
Incendiary.
Bomb já.
Throwing a grenade. Has been planted.
Throwing flashbang.
Bomb.
Os dois não. Um defusa com kit. Aí vocês brincaram, hein? Ficou os dois olhando pra C4 e os caras passando.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Throwing fire. Decoy. Smoke. Grenade out.
Mais
Incendiary out. Grenade out.
mais um meio.
Deploying flashbang.
Varanda, subiu varanda.
Rampa.
Voltou pra... Tá no meio. Bomb BT1.
O outro pode ir pelo meio. Não tô vendo.
Defusing the bomb.
CT.
Pera aí, irmão. Quando você é morto, fica calado. Deixa eu jogar, escutar os passos do
onde?
cara. Muito bom.
Flashbang.
A rampa.
Grenade.
Horrível. Isso é horrível.
Now is the time. Let's go. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade. Smoke. Erasing the bomb. Bomb has been
Dois só.
já tá ali.
Meio aí dentro.
Quadrado. Quadrado. Mais um quadrado.
O último tá de MP, foda-se. Joga HE antes, pô.
Não sabia onde que era pra jogar.
Uá! Já deu bom ainda.
Aqui.
aqui na C4, cuidado. Tá avançando.
Então eu tô esmocado também.
Os dois lá. Um no escuro, outro no escuro, bem melado o último.
Tô indo pro ar. Quadrado, quadrado.
Vai
Dois
de dois
escudos,
escudos.
dois escudos, dois escudos, dois escudos. Dois escudos.
Rampa 1.
Let's roll. Let's roll.
Verdão. Verdão. Ô, Verdão. Você na foto aí, velho?
Gostou?
É bonito.
É next day, bebê.
It is time now, my brothers. Let us go. Decoy. Throw in the flashbang.
Tem um da Ato que toma HS. Boa.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Finish before you die. Let's go, my brother.
Pode fundar, pode fundar.
Grenade.
Cagou, cagou, cagou.
Grenade out. Grenade out. I'm on fire. Throw in smoke.
Caralho, maluco imortal da porra. Meio. 2 meio.
Planting the bomb.
Por baixo tem.
Tomei. 2 CT. 2 no CT.
Terrorists
Os dois tomaram pulando.
Now is the time.
Ó, vamos fazer um escuro baixo meio B, rapaziada. Aí a gente vai lá, banga meio, entra, mata os caras, smoke CT e tchau, obrigado.
I'm throwing the flashback.
Peraí.
Ai, tomei meio.
Fiquei cego, não deu certo. Desce aí. Ai, tem um cara aqui, viado.
Vamos forrar. No fundo. Pega pra mim, por favor.
Vai fundo não, quando eu tava ali pro anel, eu fui full, calma lá. Não, eu aqui, pô. Aqui! Botei mais um lixo. Vai aí. Tava varando. Eu tenho minha rampa, caralho. Tá, vamos testar de novo. Pode ir, Rocha, agora vai. Aí, ó. É dois aqui. Tem três aqui então, corre, vamos ver.
Sai, tio.
Um fundo e dois bombes. B. Tem escuro. Tá vindo aqui. Escuro.
Pô, cara, só porque eu não fui fundo, você tá reclamando demais, velho.
É o quê?
Hã?
Mama, minha caceta. Puxou fundo. Puxou fundo. Puxou fundo.
B tá limpa. B tá limpa. Ah, velho.
Puxaram o fundo, pô.
Miado o último. Tá varanda. Mano, eu dei menos 30 nele, só se atira andando, velho. Não tem como acertar bala atirando andando, né?
Eu dei menos 34 nele também.
Aí, ó, pô, era 2 tiros no cara, mano. Que isso? Parecia um caranguejo atirando.
Isso só funciona se tiver cheatado, pô. Não dá não. Eu desmontei. Engoli, né? Engoli. Salvei o lado. Tem lá no andaime. Lado de fora do buraco.
Compra... Ah, não. Deixa quieto. Pô, de MP foda-se vai dar errado isso daí, velho.
CT, caixa. Exactly.
This is our fight. Grenade out.
Por baixo.
Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang.
É bomba meio. Costa meio, costa meio.
Ajuda aí, Azul, por favor.
Ele já tá olhando lá, tenta ver outro lugar.
I've planted the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Throwing bomb.
Fica atrás da caixa gorda olhando aqui, ó.
The bomb will stick it down.
Bombado.
Together we can do this.
Mega F, né? O cara rushou meio, bem louco.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke. I'm throwing fire. Dark. I'm throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke. Grenade out. I'm planted. Bomb has been planted.
Abre rasgando, velho.
A plaqueta, ele me rasga também, ai que delícia.
Faz um drop aí, por favor.
Quem pediu?
Eu.
Tá no chão aí, ó.
Valeu.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing fire. watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Bora, rapaziada.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here. Grenade out.
Explosão B.
B. Bota esse por baixo. Vai subir varanda.
Ah, vem. Tá indo B, velho. Vai lá.
Dois B.
Acho que
I'm defusing the bomb. We're in the clear, lads. Go. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Deploying decoy. Flashbang.
Bomba do fundo.
Varanda.
Throwing a grenade.
Base deles.
Counter-terrorists win. Now we're really laying into them. Let's show them who we are. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Decoys out. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary.
Puxa meio. 12.
Incendiary out.
Puxou meio.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade. Throwing smoke. Flashbang.
Bomba tá no escuro baixo.
Counter-terrorists win. Stuff.
Tropa alta, por favor.
Well, that's a no.
Dropa aí, laranja, na moral. Come, valeu. Porra, vou ter que jogar de 12, porra.
É boa, você não desmerece não, cara.
Let's go. Deploying flashbang.
Escuro. Escuro, escuro. Escuro baixo, descendo.
Smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Base deles.
Coqueiro. CT.
Counter-terrorists win. All right. We give them a spanking.
This Falcons tunnels hit very much starting to target that B site.
Yeah, this is a great call, right? You can see that OG are starting to come back out of the tunnels, but maybe they meet them in the doorway. Fresh Smoke, however, bought them time, so they weren't looking to take a risk. However, they come through it.
Yeah, sudden burst out. Buzz trying his damnedest to hang on. Oh, almost even gets that Tech 9 down. Kixan creates a ton of space at the end of this one. And they were going through that smoke blind, for sure. Based on that timing, they just popped out. Kixan willing to run the risk, hoping to get traded.
That's quite a crazy call, but actually, if you see it, they...
Yeah, but, you know, I kind of like that sort of Kixan crazy. He's got a good flavor of crazy.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, if they waited for it, then there would have been 2 CTs back on the site with their nades out or whatever. So they wanted to come out right at the end when they were going to refresh the smoke, and they were right about it. I like that they kind of directly dealt with the 2 issues that they had last round, just getting killed on Cat, having a weaker A attack. They just got their first kill there and went back to B. Well, there might be a bit of a search of playground. It's going to be nice for Fiku here, actually.
Costly.
Only 1 Falcon left.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, really expensive. That takes the odds of it seeing an op this next round out. And to be honest, of all the T-side operators in this game, Monacy's on Dust 2 is one of the most important for Falcons. He can regularly get hits on the cross on T-side like I don't know anyone else that can.
You are right about the limited funds, though. Monacy AK in this round. So a slight limitation for Falcons.
I often don't like seeing the head-to-head op graphics just because a lot of the times oppers are not looking to fight other oppers. That's the most random hard fight that you can take on the map. You're trying to take out riflers while the other opper takes out riflers as well. So in this situation, Nikodos has the ability to control mid. You won't be able to read the money 100%, but I think you have a good idea.
He's floating around it, but they don't play off the fastest of timings. Just gonna give the flashes a chance to set up. That's Spooky and Fiku on the corner, deciding to bail out as Fiku gets tagged for half. And much like last round, we said staging grounds for Falcons, set up on Cat early. They do it with Long this time around. Magic's just gonna beat his chest a little, try to feel bigger than he is, when in reality, we've got OG taking back map control, not a very timid B site. And I would say just throughout these gun rounds, pretty proactive OG play.
This would be a good test for Falcons because this is a very natural move from OG. It's 5 long, which you just don't see as often anymore except for on anti-ecos. And they're coming around through tunnels. OG have already made a mistake. They pushed 2 through, they didn't leave anyone there, and they're actually just gearing up for a long hold. Oops.
Oh, wow, yeah, look how committed they are.
Yeah, that's just biting way too hard on not enough info. If they played this correctly, they would
Here's the scramble.
Yeah.
Right, that last second
no
thought
smoke
that,
in tunnel.
Oh God, have we made a mistake? Is this gonna be a critical error? And you're right, it should be. TSS is already past that incendiary. You could try to fight through the doors if you want. A little bit sketchy to take that big swing, and Nico just lines up the bodies, so you can see that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, if they had the double push in tunnels, they could have done 2 things. They could have had 1 go lower and then 1 go playground. If 1 goes playground by himself and he goes up the half wall, he can get a really good fight for himself, right? Falcons are going to be the ones who get caught off guard a little bit by it, and then they just know nice and early that it could be tunnels, could be B. But instead, they just went all in on this mid play and just assumed Falcons would not fake. And it's kind of surprising because Fiku was shooting back at long, but he didn't even confirm how many people were there.
Yeah, true. Yeah, right. They rotate 5A without seeing a single body.
Yeah.
Other than Magis getting the half damage and then some AK shots. Call that one hook, line, and sinker.
I also agree with Pimp when he says that, you know, they can say they're happy to play Falcons because they want to play the best team and the pressure's on them, but like OG are really thinking about winning this next game. They want to do it. Nikita has set a map record at this major in major history, so I think they want to. I don't think they're hoping their opponents are scared. I think they just want to win.
Spooky's been found out. It's going to be tough to get him out of here. Nate trying to expose that back line, but the op just misses its chance to strike the second tee down.
Nikita's taking a big risk. He knows they can walk up cat now.
Oh, but he really wants this.
Yeah.
Oh, and he had his chance. That's what he waited around for. Yeah. It's a could-have-been moment, considering we have to remember there's still 2 USPs on the ground, I think, or on the field. I think that's why you do go for something a little bit extra risky. What's the alternative? Fall back just to get smoked out CT spawn. He tries to find his. And they've just conceded this B site at this point. Krizen's USP, all that sticks between Falcons and a 6th. And so they will save 2 of the 3 guns that they were able to hold on to last round. OG watching that ticker grow round by round. It's a 6-2 comfortable lead for Falcons on this T side.
Yeah, just very good at this point. No heroes necessarily.
In the grand scheme of things with this matchup, you know, Lars kind of set the tone earlier with this analogy of it all being an ambush. Classic analogy in David versus Goliath. I couldn't think, and this is a low-hanging fruit when we talk about the amount of money that's gone into Falcons, and I usually wouldn't bring it back up every day, but I think I couldn't think of an organization in Counter-Strike that has probably spent less money on a roster over the amount of time they've been here than the likes of OG.
Yeah, Moneyball roster for sure.
Never have they had a huge signing. You know, they've allowed for players like FlameZ to get poached without even a buyout.
Yeah, they had like their biggest was like Alexi B when he was hot, but not that proven or anything like that. But they're a roster that just they're trying to figure out who's next. And they built up a lot of players who have actually gone on to achieve some big things. But it's kind of like what Heroic are doing to some degree.
Right.
But spending even less, like you're saying.
Yeah, I'd say like it's a gamer legion in a way, but they don't even have like Ash, who's now really made a name for building people up immensely. So I just think if this one were to go south, and if Falcons were to face the elimination at the hands of OG, then that's a part of the conversation we've got to bring back up. Because it's the starkest of contrasts. Uh-oh. Enough about the greater context. We're back into the gun round. And so maybe a hope for OG. Again, they kind of lean out on this catwalk, willing to stand in the elbow. What started with some like proactive peeks around these deeper cat corners have now just led to these sorts of holds instead. And we've seen Falcons adapt to just happily looking for these early fights. We hit a minute. Spooky still lets Nico know he's not too far off. Spamming that smoke wasn't a bad idea. CT was right behind it.
Not seeing anything bad on the map here for OG, but we are seeing a lot of respect. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a sore spot, this mid-B position now. Like, they're committing up A, but there's been like 3 B rounds in a row. It looks like there might be a 4th now. OG haven't made that mid-move, and Spooky's really committed on A.
Yeah, they're finding their openings. Falcons.
Yeah, they don't even know about this. Way too late. Yeah. Oh, way too late. Oh my gosh.
Reading it and executing well. It's going to take some kind of heroic moment here from either of the defenders, both of which go down with nothing. Couldn't have asked for an easier round in the end, barring some kind of massive retake, but no, they take a look at it, they get 1 kill, and OG have to concede this again, watching the hopes of Dust 2 go up in smoke.
It was an A fake technically because they did the deep CT smoke, but they didn't even Freiburg drop in a CT spawn. They just went out, ran out mid, and just assumed nobody was in spawn, or they were trying to duel whoever it was. But either way, OG were kind of really stiff in this position. I mean, imagine it was an A play, right? You can see that the A side and B side are quite disconnected because the B players are not checking outside the window. They're not coming in to try to rotate. They're not trying to either push through tunnels or like get to A in some regard. So even if it was an A play, how come no one's really talking to each other? We can compare them to Legacy in terms of like trying to match that energy, but Legacy's mid rounds were a lot better. No one wants to make a bad rotation.
Yeah.
But sometimes nothing's worse than no rotation.
And it feels like, you know, you just said it, no one wants to make a bad rotation, but OG have already done that a few rounds prior where they go over on A. So it's like, not only do you not want to make a bad rotation, but I've already made a bad rotation. So now this time I'm not going to make a... And you can see how that slippery slope leads you into just letting Falcons run away with it as they please. It's that difficult Counter-Strike balance where you've got to make mistakes, stomach them, and still keep trying to, you know, adapt. Adapt or die.
Don't want to be a deer in headlights here.
This is now 4 rounds in a row. It was a pistol and a one-off in round 5. That's what's got OG on the scoreboard, and that is it. Corner smoke on long. Matt just takes a ton of damage on the approach, but again, it's this basically all in on long. Falcons, no tunnel control. Curious to see if Buzz pushes through, but he's on his own, so you'd doubt it.
Well, prison rotation might actually help out with Nikados, but he's just really holding the line. He has no smoke down in middle, so he has vision on top mid. Problem is, if he clears up these tunnels, they gotta start making another move. At the moment, info's good, but they've got one person on the A site.
Last time they over-rotated to A, and this was right about at the minute mark that Falcons left long.
Look, they genuinely don't want to fall for that play.
Right?
Again. They're staying in the tunnels.
Oh, this is the conditioning that could come back to haunt them, because this time it is all in on long. And so Falcons keep it fresh. OG chasing Ghost, expose the cross at least. But again, you can see this moment of scramble of an attempt to try to hold it back. Molotov deep onto the catwalk. That's going to keep Spooky out of it, but Fiku will find his one. That's Tesses trying to take a peek over top of the ledge. It's not a comfortable position here for Falcons, but they do clip Fiku through smoke, and then Monesi busts Spooky. 4v3. Everybody nearby for the retake. Nikados critical shot to try to get this one going. Remember, low health on Magis from that original corner fight, but he still continues to find his mark. That is Nikados out of it. Nico locked in onto the ramp. Krizen gonna take the high rope. Okay, first kill to Nico's good. And Magic's been low this entire time.
Oh,
not a comfortable plan. Krizen's gonna stick behind this box. Magic is desperate to find it, and that isn't pretty.
Oh, that's a very awkward place to plant. If you're planting long plat and you can just cross out wide, sure, but that does not set up Magic at all to be able to defend it. He's just laughing maniacally here, like, are you crazy? What kind of plant is that?
Good job.
Well, that's 3. They paid the price for it. All 5 OG players dead at the end of that round win. Spooky trying to catch timing. That's a whole lot of cat control for Falcons.
Early gamble here for OG. They lean B. Oh, so heavily. It's perfectly wrong here. Unfortunately, this is the whole round.
So perfectly wrong. Thought they had a read of the situation. Thought they could get ahead of it.
I only say specifically perfectly wrong because it's also this walk-up on cat. It wasn't even like cat control. You got time to readjust. It's just this great counterplay. There was a mistake here for OG.
Spooky also opened the mid-smoke, didn't see anything. Just a collection of missed timings here for OG, coupled with an incorrect decision. Stacked the wrong side of the map, and poor Fiku, who was tucked into that long door out of the gate, gets a bit of action, but it's only in the 1v5, and so Falcons right back to their winning ways.
So why don't we call it a good call here for Falcons to make this move specifically? It's fair to say that they've been OG have been conditioned to the point where it feels like they're doubting themselves a lot. They're gambling incorrectly. They're just sort of like everything could go wrong at this point. They'd have to get lucky to get the correct stack because they don't know what Falcons want to try to do next. Falcons striking fear in the hearts of OG. Oh, okay. Well, there's the mid-find.
And now we're going to sprinkle something like that into the action too, huh? Final round of the half, and you've got to stomach it. gut-wrenching situation for Crizzen. Gut-wrenching situation for OG.
It looked like it was some kind of pretty sick read. It wasn't even a cross. Once the mid doors got smoked, it felt like they're going to try to take top mid control of the cat players.
That was like pixel perfect.
Yeah.
Still a forward cat play from OG at least. They really are playing for this corner. Seeing as we've seen a certain bit of timidness. We'll see if they actually decide to swing it. Ooh, Magius just gets into the corner. He's got plenty of teammates to work with. Spooky's cutting through him like it's nothing. That's Fiku down, the third player in the back. Modesty unable to kill all three himself, but a desperate run. One health.
One health, he gets away.
Oof. Lady luck on Nikodaz's side.
Nico's in such a good spot, isn't he?
Buzz gets aggressive. Nico, yeah, we didn't get to see if Buzz made sound further back in tunnels.
No, that's nuts.
Nico walks into it, blasts Fiku into the second half of Dust 2, and leaves poor Nikodaz 1 health running.
How's that a headshot, man? That's only Nico could do that.
Just Nico things.
Ultimate pre-aim.
You know, we said
1 HP, man.
No real like star of the situation as of yet, but Nico quietly collecting these kills up to an excellent 12-6 half. You got Magius sitting pretty on 12 kills too. And so Nikodaz arrives to the B site with a bit more damage onto Nico, but Tesses committed to this corner. Standing out in the open is going to end it. 9-3 for Falcons. Non-consecutive round wins for OG. We heard them hoot after the pistol win, but things got real quiet here in Austin. So a day can make a world of difference, and Falcons embracing that mantra because here they stand comfortably leading over top of OG in this opening map. Their map pick of this series, and if they were ambushed yesterday and caught off guard, they've at the very least got themselves standing up again. Yep. Time to dust off and finish off Dust 2 so that this series can be as quick and smooth as possible, because to me, Falcons can't just afford to get through this first best of 3 facing elimination with some, you know, nail-biter close affair.
No.
Dominate OG, remind the pack while you are going to run this back 3 days in a row.
Exactly. I mean, the confidence today was probably at a minimum before they got the eco in the second round. You know, they have to prove to themselves that they can play right now. That's not like some kind of match pressure that they're dealing with. So they got past that now. And I mean, OG just did not look close to their level in that first half.
OG probably just kind of left scratching their heads as to how they made so many missteps. No individual heroics either across the board for the OG camp, so they weren't even banking on that. TeSeS decides to come out through the smokes, and it gives man advantage over to OG. They're going to punish the CTs who decide to retake before bombs even planted. Similar scenes to the first pistol. We had a Magisk 1v5 attempt. Well, here's a 1v4. Cat player confirms him. He's going to go for the ramp control. He's keeping it clean enough to pull this off. Okay, how dare you? How dare you? Okay. You're talking about Magisk in a clutch, in a pistol round.
Yeah.
He has made other teams look like fools.
I think they pushed it through their long smoke. There was also TeSeS's fallback smoke that made it, like, it sort of obfuscated their vision. Like, they didn't see anybody, and then they ended up just dying when they swung out so wide. So maybe a weird time to go for that push. And again, it's just Magisk at the end of the pistol round trying to win, but basically an unwinnable situation. On to the scout is m0NESY. And OG are not fooling around. They've got 2 AKs at Galil here.
Nico not allowed to get out of there alive, so they'll face the Magisk Desert Eagle.
It's been good.
It has been, but versus 3 and the jumping Mac 10, OG are going to skate through this one, so it won't happen 2 halves in a row. Falcons unable to successfully force buy after losing pistol. Falcons 9, OG 5.
And actually, oh, could have been a 5 alive round. At least m0NESY gets 1 kill at the end, but still very clean so far. Solid stuff, especially considering they didn't get the 2-3 Mac 10s on this round. Like, they really wanted to win, so they're not going to make as much money as they could have, but I understand why they're just prioritizing the round victory, because it is Falcons. They have to take them seriously now.
You know, we've seen comebacks in the past, so we always have to watch with a close eye, but the reality is that first half had so many flat moments for OG, and it's hard to believe in it. I wouldn't blame you if you've just assumed Falcons have already picked this up. But odds are, this is a 3-round game once they convert versus unupgraded pistols. This round done in a matter of seconds. Round 15 is OG's 6th win, doubling their rounds since the start of this second half.
They looked really uncomfortable on CT side, but it's a new half. They get to go on the attack, and so they'll get a chance to sort of reprove themselves. Touch bit of pressure here on Falcons.
Oz loses his angle, so it's not going to be the B hit. But you know damn well they want to get it going with all these bodies up inside the tunnels. m0NESY walking down through catwalk also sees nothing, and he was here earlier. Had a more aggressive angle even than this one. Step back, felt no threat. You got Nico right beside you, kicks in and the door is ready to go, but missed chance from Monacy's off, keeps his head down. Nikodas trades out Kixan, who looks to get aggressive, and he even punishes Nico right with it. Now, you know Monacy was still up here, so very much a three-player mid-hold, unraveled. And Crizin able to just leak out through those mid doors, so the only B defense is Magisk here by scaffolds.
Yeah, he's kind of playing outside. It seems like a good idea because there's only one person out here. They can join up with his teammate CT and keep himself alive to the full B attack coming in.
Good amount of damage as they exit out through tunnels, but he's not able to stop it. Nikodas does everything he has to. A triple kill on the round, unravels mid-control single-handedly. As his teammates were sent forward in front of him, he just snipped them off. 2 kills towards that catwalk. And so, OG win versus the first buy of Falcons as well.
That's pretty huge. It's the first time really seeing the op difference here between Nikodas and Monacy, and it's not like Nikodas had a stellar first half or anything, but this is a very critical 3K month. He did drop 1 shot. That would have been nice. And now he'll just hope to be able to save to have a second chance.
Oh, not allowed.
What a peek here from Fiku.
Okay, that's the kind of round that's going to get the confidence.
That's 3 straight.
Just a little bit more. 1 step forward, 1 foot in front of the other. It's the pistol, it's the full conversion, it's the first gun round as well, and Zonic uses his first timeout of the map.
That's where we go back, we go back to just, if Monacy's gonna have 2 bad days or whatever, it's not terrible so far, but if if he's gonna get out off by Nikodas, then that's way below par for him. So, I'm gonna put some respect on Nikodas, obviously for his match versus complexity, but outside of that, there hasn't really been much.
He also had 0 op kills.
Yeah, it was also a rifle game. Yeah.
Just,
was it 0 op kills?
I believe right after the game, Freya said that. So if I'm wrong, it's because of Freya.
I watched it. It was definitely a whole lot of rifling. So.
Good job.
And yes, I am willing to throw Freya under the bus.
I love that.
Pistols and a scout here for Falcons. OG within touching distance of a team that once led 9-3. And now this is when, if you're Falcons, you're hoping that just like stampede of a first half has your confidence at such an untouchable state that yes, OG closed this distance, but you're still confident that you've got it. You got to think more about that first half than those 2 best of 1s yesterday. Hold tab, remind yourself who you are, who your teammates are, what all of you have achieved. And then ask why OG's got you feeling timid.
But they've got 0 TIs, so.
That's fair, sure. But we're clicking heads, man. We ain't playing MOBAs.
Right, well, 40 seconds, very quiet, not seeing a thing. 4 players on the A stack. This goes mid B. It's not going to be very fun for Falcons, but they're just stacking. Oh, wow. Well, that's the 1-bit info they get.
It's exactly
very hard call now for Fiku to make.
25 seconds, he calls them back. Magisk's going to lean forward.
Oh, it's going way too slow. Come on, you got to get moving.
Just caught in the open. Tries to fall back here, throws a frag grenade on the fallback. Nikodas sticks around in middle. Can this 5-7 be the hero of the day? No second kill for Magisk. Fast scramble out of the Falcons, trying to get over to the B site to challenge those doors. If only you could somehow stop that bomb, but nobody's gonna get it. Be careful here, Nikodas. You've just given an op back over. Now Monacy has to contemplate. Do we think we can retake? Do we save this free op?
Yeah, it's like when you get robbed and you have a fake wallet in your back pocket. You're like, just take this and go.
Yeah, get out of here.
Have this off.
Scramble.
Please, just save.
Little do they know I keep my cash in my underwear. And my gold watch on my ankle. I'm just flexible like that.
Yeah. All right.
Terrorists win.
Well, time to kick ass.
Yeah, Falcons hoping that they're flexible because they've bent and they hope they don't break. Suddenly a very long dry spell And you said it, right? It's a tough call for Fiku to make, but they did, and they did it with conviction.
I think, yeah. I think the best version of that would have been going out mid, I want to say, but getting in through tunnels is fine. It just looked like they took a step back and then forward again, and Magis could have made that scary for sure. As he has been. Oh, Nico goes down. This is a rifle, man. This is one to tie up. Monacy, his next target.
Off the op.
And Monacy cannot miss these chances.
Well, he has been.
Okay.
He puts an end to that miss. M4 peeks around the smoke. That one unexpected. And so now Fiku with a chance to recover, but he's so worried about this press up from Tesses. Now they know he's down in the pit, so he rocks his world. Tesses gets popped. You've got that op still over towards Car. Another rifle here on long. That bomb could push into the B site and find it open.
Yeah, and this is really hard to approach. If Fiku's calling from inside the pit, and there's 3 guys here fighting them, but they've got an open plant, and they've got lots of utility to kill time as they do it. They can't even believe it. Time to get across, because to be honest, a plant now means this round could be won on time. Look how far away the CTs are.
Yeah, they're burning utilities if the CTs were close,
They got
right?
a little worried about it.
Double Molotov as if somebody was standing right outside that window. Imagine a world where those mollies go down now, and Falcons would be stressed,
Oh, you're not seeing an active post plant either. You've got Crizzen in the site.
Yeah, bit of doubt.
But they're going for the flank. It's just, honestly, it's not that early.
One player tucked in Car. Monacy's off right on this angle. We said he can't afford to miss, but he does again. Crizzen also not successful.
Again he missed.
He's setting up Fiku for this super long mid-flank. Excuse me, it's Buzz, and he comes in with it. So the element of surprise now gone. Player covers on the doorway. Magis gets both.
Wait, they don't get on it?
Oh, kicks in, I think goes to grab the kit, comes back in, but if he didn't already have it, oh, they lose the round.
They don't have it.
He must have picked the kit up off Monacy in the door. It's the only explanation.
Yeah, I mean, he went for it right away. So there was enough time, and let's be honest here, there was enough time because Monacy just missed those 2 shots. That's the only reason he ended up dying in the first place. And yeah, he missed a shot on Nikodas and Pip, and he picked up the second one. But by that point, look what happens to this round. I just said as they were coming in, this is a round that can end to time. And it's one where OG actually could have even done it faster. They could have got the plant off faster. They could have used more delay utility. So this is extra sloppy out of Falcons, who had the material advantage here.
Falcons going to try to play this again off catwalk. Nico and Monacy joining forces. Nico trying to go to the barrels for the fight. This forward cat setup between Nico, Monacy, Kicksands been employed before. But they did it at a later timing once OG were steps closer than this. All that sticking around. Falcons give it up before OG ever step forward. But the only thing that OG have going for them is this tunnel's control. Kicksan allocated to backside. Magis gonna play Humvee, just tucked in the corner. Nico will be the close rotate.
Full tax coming in. This is just going to come down to good utility. Kicksan, what's the response here? He's only got 1 molly.
That's it. An incendiary.
It's too late. It's too late. He can't even throw it.
So he's just got to hope that he gets them, and Magis comes in from the corner with surprise. That's 3 kills from the 2 defenders. Solid. And Nico already challenging the doorway. Missed chance from Nikodas. Kicksan given a chance, but it's Nico with the support through door instead. Very little util, didn't even get a chance to use it, but they straight up best them with the element of the surprise.
I mean, there was a point in the last couple months where Magisk was like the sole perpetrator when it came to why they were losing games. There were some really bad moves out of him. His aim looked sloppy. It felt like his game sense was just totally off from the guy that we knew from a few years ago. But recently, man, he has stepped up huge. And these 2 kills from Humvee, especially in a situation where the 1 piece of utility on the site doesn't even get thrown. Both these kills were inextricably linked to the win. There's no way around it. And he delivered.
And this is it. This is the first CT round win for Falcons since the second half has started.
6-round streak has ended.
And that's Lambert calling his last pause to try and help OG.
I think it's pretty nice. Right after their streak of rounds gets ended, now they've just got to rethink about their strategy. Falcons, on the other hand, letting it flow. Still 2 timeouts left over.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's juice it.
Prison up on long. Oh!
The punish.
Sticks around just long enough.
That Danish connection, in tune with the timing.
5v4 OG. They set up the rebuttal. And they don't waste any time trying to get back to winning ways. Nikodos takes that off back from Crizzen, who just wanted to play spawn, and does it well. Crizzen still floating on the door, though, versus Nico. Oof, gotta be careful. Cheap headshots for Nico.
He looks like he wants to raw dog this duel.
Yeah, why not? He's been a beacon of hope for Falcons mechanically. Modesty trying to get his name into that kill feed in a good way.
1 bullet sends him back to the B site.
Look at this stack, though, dude. Just Nico on the corner of long, and everybody from OG starting to get up into the tunnels.
That's the power of Nico right there.
Sure.
All right. And we know OG are not going to, it doesn't seem like, search this out and make a different decision. The commitment's going to come in.
They're met by a smoke by the time they arrive. Kicksand peeled off of the site at least. They're worried a little bit about some kind of a mid-walkout. Magisk, not this time, nothing.
Oh, shot missed again for Modesty.
He's at least into the cover. He'll drop with nothing. Nico's the only player to put a kill on the board here for Falcons.
Wow, they had it. 3 players looking the wrong way. 3 players on the CT side ready to defend.
It's a B defense that looks stronger than the 1 round prior, and then it gets so much less.
They had 3 players running out, clearing left side through that smoke. No one was there, and they still don't lose anybody on those entries.
The effect that Magisk hiding in that Humvee corner had on them. The flashes were great, though. Magisk, for a split second, had 3 targets to shoot at, loses his vision. They react faster.
I mean, Nico couldn't have done much more in terms of multiplying his presence on A site, making them scared of things that weren't even there, getting them to go back from long.
Oh, very true. He even naded him off catwalk and just...
And then he killed Spooky.
Yep. Spooky takes a look at Cat. Doesn't even come around the corner. Just the moment he arrives, boom, 50 damage.
I mean, I know Modesty's looking inward right now because he's just missing shots he normally doesn't. That's just it. Yeah, unfortunately, when we looked at the end of the year, last year, Shanghai was just such a bad way to end for him after an incredible year of wins. So the World Final, Dallas, what'd they pull off? It was mad. The carries that him and Nico put together. When Shanghai rolled around, the stats were good, but it wasn't really the Modesty we had seen before.
Modesty wouldn't be the first player in Counter-Strike history to learn that majors just hit different. In fact, he sits next to one that knows it all too well. Back into the tunnels go OG at the start of this. The thought of OG in a lead, something they haven't had since the first round of play.
Falcons seem to think they've scared them from the B hit with that last hold.
Yeah, but what was scary about it?
Nothing.
Just gonna repeat his position from the last round. Again, there's been this 3-person play out middle between Kicksand, Nico, and Modesty off Cat and mid, but they've tried to change up the timings. So far to no avail. They're actually gonna throw Tesses out at this time as well. So 2 rifles in front of Modesty. A lot of attention here to try and cull OG, but OG are happy to just go running through the door. Kristen takes the MAC-10.
Going up cat still?
Goes hyper-aggressive. Now he's going to take a look at the B site. He's going to figure out what the hell is here. What exactly holds them back? He just steps his way through the doors, gets bested by Badges. Nico's coming off catwalk. I mean, they know that this B site is only Magis, but Nikodas, you've got to stop the support, and he won't miss that op shot. It's TeSeS down, Magis caught, and the flick. Modesty dead in an instant, and Nico on half health's got nothing to say about it. Ladies and gentlemen, OG are leading this game.
11 rounds now, unless Nico can pull off the retake. He's starting to wander into middle, but I don't think there's any real hope that he can attempt this. Looking to save, hiding in plain sight, and man, this round, like, there's so many mistakes that OG made on this attack.
How do they pull it out of the hat?
It's crazy that Falcons allowed them to get away with this one more time. This went from one person in B, what looked like a full B attack, which would have been just the easiest correct idea for OG, into them going back to A because they just started to doubt themselves, and then finding a way out through middle. MAC-10 gets into the B site by himself, and then and then he swings into the guy who's anchoring. I think Magis gets his kill on Prison afterwards, but by this point it's just so confusing. I think for Falcons, communication is probably just a mess. And Nikodas hits this great shot.
Good fucking round, boys. Nice.
Nikodas peeking into the smoke as well. You can see Modesty trying to swing out to clear him. Nikodas full control of that situation. 16 and 12. Oh, there's the answer. Modesty gets the wallbang headshot on Nikodas. We get this long attempt as they press up against pistols. It's nade damage for Spooky to have to deal with. At the very least he trades, but it's still the recovery mission. Man disadvantage made that much worse. Falcons looking to answer back again, but the pressure remains.
That's a great find.
Spooky stays on top of the smoke to just keep it one person the difference.
Of all the shots that Monasty's missed today, that one he hits. The Stewie shot through the door. Kristen and Spooky have to figure out how to recover this. Man, just got scared there by that Molly watching the flank. But time is not on OG's side. We get to a minute, they're still outside of long. They haven't been doing a good job of reading the CTs. Like, there's not been a situation of that. I mean, even in the first half, they haven't really been able to figure out what the best move is. But obviously, Falcons are not looking perfect either.
They may not know what their opponents are up to, but they're pulling it off with their plan. OG down to 35 seconds. Nico and Modesty still just going to go back and try to clear out A site.
They're getting really spread, man. They're really believing that this is going to be
perfect.
A great nade, but to be honest, man, Magic's he's still got to get the other half of these kills.
He sets himself up wonderfully. That nade, it takes back the advantage that the rifles have over this MP9. He gets the first one in the second. Magis able to lock this down alone.
Oh, he's the most reliable player on the server here for Falcons, and another 2K here on the hold.
Much needed.
Assisted by his own HE. And if he dies in the B site there, post a retake, 2v2 retake on the B site, we know who that favors.
That was the best chance OG had at getting that 12th round easy. There's an MP9, a 5.7 out there on the field. They run into the frag grenades on long. This scout shot, that right there sets the tone for the rest of this very important round to tie it up at 11.
It's flashy, it's beautiful here for Falcons. It gets them 11, but it also makes you realize a lot's been missing.
Nikodas continues to take his chances on long, but TeSeS tucked into the cover, lets the nades do their thing and force OG back. And now, oh, it's not the scout, but it's also not Modesty to win it. He opens up that smoke, and his demon sitting on the other side. Nikodas gets the better of his counterpart, as he has throughout this map. And with it comes this deep presence from OG, and that affinity for the Kixan, Nico, Modesty, three-player mid-play, it's not here with Modesty dead already.
I mean, Nico's in CT spawn. There's not even anyone guarding A at all, and the speed-up is happening. OG do find the correct play to make. Defensive utility coming out from Nico from below.
But there's nobody from long that's taking this duel. TeSeS is just going to let them overwhelm that bomb site. Bomb down with just the nade at his feet. No second nade either to kill Krisen. It's damn close. But but he survives it. And even then, it would have been too late to stop the plant. They're gonna try to chance this retake, thinking they've got enough, because they've got Nico standing. 2 kills in, Fiku strikes, OG take 12!
They've done it, 12, and now they're getting loud. All 5 of them yelling about this. The best round so far here for OG.
Haven't made a peep since they won that first round, since picking up Pistol, because a 3-9 first half left them with nothing to be proud about.
I mean, there have been wins that are messy where I'm more pointing blame at Falcons than I am crediting OG, but here's a situation where they get the off duel over Monacy, clean head-to-head. Then they take it up Cat when Nico's in CT spawn. It's a perfect call, followed by a better Opper, having a better individual performance. You can't ask for much more here for OG. Falcons saved their timeouts for this reason. It's round 24.
Yeah, I had the same thing.
The last round Falcons won, it was a half buy. But if playing like that is what it takes to open up their aim and allow them to hit great shots, they need to channel that a little bit. So I'm not sure if they believe they're better than anyone in this stage right now.
Monacy's looking like a shell of himself. That's not the face of somebody inspired by their play. It's 2 best of ones, but he finished yesterday with a 0.7 rating. A horrendous start to the event as per his standards.
Nine 9-3, I thought they were in the clear.
Dare I say it, I think they also thought they were in the clear. And that's a grueling realization that you go from 9-3 in the first half, laughing your way through it.
There was a point where Falcons were the betting odds favorite to be the next team to beat Vitality. Gone from that to 0-2 group to potentially down a map versus OG. They need this next round to get into overtime. All's not lost here, obviously. But look at OG. They're fired up. They're excited. They just made an enormous comeback straight up.
Nikodov's got a head-to-head in that last round that is so damn needed. Monacy slain in middle 1 round prior, now sits on Cat. Here we go. Final round of regulation. OG looking to do the unthinkable. And I'm not referring to just beating Falcons. I'm referring to coming back from a 9-3 start.
There's the race this year between Zaiwu and Donk, and Monacy wants to make sure that we remember that he's a part of that competition.
His outing in Austin so far, not one to remember. And right now, that catwalk's looking prime for the taking. Monacy is going to be in an integral part of this defense again, and he misses. Again. Who are we watching? As he comes back to it, he'll find the headshot to Crizzen. It is not too late. Buzz still sits out towards middle. Man advantage here for Falcons. And as Buzz sits stoically, Nikodov comes back. Down goes Magisk, wallbang through the doorway. Nico's gonna try to get this retake going first, but it's just now back to the closer of the corners. And suddenly this post plant's gonna start to feel pinched. Monacy's got TSS to push forward, to work ahead of him, but what happens if this catwalk gets held?
They don't have utility.
Nikodov sitting on the angle, Slays kicks in, Nico up next, double from Nikodov, and another double still yet to go! Oh! 3 kills in this clutch, and who else other than Monacy for him to be up again?
He won't bite.
Bomb is ticking! Nikodov thrives, and Falcons in a tailspin throw a 9-3 lead!
from Falcons goes in the favor of OG. We're talking 9-3 in that first half, as Connor just aptly said, into a 13-11 victory for OG. We're going to be talking obviously about both sides of the equation. Let's start off with the high points. The fact that OG could battle back from such a deficit and make Falcons look like clowns ultimately in some of those rounds.
It's crazy. When the scoreline is 9-3, you think the game is over. You think Falcons came in and like, listen, okay, what happened yesterday, best of one, new mentality. They emptied the backpack together with Last Robble yesterday, and they looked like a proper team. They played some good Counter-Strike to begin with, and then slowly but surely OG is crawling their way back into the game. A couple of mistakes, a couple of rounds where where Falcons doesn't convert, and all of a sudden you see all the OG members get confidence. Nico does, great example, pulling off this clutch, pulling off this quad kill at this moment to close out the map pick of Falcons to now put them one map away from being eliminated at the major 0-3. It's crazy, and it's only fitting that he does it. The guy with the highest rating ever at a major is also stepping up against the big boys.
And the guy that said to me prior to this match, this is a perfect situation we find ourselves in. You called it cope, Jacob. What are you saying now?
What I'm saying is still cope, because to be completely honest, there's no one you would rather face than you'd not rather face than Falcons in this scenario. But that doesn't take away from OG. That is hella impressive. Mental resilience and the way they fight their back into the game, Peter. It's admirable in many senses.
I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I don't know what's going on. Like, Falcons looked so comfortable, and we know how good they can be on those two, and they looked like they were just cruising for second map, and they looked like a team that had got their things together. But now how things concluded, we just got straight back to how things were working out yesterday for them, and it did not work.
We've got to have a lot to be diving into. Let's move back to that first half, because as we were saying, OG, they got a couple of rounds under their belt. We got round 5 as an example, but this was, only one of a few actual shining moments for them.
One of the things that I've praised OG for also in the previous stage was their productivity. They just always go to reach for them. Now they get ahead of the Molotov in mid, they go search info for mid, they get a double kill off this, and what comes in next is that I actually think what they do here, most teams would just fall back having a 5-3, but they actually go back too long, and instead of just sitting back, they flash, because they know that is where the Falcons players are most likely going to be. So to see OG in this type of scenario and this type of pressure match, to still play so well off their fundamentals and what they're actually good at, that's a really good sign for them. And that's also one of the reasons why I believe that they actually made it so competitive, actually won the first match.
And we often talk about, whenever you're OG, you're not the favorite in this matchup. Let's be honest. You're playing against Falcons, who on paper is a much better team. At the very least, you want to lose on your own terms. You want to play your own brand of Counter-Strike. You want to do what you normally would do against maybe a different opposition as well. And if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. But this time around, as you showed, that was OG's mentality in this game. Yes, in the first half, it maybe didn't pan out in too many rounds, but the game was somewhat competitive. The scoreline was 9-3, but I think a lot of the rounds were closer. And I think we saw in the second half that them playing their own brand of Counter-Strike is good enough right now to take it to Falcons.
Let's dive into round number 18, because there's a lot of unfortunate things going on in this situation, not least quite a big missed shot coming out from Manassi, right?
Yeah, and I think that's something we're going to hone in on later as well. The Manassi is having a tough time at this tournament, but you see it right here, 3v2 retake. In essence, it's a 50-50 scenario. Right now, Chrisen is left by himself as Boss is making a massive flank. Manassi missing that shot. It can happen, but it doesn't happen often, right? And it ends up being Manassi actually going down. Boss coming in from behind. Chrisen stays alive for as long as possible. There's no kit on the first player. Boss is staying alive just long enough for Kixon to run out, get the kit, and we're talking not even half a second right here. That's the difference between Falcons winning this map and them losing it.
And the whole idea that Boss decided to go for such a big flank was like super crucial. I mean, like, it's actually super risky, and when I saw it, I was like, where is your teammate? But what Chrisen does here, sure, he talks for a long time, but Manassi misses, like, he missed twice. Yeah. If he would just have gotten that first kill on either on the first or the second shot, they would have won the round. And that's just not the case. And this was not the first time that we saw Manassi miss extremely crucial shots.
Let's dive into a couple of rounds, ahead of that moment. Round 20, which we were in the green room. I think it was you, Dupree, who said, okay, Falcons have a great lead on this situation. Should we play a game of what happens next?
I mean, we saw Falcons being in a very uncomfortable situation, so they decided to just go for stacks. And for them, stacking the B bomb site here is just like a pure gamble. We have Nico running around on the A bomb site, doing as much now as they can to mask that there are more players. But they actually have a pretty good setup. We have matches close to tunnels. We have Manassi with the AWP. But the way that the OG just pops out, Manassi obviously misses a lot of his shots. Manassi goes down as well. They only get one kill off having a 3-guy stack on B. And no, it's simply not just good enough. Like, they should have won this round, and if they would have won it, I think they would have taken the game as well.
I would like to see that round again, the minimap once more, because I just noticed something I didn't see the first time around. Look at Magisk, right, where he's looking, and look at Manassi. Kixen and m0NESY are both looking towards middle. Now, Kixen is moving away from the B stack, but m0NESY is still looking towards middle. So Maggis right now is basically by himself. You see it right here. Why on earth are they stacking towards B and having 2 players focused on towards middle? Even look at Nico's point of view. I know there's a smoke towards CT spawn, but he's also focused towards middle. So if you decide to go for a B stack, if you place 3 players towards that position on the map, then essentially it's just Maggis defending the bomb site. He's the first point of contact. He goes down without getting a kill. Then m0NESY comes in and dies. Either you go for that stack and you buy into that stack and you bait for Maggis. You have m0NESY being the first point of contact, Maggis hiding somewhere on the side, and maybe he can get a multi-kill. This is just half-assed stacking. You know, it's a gamble, but the way you execute that gamble is horrendous from Falcons.
And it was a little bit uncharacteristic. Like most of the times when they do a B stack, it's Nico hiding because he's the rotating player, so he would be the guy hiding somewhere, right? The thing is that sure, Magic was left on his own defending tunnels, but they were so confident that they were going to come out mid first. And sure, I could have agreed with you that if m0NESY would have had his first contact going tunnels and Magic maybe hiding somewhere, and then Kixen maybe hiding outside on scaffold, that would have put them in a better situation. Like the stack was there, the setup was probably not the best.
Now, I'm not calling this up because I'm, blaming m0NESY for the situation. It's more to recall something that you said yesterday, Jacob. You said, how often have you seen m0NESY had a bad day 2 days in a row? This is probably the first time in a hell of a long time where we see some really uncharacteristic missed shots.
That's the thing, right? Because he had a couple of rounds in this game where he hit some nice shots, but he's super inconsistent. And the output from m0NESY so far this tournament, you see it day 1, 20 kills, 31 death, not good enough, ADR 54. He's replicating that today. He's just not finding his groove right now. And I just quickly looked at his stats. He hasn't had 3 negative ratings in 2025 at any point. And I'm pretty sure, without being confirmed right now, we can dive into that. And there's someone out there watching right now that want to go deep into it as well. I didn't see anywhere in 2024 that happened either. So we're looking at a m0NESY right now that has 3 negative ratings, 3 negative performance for the first time in years. So we don't see it often. And this right now, right here, is probably the worst moment to do it.
And one thing is that it's scary for him as an individual to have such a bad pop-off, or not have a pop-off, obviously, but then the team as well, like, they know what he can bring to the table. He know how important he is to this team. And for him to have a really bad tournament as of right now, it's just not looking good for Falcons. They need m0NESY. They need to step up. And I'm not sure if he's like, okay, so he's still an experienced player, but he's also a young player. Like maybe he's never found himself in a situation like this before. How does he get out of that? And he have 15 minutes until next map to start.
If anyone had any doubt what kind of impact m0NESY has on Falcons, just look at this. When he replaced Dexter, they went from being a decent team into instantly the second best team in the world. A team that came so close taking down Vitality in a couple of grand finals. Should have done it in Melbourne. So now when m0NESY is missing, they go back to being the Falcons that we've been criticizing for years and years, where they look like a rather lackluster team. m0NESY is such a good Counter-Strike player. He's confirming it one more time that when he's not playing well, he's masking all the mistakes that Falcons probably have been doing all this time, but because of the individual skill level, we don't really see it, we don't talk about it. Now we do.
Now, when I was catching up with Magic just prior to this, he was saying, I'm not divulging too much about what happened in that team talk last night, but saying what he took away from it is individuals were going to be focusing on themselves. Of course, Magic was picking up some sort of numbers throughout that, but that's not enough in isolation, right? You've obviously been with Zonic in plenty of times, these situations. What on earth do you think he is saying to the guys now, when there's one map away from potentially Falcons exiting stage 2 of the major?
Like yesterday, I didn't want to hit the panic button. Now I'm going to press it. I think that there is literally panic inside the camp right now. Like they're one map away from being eliminated. Sonic knows that it's still in their own hands, but they lost their own map pick. That's like the most comfortable map that they have in the map pool. And right now they go up against Nuke. It's a map that has been looking pretty bad for them for quite a while. And for them to find themselves in this situation, like this is not where they expected to be. But this is also where they're gonna start earning their money, like getting themselves out of this very dire situation, getting back into shape, and figuring out what is going on. Because it feels like there's like one thing is that they're not hitting the shots, but like fundamentally, Falcons just looks like completely out of it. Like they are making so many mistakes they didn't do 3 weeks ago.
I wonder what it is, I wonder what it is that quickly turns that around. Yesterday we gave not the excuses of best of ones. It could have been a bad day, but I can't help to think, and Peter, you probably have felt that yourself as well. When you're coming into a tournament, there's going to be rusty chances after the tournament as well. Are you really expecting all the players to give 100% in practice leading up to the tournament? If you're the player knowing you're getting replaced, are you really giving 100% to make sure that you go in and you die and you kill for your teammate? All I'm saying is that when we talk competitive Counter-Strike at this level, we're talking a couple of percentages that are kind of like differentiating the best teams from some of the teams that are just below them. So if you're Falcons, you're heading into the second major in a row now where you're making rusty chances after the major. Is that really the perfect lead-up heading into a tournament like this?
I don't think there's an excuse for you as a player to not give you like 110%. Sure that there could like...
There's no excuse, but
no, but like the noise around the team, sure, that makes a disturbance. But at the same time, you know that if you're the one that is being outed to be replaced, then you're also fighting for your next contract. Like, there's absolutely no business in you not coming here, not showing your best face. And whether or not who's going to be inside of Falcons, I like what Magisk has shown so far this tournament. Yeah, he had a really bad showing in the first one, but yesterday in the second map, and also this one, he's the one stepping up. He's the one that actually sits out there and actually praises his teammates when they're doing something good. He's the one keeping up the mood, and that's what I like him for. That's what I also know him for, that he, regardless of the situation, will always try and bring 100%.
It also does open the door, just quickly want to say this, for the players to express themselves in a different way, because I think it was the same case for Dexter. We saw what happened in his last tournament for Falcons. MVP, there will be situations in the round or in the game where Magisk or someone else within Falcons, if he's on the cutting block, maybe he's a little bit more interested in eco-frags, in pushing the boundaries a little bit more, because that's going to look better on the stat sheet, because he's playing for a new contract. All I'm saying is, if you take just away 1 or 2 percentages here and there, then that could, be what we're witnessing right now with Falcons, where there's just not aligned in what they do right now.
It could potentially be. Of course, we're talking a hell of a lot about Falcons just because of the wider context of this matchup. Let's just give some flowers to OG. Of course, we talked a little bit about what they were really showing on that Dust 2. Now we move into Nuke. Their map pick. What is the expectations here, considering this was their choice into this best of 3?
I think we should give props first and foremost to Fiku for having a great performance. I don't think we said his name at all on Dust 2 or throughout this tournament. He's the most experienced player within OG. He's been within that lineup. I think we talked about Peter for like 4 or 5 years. The OG of OG, so to speak. Doing one hell of a job here on Dust 2. Now heading into Nuke, we also just spoke about that, Peter. It's a map Falcons have been struggling on massively, and it's a map where the only player who showed up so far for Falcons at the Major, which has been Nico, notoriously have been struggling the past couple of months. His CT side is nowhere where it used to be. So for OG right now, they must be smelling blood.
I think it's important that OG stay cool. I mean, they're up 1-0. And they know they're going to their own map pick. They cannot relax now. Like, they need to keep their cool, and they did it so many times on Dust 2 when they were being so proactive, getting information, going, playing off each other. Sure, there were some fumbles here and there, but they still played better than Falcons, and they know they go into map that Falcons do not like.
Just give me very quickly. Is it over for Falcons? Are you smelling a 2-0?
Fuck, I'm afraid so, yeah. I'm afraid so. No, Falcons they have to win this. I think we need Mirage, but I'm not confident they're going to win this matchup. I think OG are good enough, and Falcons, they're shaking.
I've already hit the panic button, but I'm at a state where I think it's going to go to a third map as well.
Well, I think it is time to be diving into this one. I can't quite believe that I'm saying these words, but potentially one more map separates Falcons from being eliminated. 0-3 at stage 2. Surely, Konomo, it's not happening, right?
There's a lot that would lead you to believe so, Freya, but slowly we've kind of lost excuses one by one. At first it was bad day, won't happen twice, they'll recover in the next best of 1, they'll recover in the best of 3s, 9-3 half, they've got this. And yet we are standing now a map away from elimination on a Falcon. So I've run out of reasons as to why this can be happening other than they're failing in Austin.
Yeah, they've been ass, unfortunately. 9-3 in the first half, and honestly, if you paused right there, it felt like everything had changed. But the rounds we saw, to follow that, I don't know if it goes beyond the prep or whatever, but it was honestly pretty terrible. Even Nico in the first half on Nuke when they played Lin Vision was great. Then it was just whatever. Magisk, I think, put up the best performance of anyone in the Falcons jersey in that last map. It was a real impact. And m0NESY, yeah, that's all anyone can talk about right now is just m0NESY is just missed half his shots, something like that. It's crazy. I don't know why exactly, but it's even worse than it looked at Shanghai for some reason. So I couldn't tell you, man. You never have me believe that he hasn't been practicing, that they've all not been boot camping or taking this event seriously or anything. I wouldn't believe any of that.
Well, same to go.
They've been putting in work.
Like, I understand what Pimp's bringing up he's looking for answers here, but when Pimp mentions the fact that they know there's roster changes on the other side of this, I mean, I'll let you know, they found out as a team at Rivals that they were not going to be going forward into the next season as this 5. They still finished 2nd at that event. They still finished 3rd, 4th in Dallas. I mean, I just can't chalk it up to anything other than m0NESY is...
What would that have to do, so he's missing? It doesn't make sense. Like, why would you suffer at a major that you're going to play for, twice a year, and because you're waiting for a better teammate to come in? Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, no,
you don't just miss easy flicks.
Yeah, though that's the thing is why it's like that conversation can't apply to m0NESY. You could say it could apply to Magisk. Magisk's not the problem. You can't take that logic and put it on m0NESY. m0NESY is just failing to deliver. 0.7 rating across 2 maps. The first day, 0.83 off this last one. In the final round of regulation on Dust 2, can't hold elbow on the first shot, recovers with the Crizin headshot, misses versus Nikadoz in a 1v1.
Gave Nikadoz a great clip.
Yeah, that he did.
And Nikadoz in the head-to-head in the earlier parts of some of those rounds just beat Monacy, so that was great from him. That's someone who we've been looking to have some more success. So here comes Nuke. We had the pleasure of casting their game versus Lin Vision. We know exactly what went wrong in that game, so we'll see if they make some of the same mistakes or not.
Yeah, it was a pleasure because of Lin Vision, though.
Yeah.
We'll see what Falcons do versus OG.
Who's going to be your West Melon, OG?
You said it earlier, Nico was still solid in that outing versus Lin Vision. Poor guy sitting on 15 health, though. Not going to be very comfortable to try to hold this back. Okay. Magisk jumping past a Crizin who had slipped out through that door really wrote off the possibility of somebody crawling out. And while Buzz is on this A site, CT's take over lobby. They're going to come back and clear him from behind this. TSS dropping the ball has allowed Buzz to get a second kill, but luckily Monacy holds off on main. Spooky's going to kill Nico. That 15 health left over towards spawn. Bomb is in main. Could be picked up by Spooky to try to join Buzz. Everybody split up at the moment.
It's interesting their vent isn't popped yet. This actually helps out the CTs a little bit. Bit of a warning. They want to come try to defend this, but they're going to crack it open, and they get by.
Yep, they close the door in Monacy's face. They dip down to the B site. They'll plant with safety in the back of their mind. Yet to see if whether that ramp player can catch him in the transition from the plant into cover, but we've got 2 separate duels, and I know I wouldn't want to be Monacy trying to climb down that ladder.
No.
And eventually Kicksan's gonna have to push the issue, press into sight.
He's also losing time to get the secret. How's he gonna get down here?
We've got no kit. Monacy taken down. Very difficult for him to press in, and now Kicksan knows it's time limited. Eventually Buzz is going to come at this site to try to hold him back. He closes this distance. Door's still closed, now swung open. Kicksan stomping towards him. And he takes him down to 18 health.
Movement is perfect.
He gets back on that bomb with a 10-second stick needed. Kicksan gets the kill, but not with enough time. OG will pick up a 3rd pistol in this series.
That was very clutch by Buzz, hitting that vent. It's the guy who closed the door, got down the vent as well. Very smooth moves from just executing on some simple things, but just like in perfect order. Magisk pretty fortunate to get that 1 kill. This was nice from Spooky to take out Nico on a headshot angle. Honestly missed some more shots here.
Nice, Buzzy. Nice, Glowtech.
The previous massive collapse, even before Shanghai, was Paris. Remember that Vertigo game on versus Fnatic?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
The guillotine dropped.
They mentally sometimes don't recover.
We saw Falcons pull off a force buy in round 2 of Dust 2. Critical turning point to that early 9-3 half. But right now, Spooky alone in secret. It's got to be a little nervous, knowing that Nico's usually not too far off. Shadow advantage, though, on the approach. 2 players swing into him. Nico trades out Tesses and grabs the AK to try to barrel back towards B. And they're not shy about it. 5-7's gonna go down with nothing, sets up the AK for the multi, but Nico just barely can't finish off that frag.
Where's that bomb going?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. What? Crizin...
You have the whole site to yourself, sir.
And Crizin swings in?
Nobody was bothering you. Go plant.
Nikodov's trying to pick it up in the middle of the smoke while the USP spam. Confusing situation. Luckily, they've got that smoke down in front of it. They're going to double up on the single door here, Falcons, to try to finish this one off. Again, no kit on the retake. Door swing. You see him standing there. Still doesn't hit the shot. And Fiku gets that trade out from the ramp, but he's working with 5 points of health. Certainly not ideal. Couple flashbangs, but we hear that smoke pop on sight. Monacy looking for the bomb. Still yet to start the defuse.
And yeah, it didn't actually
Is he
go
not
wide.
defusing?
No, just not even going for it. No kit to work with. He's just out of there.
Did he not have 10 seconds?
I have no. I don't know why he ended up backside, but I think he had a scout, got a AK, and maybe didn't have ammo.
Okay.
So it's possible he's reloading backside on the one chance he had to peek Fiku, and then realized he just had to leave. Either way, well played from Fiku. He found this pick off as soon as his teammate dies right here, and that just allows him to escape.
On the first map, you saw Nico clap for the first time. It may be the last.
Didn't work.
That saved AK-47 for Monacy is going to have to be the hero and hope of round 3. OG's T-side on their map pick, starting off strong. There's a couple of hands for Magisk. I believe that was a Zeus. Well, then the angle would make sense. Regardless of what it wasn't long for this world. And as the Deagles ring out on the A floor, they're gonna know pistols for most, but that AK's out there. Knowing Monacy prioritized save. Whew, Buzz slams the MAC-10 into Nico. Kicksan's just gonna tuck into the tiniest of corners. There's that AK up in heaven. Back turn Dover's great, but Fiku already killed Monacy, so the AK hits the ground. Tess has the chance to pick it up, but not for long. 3-0 start, real strong.
Oh man, yeah, like OG are no longer scared of Falcons. This game has it all in the worst ways right now, because it's just like yesterday in terms of Lin Vision could have played even better and still won, and OG, they had so many issues on Dust 2 and still won, and that just makes everyone look bad, you know. I mean, they're the ones who are allowed to make mistakes. If they still win, it's incredible because it's OG. They're a team that we don't have the expectations for. Every win that they get, you know, it's obviously going to be messy. But at least they're out here showing some heart, playing to win, and trying their best.
It's a team that's really fallen out of the LAN scene in 2025, no longer a part of partnered leagues where OG were the mainstays at the likes of all the Blast events. Funny, we've also kind of stopped watching Big for the same reasons. And so OG making it here through the major qualifier in convincing fashion off the back of a just powerful Nikado's performance.
Making it to this stage. It's great. They didn't have an experience this year.
Good spam out of Nico. Does a ton of damage for Spooky to have to deal with. MAC-10 into main though. Kicksan can't hold it back.
Ooh, lots of damage, but it's OG with the kill.
Kristen's pulled off some nasty MAC-10 openings throughout these two maps. Easy pickup for the last 12 health of Spooky.
Nice.
Tess keeps the rifle work real clean. And all while Nico also got this duel versus Kriz in Outer. So those were the 3 players that gotten tagged up. They all get finished off. And the first gun round of Falcons is now a comfortable 4v2. 20 seconds, bomb in the full possession of the defense as well. Looks like OG's success has come to a halt in the 4th.
That's much more like it here. Those 2 kills from Tesses, very clean. OG have a really good gun to save though. And Nico does actually in danger of dying after time if he's not careful. Doesn't want anything to do with that duel. Kicksan's also been something of a non-factor. I gotta be honest, man, I haven't really seen him talk. It's hard to cherry pick that because you don't get to see him all the time in these rounds and the timeouts and everything, but when we do. Double push. So lots committed to lobby. This might speed up outside. Look at Spooky. He's actually already made it in through Mini.
Good trade for Kixan.
A little too fast, yep.
At least able to hold one back. You see them scrambling now, trying to take that path around red instead, using this wall of smokes. Yeesh, but they pay the price. More spam damage. Crizzen barely alive. That 1 point of health won't do much to get them down into the B site, and a very swift move from Kixan down ramp, or vent, excuse me. Just puts him right here in the open, ready for the fights. He holds. Very nicely done from Kixan. 3 kills on the round. He's the one that really put an end to the momentum of what could have been that main split. Now Crizzen just hoping he can hold on to Nikadaz's op, but 30 seconds. CT's nearby. There's no guarantee at this point. He takes a look at the site, and it's going to cost him. Nico to end this, majority alive. The Falcons CT side, it converts.
Yeah, super solid. They read the push, and they saw 2 people in Squeaky, and I think Spooky thought, here's my golden opportunity. But when they fell back a little bit, I think the CT started to get a little bit uncomfortable on the push. Spooky, maybe it was heard as he ran into the site to try to fight Kixan, and that's why the flank got watched. Not sure exactly, but there's a moment where they could have just continued forward, taken a little bit of space, but not overdone it, started to work on wrapping hell or whatever the case may be, and then really scared Falcons. But it took a lot of awareness out of Kixan, and I like how he just played this nice open angle outside the vent and lower for his next 2 kills. Looks like he's got something to say now.
It's a $300 P250 and nothing else with it. Dire situation here in round 6. But things were also dire on Dust too.
Yeah, they already got their 3 rounds, huh?
Yep. Just let it go.
You're not supposed to be choking, man. Falcons are right here.
Excuse me. You know what scares me though, as this map is going to go on, is that when I think about OG back on Dust 2, the weakest thing was just a lot of the rotates on CT side.
Yeah.
We're playing Nuke now. If that's going to end up being an issue on the defense when they inevitably get there, like setting the tempo on T side, just getting in on the attack, like that's where OG were able to thrive. And even then, they still stepped into a stack here and there. We're going to have to see this uptick in team play once the CT side starts. I don't give a damn if it's Nuke or not. Absolutely nothing to talk about here off that P250. So we're tied, 3 rounds each. But there will be no celebration from Falcons from now until the end of this series.
I dropped my money.
But honestly, again, there should be. They should be...
Agreed.
Yeah, they should be bringing up the energy every round they win.
Celebrate the small wins, because the small wins are all you have right now. Taking a look at this A site with the execute right behind it. Magis feeling uncomfortable. Utility pops inside of Hut, doesn't stop them from getting out. Magis will catch Fiku, and Nico slides down. Or excuse me, Nico gets the kill from up above, so support just all over this A site. OG thinking they were able to burst in. Ultimately, they get no entry, no success, not even a kill across the board here for OG's attempts.
Nice fast rotations, good trophy push here. They cover everything. Still 5 up for Falcons. OG, even though this round is pretty much dead, it would be very important for them to try to search out some pickoffs while the CTs are still in their default. But this raw duel will be lost by Crizzen. And now it becomes just Nikadaz once again. Last man up, and he'll at least find Kixan.
Monacy's going to deny this. Hits the closer and puts Falcons in the lead 4-3. So we get a test on that A site in terms of nades, but didn't feel like, even for a moment, that OG were going to get into that site.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Falcons look pretty solid when it comes to defending outside. Opening kills are looking good. They have their upper players rotating effectively. So OG down around and with not much investment here. Chance to stabilize for Falcons.
Again, though, running that risk of the outer cross. They're taking so much damage every time they go for it. Just working with the Tech 9s as well. You got Crizzen tagged up by Nico. Buzz just ate the brunt of that grenade. They're still looking to just group up inside of lobby and maybe unannounced hit this upper site. Nico joins forces with Magis down beneath him, sliding all the way up above hut. And Monacy's got a deep angle from ramp, so if they don't go A and instead take this one to ramp, he's got a clean duel. The jump across offsets him. 2 missed chances here for Monacy. Tech 9 start to flood out. Now he's swapping over to the USP. He does more damage with his pistol than the off. Finally able to get one of these down, but they're still just gonna flood into him. He gets the bomb delivered to his feet. Last bullet remaining in this AWP hits the mark. It's not pretty, but he holds it. And if they had anything more than Tech 9s to get that going, then I think Monacy's dead, but yeah, celebrate what you can. At least you recovered that one.
I mean, you know what they say, that a movie is just life without the boring parts. You cut out those misses, and that's a highlight.
Sure. Yeah, maybe. You're right, though, actually. This highlight, this proves it. Whoa, what a sick rappo! Yeah, Monacy! And then we take a look at his score. Oh, he's 8-2. What a recovery. Gotta keep it going. Tesses finds Fiku, who definitely had the chance at that kill. Gets the first bit of damage out. Monacy just plucks Spooky off the round, and Spooky's just been getting bullied. No space given over to him. No entry allowed for OG, so they better hope that that pistol and the conversions could end up being the majority of this half now, if they are to add any more rounds to the score. But that result on Dust 2, Falcons have already abused my trust. I was,
yeah, it's hard. We criticize them for not getting excited about little wins, but even for us, it's kind of hard to praise them when you know that nothing matters except the second half. Nothing matters. No amazing lead, no big score line, no excellent rounds, no top fragging star player performances actually matter because all their problems are mental.
We'll have to wait patiently until we get there. The closing moments of this map could still be far off. But for now, Falcons should celebrate because they've looked comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, there is the other option that they just play badly to kick the game off. I mean, that's not better. So at least they are putting into place a solid CT performance. Monacy 9-2.
Tesses ramp 9-4. Nico's been uncontested outer. He's just shooting through smokes, hasn't ever really felt uncomfortable.
Every big idea OG have had hasn't really had any traction at all. There's been a lot of 5v2 situations, so
they've tried to change it up.
Yeah. Kind of just getting fly swatted on every exec that they're putting together.
And so I want to trust that Falcons will win this map, but I still can't. I just can't. I can't trust them.
Yeah.
I want to. I really do. I prefer a world where stars of the likes of Monacy and Nico are thriving at a major. I do.
With one more star player, man, they'll never lose.
Just one more. Just one more.
Let's fucking go, boys.
I really want to trust you, Falcons. But I can't. You give me another 9-3? Well, then maybe I can forgive you. Phew. I just get the depths of hell. This site is set ablaze. But it's a whole lot of nothing. Fire, bit of smoke, some bullets through the wall. It's no real threat, no real presence from OG.
Yeah, they used a little bit of utility to try to get back a lot. Like, I mean, that's one thing fundamentally here on T side. You throw one right molly, one right flash, you can elicit, you know, $1,000, $1,500 worth of utility in response from the CT side, and they just want to do that before they go back. It looks like an upper again, maybe not. They've actually rerouted to outside.
It's been a little while since Nico's been this forward, down in secret. He's got Monacy to work with in garage.
Yeah, even though he doesn't hit the shot there, he gets some pretty good info. It's not just smokes outside with no one crossing.
Yeah. Nico's gonna know he can sit and wait, and there, all of a sudden, that pop-up, damn well worth it. So much damage here from Nico.
Wow, smoked him.
He's given him a lot of space at times, just kind of sitting back passively, shooting through smoke on the cross. This time he is much more active, pops up at the perfect moment, and just owns OG in the 10th round of play.
Yeah, all these rounds, man, they're just like 5v2, now 5v1. Sneakadaw's alone in the last round. Barely any deaths here for Falcons. So much money. Monacy on 16K.
Nice, let's go!
They're actually all almost maxed out on cash. Why is it that you can only have $16,000 in your bank account in Counter-Strike? Are the devs Danish or something?
And governments take the rest, yeah. Here we go, charge towards ramp ahead of the util. Tech9 to try and test SS. He drops fire behind him, falls back into the B site. They're not gonna let off the pedal here, storming down into B. You know OG are starting to hit that point of the game where the T side just gets desperate. But within that desperation, you can still force mistakes.
That was loud.
Nico opts to go pushing through the smoke. Kixan is in a very curious position, decides not to try to stop the plant because he doesn't want to give himself up, and that could end up costing OG. He's going to swing into Fiku, and now it's just Nikodaw's M4 in hand. He has picked up the gun given to him by that egregious Nico push. And so two players stuck up on the double doors. Nikodaws can't get it done. Monacy's gonna lay him out rifle versus rifle in the hands of op versus op. And now we're starting to see Falcons have a little bit of fun.
Close round, crazy play because it has to be fast and they just don't have much to make it a long drawn out situation. But it's this crafty moment from Kixan that seals it up, sticking in behind the door. It's a moment where if they cleared it properly, he would have been an easy target, to be honest, but he saw when they opened that door, they were going to forget about it. And it looked scary for a moment when Nico died here, but to save the day.
Nice! Let's go! Lautum flash always works.
Mad just having fun. Dodging these outer nades, Nico swinging into it. Clean with the headshot on Spooky. What's fun is that Nico, who played a lot of this half behind the smokes, ever since he's starting to prod beyond them, has been coming out with kills. But TessS is going to drop the ball over towards the ramp room. And OG, who flooded down to that B site a round ago with Tech9s, look to do it again. So Falcons think. The reality is it slows down as Krizen lurks out through the garage smoke. Nikodaws to lead a charge back into the A floor. What's the resistance? One player towards main, off in hand. Monacy, clean kill to Fiku, gets blocked off. No vision at least. And this is OG looking for a plant at a man disadvantage. 3 rounds started this half. Pistol, full conversions. Falcons have not looked in the rear view mirror since. And one final test of an otherwise flawless CT side. Smoke grenade denies Buzz most of his vision, and it's enough to get him to reposition here. Dude, Nikados is going for this wrap around heaven, but that kind of banks on Buzz, keeping them off of the bomb site long enough so that he doesn't have to make sound. Still, nobody's tapped that bomb. Nikados could be the guy that saves it all again. Quick execution, 2 kills deep, and they'll end it. A 4th round added to the tally, a sign of life for OG late. Surely now the Falcons fans can take a sigh of relief. Mo, they may have gone down 2 best-of-1s yesterday. They may have had a 9-3 lead thrown back over on Dust 2, but now a comfortable CT side on Nuke, right? Should be enough to believe that the comeback... When does the comeback start?
When does the comeback start?
And when I mean comeback, I mean from the 0-2 scoreline as they run towards playoffs.
This is literally the last chance for Falcons to save everything.
This is it.
This half.
Right now.
They're up 8-4. That looks good to some people, but they were up 9-3 on the last map. They've had many leads.
Right here, right now.
It's time to win.
Looking for their first pistol round win of the series. Fiku's got other ideas as he shuts TSS out of this one. Krizen and Nikados.
Oh,
that's a slaughter.
Listen, we don't need Falcons to win this series, but we do need them to win a map at this major.
Yeah, do we?
Yeah. I'm going to be brave enough to say that we all want to at least see them win a map. maybe they're thinking just too far in the future, you know? Let's start with a map. Uh-oh. Oh, this is going to be so annoying, you know? You're sitting on the other side of this.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, you know, they're having so much fun. They're going to be soaking this up. They're going to be dancing on your graves. Oh. And every time you let them win a round like this, they're only going to get more amped.
You know? Falcons were winning all sorts of rounds at the end of that first half. Yet to win a pistol, they go for the full save here, Falcons.
Yeah, no bomb plan.
It's crazy, though, that we were going from a world where people were saying, yeah, Falcons are going to win this major, to now, yeah, Falcons are going to win a map in Austin. Hoorah.
Potentially.
Maybe. As they are only 3 rounds in the lead on this map. A map picked by OG, and a map where OG have a CT side to play out. Now, there were some missed rotations on the CT side of Dust 2. It was one of the criticisms we had for OG. Definitely a part of their play that left something to be desired. It felt like Falcons were kind of outmaneuvering them.
It's just that CT side. Like, it's going to be a bit easier now.
Yeah.
Like, their T sides are, like, not good enough, but their CT sides, I think they're a little scarier. So on the merit of aim, we see them keep up.
Crizin going to make quick work of that top main Zeus drop. Classic. Nets them nothing. And as they run it down towards ramp, they will be given a swift reminder of what OG planned to do to them.
Here's the reality of the situation. If Nico and Monacy play well and Kixen has great calls, they win this map. It's that simple.
Sure.
Everything else is supporting elements, and the supporting elements are doing just fine. When it comes to the responsibility, the reason you get all the glory when you win, if you're those guys, same reason you get a lot of the criticism if it all falls apart. We've also got some coach timeouts that could potentially help here. We say all that, and Falcons are in the lead. So let's kick off this T-side rifle and see if they can give us something to talk about.
Something positive.
And it starts with Monacy having a great game now, and it starts with him beating out Nikados, because Nikados got way too many kills versus him on Dust 2.
Well, down goes Nico, so...
Oh, that's a crazy first kill to get on a round like this. It's supposed to be a brand new day for Falcons. To get Nico. The guy they know is alone outside every round.
Yep.
First.
Always. Now this quick move towards ramp, shut down by Buzz and Nikados. That op is mobile.
They got mopped.
From garage to ramp in an instant. We said Nico and Monacy have to play well, and Kixen needs to call well. And those 3 things will lead to a win. Well, Monacy and Nico are playing well. Rotates were solid back on the CT side for Falcons. But Nico dies first in this round. Can't offer us anything in the face of that op. And that was a very clean angle for Nikados. Garage to bottom silo. Nothing obscuring his vision.
Nice one, Nikados.
Nothing holding them back. He is mobile. He is in the thick of it. From the Nico kill to the ramp hold, Nikados mobile. And don't you dare let him off his leash, because this is a record-setting Nikados in Austin.
That's right. Great spot here for Buzz. Nikados, great rotation. And that 5v4. Mentally, man, taking out Nico. He's a guy who's going to be calming throughout like the mid-rounds as well. He's such a big find on, he's finding a ho-oh basically early on in the game. That's essentially what it's like in Meridian City or something, on your way to the end. It's like, you catch him outside, yeah, you're probably going to win the round.
It's easier said than done to keep doing it. Gonna need consecutive shutdowns. These pistols are getting uncomfortably close to the A site for OG. Fiku's gonna have to lock down Hut. Luckily, Crizin gets wind of it. There's still one player to test main. Good spray from Fiku. Spooky comes out with it. Not one player falters.
Don't tell me this game's tied already.
OG tie this up in convincing starts to the CT half. Versus the pistol round, it was nothing. The first gun round, no entries. And even these half buys out of the Falcons camp find no openings. Dare I say it, there is nothing so far. Early on, sure, there is nothing so far in this T side to be proud of.
Too much pressure right now. Falcons call a timeout here to talk about what they can do. One T side call fails because Nico dies outside before a smoke plumes. Okay, you got to be able to move on swiftly from that. I couldn't even go ahead and tell you what they should do next because it's still right now blank canvas. They still haven't really shown anything that they want to try to do on T side. They haven't brought rounds close here. They have all the options in the world. This could be an upper pop if it's a crazy kicksand call. It could be a outer play if they want to play it slower because they feel like they're the better team and they can draw it out. They have the utility to do it. They know OG have the money as well. Have at it, kicksand. Whatever you'd like.
Drop into the backside. We get the util out through Squeaky. Bit of pressure here, but doesn't feel like the CT's kind of jumped the gun in response. Crazy angle for Nikodas. He peels back.
It's going to be a good nade. 23. Tesses hops back from that.
Yeah, could have been worse. Tesses reeling away. Buzz, what's your move?
Yeah, Buzz looks a little undecided. Gotta be careful of the noise you make as a ramp player.
m0NESY and Magisk waiting out in Trophy.
We don't have the early sort of escort of Nico into Secret on this round. Krizen's just watching for a mini wrap.
Man, they plays,
what?
man.
They just push Squeaky?
Yep. I mean, when the map feels so quiet, some teams would turn into a shell of themselves. OG instead get active, and even though you shut down the one-player Squeaky, you still have Nikodas up here in the op.
And Krizen can actually come in to mini, so Nikodas can stand here. Oh, but he still dies.
Kicksand rips his head off. Finally a chance for Falcons to really then take it that much further because there's no defense inside A site. You've got a player up in heaven soon, but the fire keeps Buzz out of this. It was very much banking on Nikodas. He had a duel queued up, but Kicksand hits a killer headshot. Peeks into the well-prepared, scoped op of Nikodas and blasts him.
Yeah, and Buzz will now start to walk away. That is so important out of Kicksand because, to be honest, that position was great for Nikodas.
Huge entry.
He just got outgunned straight up. Had to be an instant headshot, and it was for Kicksand. He delivered.
Could still be cost effective though. Krizen, how many are you gonna bring with you? There's one down. Then the other pitch from bottom silo. Oh God.
So expensive. 1v1 in the end.
Can he get the op? Where is it?
He can't find it.
Oh no. No.
Oh.
Can't find the op.
Wow. Okay, well that's a great save situation here for OG.
To hell with the guns though. At least it's a round win for Falcons. At least it's a round win.
That's true.
But by God, look at the limitations. I'm already looking at 3 Galils on the field.
I love to see a push like this from OG. I thought they were going to sit and wait for the exact to come in.
Oh, team kill.
I see.
Didn't notice that in the moment.
Kill speed's crazy.
Look at that, 3 Galils.
Hey, is this a must-win round now for Falcons?
It's starting to feel like one. Just the nature of the money, and you know,
I love the aggressive move here from OG. You're putting pressure on a team that doesn't have all the utility to clear everything out, but they did get a lot here. They still managed to.
They're going to drop a smoke as if Buzz isn't in front of it. In a round where we just had Falcons having 2 players postured inside Trophy.
They're going to go forward with this upper pop.
They're going to try to keep this one simple. What's it look like from the site? We've got a Heaven player ready to go. Spooky trying to climb boxes.
Krizen's up in Heaven.
Big emphasis out of Hut. That Hut push works very well. Nobody actually had a line of sight on the Hut exit. They do activate the flank fast, though. Buzz is quicker than m0NESY could have anticipated. Tesses stuck down in the corner, catches off the player above him, and the retake is very much inbound. Magisk is burned out of the play. How is he going to stop this defuse? They've got to get on the bomb now because soon that fire's going to fade. Now Magisk can come at this. Buzz down to 2 seconds. Magisk doesn't stop him though, and that's a 9th for OG.
Yeah, take that AK and get out of there because that's really important for the money. He would have come into this just under $4,000. OG win around here off a quick retake. A decent hold, but it's that trophy push early that allowed Krizen to get up in Heaven. They started through ramp, so really good move again for OG. And solid play from Buzz.
And even though Krizen doesn't hold Hut and Spooky ends up dying with just the 1 kill, if he even got the 1, doesn't matter. The retake was there, and he at least, like you said, set up Buzz.
You're right, though. No one watching Hut for a second.
Scary.
Chance. So, again, teetering here. Falcons economy, and Nikodas hits that.
Not the first time Nico goes down with nothing.
Oh, Buzz can't fall back.
Buzz trying to draw them in. Here comes the support, but they clear it. 2 kills in from Falcons is much needed. And with fire in front of Nikados, he can do nothing. Slide out from Spooky. How brazen.
Yeah, he wanted to cheat to the back of the site, but they went down quickly. 2v3 now.
Falcons follow forward. m0NESY on a quarter health. CT is making noise over towards single. Did Fiku just smoke himself off?
I'm not sure.
His smoke's the one in the doorway. So he smokes single, then has to reroute around the vents. Meanwhile, Nikados taking a glimpse at the site, hasn't actually found anything just yet. We've got Magisk sitting up in the rafter, now found out. And so Nikados has also been spotted.
It's perfect.
But doesn't kill him. 3 health he survives with. And so Falcons, even though they lose Nico in the opening outer bout, just go right into ramp with conviction. And we had 2 defenders inside that ramp room that both go down with nothing.
Little damage was cool. Buzz stayed alive for a little bit of time, but his first rotator coming in, not getting anything, and him, that's it. Oh, one more death. And just majority deaths, you know, makes things just permanently expensive here for Falcons, but ultimately, again, they win the round. That was such a great shot from Nikados as well to make it a 5v4. Second time he's taken out Nico on a gun round here in the second half.
That was a naded Magisk down to 3 health that got the double door stopped. Zonic uses his second pause of play. A nice collection of proactive moves from OG, but if either of those ramp players can hold back Falcons, then this one looks better for them. Trying to keep that cost of all these round wins that Falcons have managed to pull out. Keep that money as low as possible. It's less than $2,000 surplus for the Falcons players. They come back in with that fully fleshed out buy. Frag to interrupt the cross. Good thing Nico decides not to jump it.
Yeah. No more mistakes out here, man. He's not had a good time in this second half.
They're still looking for him.
Find the safe. Cross is an early entrance into Secret. We've seen Nico, well, not really attempt it or just died a little earlier, so we didn't know if he would plan to get here, but this just opens the map up so much more. If they want to go for ramp now, then they have a secret connection. If they want to take it back to Mini on a lurk, that's where Nico can really flex his IQ in terms of his solo lurks. They go for the squeaky push once again.
This time looking a little more tucked.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous here for Falcons if they're not careful about this, but they've seen the squeaky push before.
But also, Nikados is covering it, right? Yeah, exactly. So Magisk comes around to clear that corner. Oh, okay, this is the same kind of thing that set up the Buzz flank.
If you smoke it behind you, it gives you, there's just nothing else to clear is the thing.
Sure.
So it's a gimmick, but all right, even if they're watching it, yeah.
Magisk loses the head-to-head. Luckily, TeSeS right there to trade it. That's half of TeSeS down, though. Nikados playing with an op back A, and that secret push from Nico. Wait, the single door play.
He didn't see this?
Did neither of them notice? They're gonna drop right down, and they catch him off. Prison gets both. He's still cleared out as m0NESY's the third piece of Falcons to drop down beneath, and the Raptors player gets his. 5 health for m0NESY, who's gonna need an act of God to pull this one out of the hat. 10 seconds in a 1v3.
No, that's
and with
it.
low money, he has to consider options. He has to concede this. OG stuffed them in the vents.
Okay, sanity check here. Crizzen is the one who saw Nico peeking out from the vent first and didn't notice it.
Right.
Then he walked back into the vent. Nico hadn't seen him either and just ran back into him.
Yes.
That's the kind of situation that we're seeing in a lot of these rounds. This one comes up all OG because of Crizzen in this very moment. Just a bit more clutch.
TeSeS has a knife out. That's how he gets the second one.
Yeah.
TeSeS has a knife in hand.
I mean, Nico did not clear that side. He didn't. I'm not sure how, because we'd have to go back a couple seconds and see why was Crizzen there on decon steps. Nico had no idea he could be there at all. If he was just waiting there for so long, he didn't think to clear it. I'm not sure. But either way, there was a big blind spot that got used against Falcons. They've got no more timeouts left. The score is 10-10.
Oh my God. It's 5 non-consecutive round wins back and forth. It's been slowly chipping away at the Falcons' money, and if OG put this 11th on the board, then it's a desperate state for Falcons.
They've kept them poor this whole half.
You could damn well be watching the beginning of the end of Falcons in Austin, folks. Crizzen versus Nico again. Shadow advantage won't make the difference. Fire beneath Spooky. Oh, that's desperate.
But it's just the cross here. This opposite vent molly, that kill from Nico, they can really take speed.
Catching him with a nade out.
Nice.
Very comfortable state now for Falcons. Already multiple players down secret. Already Magisk on the brink of this B site. And it looks like OG are going to have to concede it.
Yeah, unless they're going to all triple up and try to get down the ramp now.
No way. Falcons, they've got to let it go. OG have to let it go.
Such a huge moment for Falcons because, well, Nico gets his kill. Clean at 5 alive. It's the first time their economy gets stabilized, and here it's one to take it at 11 to 10. 3 players saved for OG is a great sign, but at least now Falcons can't lose one round and then instantly lose the game. It's a great kill.
Much needed. Been a lot of shenanigans for OG going on around that squeaky door. Terrorists win. Falcons decide to take a chunk out of it early.
That's what we get out of Nico when he can advance outside. So they might need Nikodas to be the one to try to hunt him down. But for Falcons, it's going to be really important that Nico keeps finding new ways to get into the mix outside. The last timeout for OG will now be used. Looks like it was just a quick word.
I don't have Molly, Spooky. Can we double a Jihad actually, in case they do Gamer Legend? Let's fucking go.
Been very impressed with OG's ability to take these really slow moments in the middle round and still push. Not worried about it, ready to take a risk.
Just can't let that confidence fade out, or else Falcons will notice.
Let's see if the upper pop's going to come in again. Kicksand loves to call them late into a game when it seems unlikely.
You've already got Tesses up on top of main. Nikodas getting aggressive. Monis is on the ankle.
Perfect crosshair placement.
Just laser beams him, and he gets himself a second as well. But in the middle of that, Spooky pushes Lobby. It started to look like a recovery, but Monis is on a tear. Triple kill in round 22. The kid was absent in Austin, and all of a sudden, a critical juncture, he steps up again.
Oh, finally a good map here from Monacy. They've absolutely crushed.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
While this map isn't over, you have certainly kicked OG in the gut with this one. Already coming into this round with limitations in utility. Didn't have all the incendiaries they would have hoped for. Now they will have very little to work with, and Falcons the smallest sigh of relief. It's 12.
It's 12. 2 good rounds back to back. It's like just a kill and then the right follow through and just enough tempo and the right players getting kills. And here we are. Falcons get a 12th round. And it's also a round now OG are the ones who are in money trouble. Won't be seeing an op for Nikodas next round. Maybe Falcons can beat OG.
Maybe. Monacy felt like he had a read on this constant pressure in through lobby or ramp. How many times now have OG? It's something that we were singing their praises for, but they step up to the plate. Monacy swings back. Very nice POV. Head on a swivel there from Monacy, stepping up when he has to. Like you said, limitations. We get a couple MP9s. OG not done yet. Be a fool to write him off, but here we go over towards that ramp room. Big charge, and it's while they're boosting. Pulse from up above.
Only one kill between the two of them.
The fact Nicolas goes down with nothing, he thought they'd have that extra second, but it is already a full force Falcons flooding into the B site. Spooky's gonna catch Kicksan, trying to climb over the control panel.
They're scared, they want to fight him.
Bomb's getting planted, Spooky's serving up a distraction. Fiku's ready to go. Kristen swings the double doors, but he's met by smoke. And at that same moment, Falcons put another smoke down in front of the windowsill. It is half health on 2 of the 3 Falcons players. It is desperate acts of spray through smoke as OG just try to get some early damage in before the retake is needed. Just barely on the brink of spamming that player off top silo. Falcons absolutely push to their limits, but they will break through on a T side. A map win in Austin is all they've got so far.
First one to keep Falcons' heads just about above the water. They bend, but they don't break on this ground of Nuke, which means we do need a third to decide who will be going home here in Austin. Thank God Monacy comes alive on this map debris, because without him, might have been a different story.
They needed him on Dust too. He did not show up, but he definitely did on Nuke. I mean, he still wasn't the Monacy that we know, but he definitely played way better, and that could just show, and that's also why Falcons got over the finish line this one.
It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that Falcons have lost 3 maps in a row. 3 maps in a row for the first time in forever, where Monacy hasn't performed, and then the first time he steps up, the first time he finds impact, the first time he's looking like the old Monacy is also the first time Falcons is winning. Now, what worries me a little bit, outside of the fact that Falcons obviously won a lot of pressure as well, that it takes Monacy to play that well. Falcons are supposed to be a much better team. They're supposed to be able to win almost with Monacy having an average game, but that's not the case right now. It does feel like it come down to this young man, that when he's showing up, when he's having moments like you're watching right now on your screen, Falcons can win, Falcons can play good Counter-Strike, but they rely a lot on Monacy right now.
I'm way more confident watching Monacy rifle right now than I am him AWPing. It seems like he just has lost a little bit of that confidence in his AWPing, and that is his like esque weapon. Like that's what we know him for. So for him to picking up the rifle maybe could also be a thing going forward, obviously in this series, because I would rather have Monacy be on the rifle to maybe change a bit of your game plan to have him deliver instead of having him up the AWP and not delivering.
Yeah, would you agree with that sentiment?
I probably would, because he's so goddamn good with the rifle.
Yeah.
I think we've seen Monacy involved the past year, I'd say so, to become a world-class rifler as well. He was always good with the rifle, but it was always clear that his AWPing was better and slightly more consistent. I think these days, we're almost at a point where, just like with Saivu, we can have the case that if Monacy were to play with, let's say, Saivu or someone, he could pick up a rifle and be as efficient. He's so goddamn good, so I don't disagree with that point.
The pressure was on from the word go, undoubtedly, but it reached exponential levels when we got into the latter stages of this game. And round number 20, you branded this yourself, Japri, as one of the most pivotal moments in the entire map.
I think this just shows that Counter-Strike comes down to timings, and it comes down to being lucky. We see that Nico has actually gone into vents, and he's been snuck down from Secret one of the rounds where he actually was capable of doing it. And he actually gets to get a try and get some information, doesn't spot Kristen. I don't think Kristen sees it. He calls the team to dive down vents to just all of a sudden lead Kristen that no one was expecting. And that just showcases that, yeah, sure, you might have had the right idea, but the fact that Kristen was here unnoticed just completely fosses around.
It's a game of details. I don't think Kristen saw him either. You know, Kristen wouldn't push in towards the vents if he did, and maybe he did, to be fair. We had a slow-mo clip of it as well, where we can barely see it, you know, with the X-ray on. We're not quite sure if he saw him or not, but it's a game of details. And at that point, when it became 10-9, you know, I thought OG was going to have it. They had money, you know, you had Falcons being on low money as well, but seemingly the issue for OG, and let's be honest as well, they could not convert 2 rounds in a row. They could win 1 round, then they lose the next one. Then they win a round, then lose the next one. And CT side economy, when you do that, Peter, they were screwed.
Yeah. That's the thing you could just see with the round distribution at the bottom of our screen, right? You know, OG starting off that first half with flying colours, and it goes a little bit back and forth, and finally Falcons manage to put 2 rounds back-to-back, which is round 22, which comes off the back of Monacy opening it up. That was just the tail of the map, right? The fact that Monacy could step up. So much impact for Falcons.
He needed to step up, and the fact that he gets double kill off the pushy on ramp, they were so aware that OG wanted to constantly try and push lobby. It was like OG wanted to finish the game in style. They wanted to finish on what we know that they're good at. But Falcons also expected it. So the way that he just gets this triple kill from turning a point where he has not been showing up to him to doing this, we need to see more of that going to map 3. But obviously, it's not just enough that Monesi does it. Sure, he needs to be that guy that pulls through. But the rest of the team also has to do it.
Yeah, and that's a point I want to bring up here as well. Monesi was only involved in 2 opening duels. One he lost, and in round 22 he got his first opening kill in the entire matchup. As much as we speak about Monesi playing better here, I think he slowly but surely grew into the game. But that's not a Monesi playing with confidence. No. Monesi's not involved in only 1 opening duel up until round 22 if he's feeling it. Then he's out there seeking, he's out there poking, he's out there poaching. And that's not the Monesi we see right now. And especially when you consider, Freya, that we're heading into Mirage, which is a map where Monesi normally is involved in everything.
And that's the thing, Monesi without confidence, that's not 2 words, or 3 words rather, but we use in a sentence very often, right? This is an uncharacteristic miss from Monesi. Great to see him, putting some numbers on the board as we moved into that second map.
I'm curious to see if this is just the thing that's gonna get him over that line, where he lost some confidence. Now he's regained it by actually being so pivotal in their victory on Nuke. Surely going forward to third map and Mirage, a map that requires you to also be very mobile, where you can go so many different ways. He can be like, taking control of B apartments, he can be floating around mid, but also having a really good performance on the A-bomb side. It's going to be very pivotal for them to moving forward. But then at the same time, I feel like OG went into the trap, a little bit of the ambush that Lars Robbel talked about coming into this one, where they won the first map, now they went into second map. They actually, okay, now we can actually beat Falcons. We're up 1-0. Now I'm so curious to see if OG is going to be falling back into a role where they, again, don't feel like they're the favorite, or what's going to happen.
It's a good question. It's a very good question. I can't help to feel that OG really had a decent shot here in Nuke, and you kind of missed that opportunity. And mentally, it's hard for a team when you do such a good job winning the first map. You remain competitive in the second, but you're up against the overpowered Falcons. You're up against Nico. You're up against Monesi. You're supposed to lose. So was that the one chance they had in this matchup to close it out, or can they pull it off on Mirage as well and make it competitive?
I don't know whether we can just run the winners' reactions just one more time, because it wasn't, elation like we're seeing on the side of some of these teams. It's more like you're breathing a sigh of relief, which is understandable, because it's like, holy hell, elimination was just right in front of us. We dodged that bullet, but we got to dodge it one more time.
They're aware of that. They have their backs against the wall. They know that they are facing elimination, and it's not over yet. Like, they still have one more map to go. But for me, right now with Falcons, it's not so much how they do it and how it looks. It's more about that need to get it done. Like, they need to get this victory out on the board. And if they can convert this one in going into the matches tomorrow, then I think we're going to see a Falcons that has now been like, okay, now we got a bit of the nerves out of the system. Now we're actually in a position where we got that first win that we've been looking so much for.
I totally agree with that. When you said that, I'm just thinking to myself, I kind of want to make a ballsy statement and say I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons is in a week and a half in a quarterfinal or in a semi-final at the major. I know we're dangerously close to them being pushed out right here, but we've seen that with FaZe before. We've seen that with other teams before. I think there was last time we were at a major here in America as well. Some team, Cloud9, also went 0-2 and ended up winning the entire thing. So I feel like there's been a precedent where we've seen it before, and I agree with you. If Falcons can survive this horrible start that it's been to their major, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in a semi-final in a week and a half. Let's
talk a little bit about Mirage. That will be the decider between these 2 teams. And yeah, I mean, coming into this, you kind of put it perfectly, Jacob. Like, OG, they had it in the palm of their hands. They had the opportunity to close it out. Do you think that was it? That was a chance that you had, and now it's going to be swiped away from you?
Everything inside me tells me yes, I think so. I think Monesi stepped up a little bit right here. Again, not a full confidence Monesi, not being involved in a lot, but he will definitely show that on Mirage. It's his playground. Nico, usually a player as well that likes the freedom on Mirage, and I think overall Falcons is a strong team on the map on Mirage as well. So yes, as much as I've been impressed with OG in this matchup, and even in stage 1 when they played well, I feel like they had that one shot, they had that opportunity, and unfortunately for them, they weren't there to capitalize.
I just want Monesi to just bring what he just did, and maybe even more, maybe just let go of all the things and just play like a little bit more like puckish style, It feels like they feel themselves a little bit too limited. Like, they want to try and play so perfect that they kind of forget how good they are as Counter-Strike players. And if they can just like be unleashed in some sense and just be mobile like we know he is, and going for all the aggressiveness that he's so good at, then I'm in a position where I feel like that OG should be worried that m0NESY just had a good game coming into the third one.
All I saw leading up to this major for Falcons as well was m0NESY highlights on Mirage from Pucks, you know, when he was playing Face It, when he was juking out. I've seen the most ridiculous rifle work. I've seen him have the most ridiculous sequence, on the map of Mirage. So when you're saying play more like a Puck style, play more like you're feeling comfortable, then Mirage is the map for m0NESY to do that. So I fully agree with that, Peter, and I hope that right now Nico is telling it to him. I hope Kixen is giving him the freedom, and I hope Sonic is also allowing m0NESY to do whatever the hell he wants.
And what we're watching on the screen right now is that the assistant coach Max on the right hand side, he's actually having a conversation with m0NESY as of right now. He's probably informing him because Max has been preparing third map coming into the series because you're not always certain what third map is going to be. So he's definitely going to tell him like, so what is the tendencies of Nikodos? Like, where can he actually get openings? What can he do to go in and disrupt OG's game plan? You know, it's something that's often overlooked is how important the work behind like the staff is also coming into these type of games, that they can do the preparation and that they will inform their players. And m0NESY is in a position where he can be like, I don't need that because I just need to unleash myself, or he can actually go into a position where the information that he just gotten off will actually try and elevate my game.
That was a question I was going to pose to you because Falcons, it's no secret that they have quite the staff around the team as well. Because we got to catch up with Lars beforehand, is there anything that he would typically do with the team if, you know, you find yourself in those high-pressure situations, you've just come off of a game where you had to pour everything into it and you've still got one more map? Is there anything that he typically does with the team to make sure they've got a good headspace, I guess, coming into things?
I think Lars usually doesn't have much of a saying when the game actually starts. He does more of the work before and after the game. So in the middle of the game, it will often be Sonic in this case, and also Max, and like, so the coaching team will be the one that has the bigger say, and also the in-game leader. So I think that Lars is obviously, if there's something to be touched upon, or maybe he's just going to go in and say like, guys, I told you we could do this, or whatever it could be, like to bring some kind of confidence. That is what his ideal role would be, other than just making sure that they are hydrated and have kind of a snack so they feel energized.
Credit to OG for pushing it to a third map. I believe Falcon's major run starts right here, right now, with a convincing Mirage win.
Are you sold on that snake all over there?
This was the first step in a very long run, but I'm confident that Falcons is going to take this 2-1.
Well, it's going to be Mirage to settle the score between OG and Falcons, one of which will be going home here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
last time we were in America for a Counter-Strike major, Cloud9 went 0-2 in their opening stage and went on to win. The miracle in Massachusetts, they call it. Well, here we are, Falcons 0-2, and Jacob said back on that desk that he thinks their major starts now. It's their first map win. They've gone ahead and done it. They've proved at the very least they can win a map in Austin. Mirage, do you anticipate, Mohan, Falcons following through and winning out this series?
If you look at Falcons Mirage, they play super elite teams consistently on this map. They play Vitality like 3 times in their head-to-head. Like, the only reason that even happens is because they go so deep in tournaments that they get to play against them in playoffs. These are real difficult matches that they win on. It's sort of an asymmetry when it comes to their TNCT side versus OG, but in terms of the level of competition here, it is apples to oranges, not even close. But we've talked this into the ground. It doesn't seem like that seems to matter right now. The question is just whether or not Falcons will play well in general. So, yeah, they should win Mirage. Yeah, they are great on it. Yeah, they have wins versus all the best teams in the world on it. But this is a major. So that's the one asterisk that we've got going on here for the Falcons. And at least they turned a strong start into a win back on Nuke. They even ended with a couple of good I thought it was just going to be, I thought they were going to lose. Game got tied up, got close in the end. Too many crazy situations that OG ended up winning. But they didn't. And Monacy had a great highlight, second to last round. Tons of X factor towards the end of the game. You know, that's the G2 way. And, well, they took the players out of G2. They haven't taken the spirit.
Even had that Nico clean main entry as well, so he didn't numerically get as high up that board as Monacy did in the end, but it felt like you got it. Those 2 round-winning moments from what should be tournament-winning superstars. It all ends here for someone. Mirage, the graveyard of either OG and Falcons. Get a strong utility set over top of the A site for the execute. No immediate follow through. Tesses is the first death of map 3. We've got a lot of bodies here for the defense. No response back yet from the T's. Falcons, they're not finding it until Kixan gets his first. Magisk collects a kill as well. They know the triple player's low. They're going to try to force that fight while the other 2 CTs remain smoked off. How the hell has Spooky survived this? He comes out with the last 2 kills.
Oh, he's on 25 health.
And they have still yet to win a pistol in this series.
Yo, no kidding, man. They actually get crushed on these pistols, too. That was one of the closer pistols that we've seen.
How did Spooky not die here?
Because he's an apparition. It's in the name. He disappeared. They couldn't find him. He vanished.
They knew where he was. They just couldn't connect. No bomb plant, but a force buy regardless. Falcons come out with upgraded pistols. Healthy belt of util here for Kixan. Falcons still the betting odds favorite. Would have loved to have seen how skewed those odds were when Falcons were leading 9-3 map 1.
Yeah, this was like, it's like a 5-1 game, you know, on paper. It's just like, it'd be even worse if it wasn't for yesterday.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I don't know how Falcons could lose this map. That's not even a joke. Like, this would be the craziest upset in their head-to-head, like, ever.
Yeah.
Just period. Just this map alone. They couldn't ask for better whetstones to practice against to prepare for this one matchup after 2 maps of warm-up.
Buzz burning out, gets smashed by the Desert Eagle. This is a sudden pop out onto the A side at 30 seconds. And for an OG that felt no test anywhere else on the map, they almost look like they got caught off guard by this. Smokes go down to just follow suit, making it very awkward. Everybody just kind of lost in these smokes. Such a choke point here inside jungle, but it's starting to get clawed back to the OG favor.
They gave him back.
Eventually, the ticket player's going to get active here. Modesty unable to get anything with his deagle. So much damage racking it up. I mean, that pistol had plenty of chances. Nico, that bomb, not quite for him, and so everybody gets killed on the Falcon side. The bomb plant, all they end up walking away with. For a second there, it got scary for OG. But they'll find the retake, 2 kills through the smoke. Sure, you get the plant, but OG then just choked him out.
It kind of looked like Nikadas said, all right, let's go back through the connector smoke when they came out at first, and that was actually the right call. They could give them the space there, but they got to let the smokes come up so that there's nowhere to hide. You don't want someone just walking out behind a connector smoke as the CT started the retake too early. So they made sure to like create a perimeter, then come back in, and it comes down to just a second or two, but they're close enough to know they can pull that off. So nice and organized. They have, I think if there's one good thing to say about OG, it's been some of the retakes. Oh, wow, that was crispy. That was crispy.
Modesty looking for a second victim. Nico's round made a little more difficult. There's not a single AK on the field here for Falcons. They've gone quad Galils, low nades. And luckily for them, they kick it off with that Modesty kill. But yeah, the Molly doesn't hit the opposite side of boxes. Just blame it on the new incendiary.
Nico didn't spot this bottom mid. It looks like he's going to take a peek, but Spooky's going to crawl up.
Oh, the timing on that is disastrous. Nico hits the 92 damage dink on the attempted climb up. Nico losing track of it all. He's got a teammate to come help. Kicksand trying to bail him out. Tessa's down from beneath this, and Falcons this time look to have saved the day. Very messy affair going down in middle for an OG that we were singing their praise back on Nuke for getting active as a CT side in the middle of those rounds, those lobby prods. And this time they sign up for a mid-fight that just let Falcons draw it all back. That incendiary hadn't missed, and Nico got flushed out from behind boxes. You think they would have ever risked pushing to the top of mid?
Yeah, it's hard to say even what the adjustment would have been. It's almost more awkward, maybe that way. And Fico here at the MP9 into the M4. No, doesn't even grab it. Could have just picked that up. Well, gets naded towards him, actually. How much of a hunt down do you want to go for here, Falcons? Some of the saves have been expensive versus OG. But that's a very good round still out of Falcons. The only unlucky part was Modesty just switching to his bomb as he was turning around. But like, it's not like he was switched and standing out there the whole time and throwing a nade or anything like that. He was just on the way out, so it's like just a perfect timing. But that still only ends up being the 1 kill.
And it comes after this excellent opening scout shot. We get this flood of a triple kill between the Falcons members.
Yeah, and they help out Nico quite well. I mean, they get out of underpass, they get out of top mid at the same time.
Yeah, no, that was never a comfortable round for Nico from start to finish. Enough teammates nearby to save him. Nico does up into the ladder room. Falcons walk it out top middle again.
Coming for Chrism.
He's got that ladder support though. He tries to lean out. He'll win the duel versus Modesty first. Second servings made easy, and Nikadas position, almost caught him off. Kicksand, great recovery with this double kill.
Ducked underneath it.
Trying to join up with Magisk so that they can split into the B site. That's gonna lead Nico back towards Cat. A triple from Kicksand. Spooky trying to contend on the opposite side of the flames, and finally Kicksand dropped. Magisk trades out. We've got a Buzz 1v2 queued up at 35 seconds. Long journey for that bomb to come climb in.
Magisk is watching the smoke, but only on the corner of it. He jumps out, Skadoodle here. Buzz with an MP9 has to get something crazy going.
Oh, tries to flood into the bench, but Magisk able to lock that down. Kicksand's got a reason to celebrate. Awesome 3K from his behalf.
No kidding, especially because of where Chrism was playing. It would be easy to forget that someone could be holding from the top of the ladder room, and he comes right underneath this spray to answer back to the 2 kills that Chrism got.
And a snap over to Fiku as well.
It's the most energetic we've seen him.
Ooh,
Disturbed.
Falcons summoning demons, doing whatever they have to get this win over. But it's a freebie after the fact. USP's here. They're on the wrong bomb site. Who was that? Growling.
I think it was Zonic.
Oh, yeah?
He is a human bear. Is Monacy trying to go SSJ4? Mad just being a funny guy.
Wouldn't put it past him. Nico, yeah, that is just versus USPs, but it was very slick. A sign of what's to come, perhaps, if he's allowed to tear up OG on map 3.
Credit to OG for making it this far.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And this map isn't over, but I'm just saying it's not going to be easier than Nuke just because it's Mirage.
Talking about them like they're dead in the water, Launders.
Yeah. I am.
You look confident. No one else can see you, but you look confident.
Yeah. What about it?
3-2 the lead for Falcons. Guns back out of the OG squad. Been a lot of early mid plays out of Falcons so far. Testament to the confidence of taking those fights.
Oh, gee, they're no Lin Vision, okay?
Okay.
But yeah, I think there was a point where Mirage felt like the one of the 3 easier maps, but just because of the frequency of the play at the top level, it's just not. It's just not. And as common as the map is, it's just still so dynamic.
May have lost the first death inside that apartment, but Kristen is able to at least get out. Cost him a lot of utility to do it, but at least he's standing. We hit a minute. Window gets smoked out. Tess stays underpass. We'll see that late activation on him once Nico goes and joins everybody else. And I don't know about you, but that A defense isn't looking too tight. Buzz floating around in jungle has a lot to handle on his own.
No one in ticket means Buzz, well, he's got his work cut out for him.
Nico just chucked out that bottom con smoke.
It's a bit late to be at this position. 2 in B, 1 pushing top mid. And Buzz, here comes the peak. Good night. Lights out.
Insta headshot for Monacy, his second kill of the map. Tess is able to get out from underpass. So, I mean, in terms of the motion here, everything has gone very smoothly for Falcons. Nico puts down that con smoke. The smoke fades in Palace. They walk out to 0 resistance. Instant headshot. This round win, I feel like you could see it from a mile away.
Yeah, they're just 10 times better already. Double B push here. Tessus on the exact same angle he started the round out in.
Gets another kill for his efforts.
That one up with a ruler, man. He knows exactly where to stand, where to look.
Spooky wants the AK, but didn't want to get swung on by Nico. Thing is, Nico's just going to hunt him down slowly. He's going to pop right up. Ooh, but it gets away from him, so they'll be afforded a 2-player save. Falcons go up to the 4-2 T-side lead. Jacob on the desk before this third map went live said he expects Falcons Major to start now with a convincing Mirage win. Convincing is the one word that we haven't had to use about Falcons so far in this series, nor this Major.
What do you want with the guns?
Yeah, because the only map they've won was really close.
That's the main menu music.
Yeah, but
again.
why can we hear it?
I don't know.
Is that the gray noise that they've got playing in everyone's headphones?
It's also the default
Falcons
music kit.
We're going crazy?
I can hear the music, man.
Oh. Pete gets stopped.
You know, we're going to sound crazy if everybody at home can't hear what we hear.
Yeah, for sure.
That's on top of the people who already think we're crazy.
Yep. I need you to tell me they're wrong.
It's me and you against the world, Launders.
Another push shut down.
OG feels like the world's against them as well, because everything they're trying to get going just gets denied. We'll see if Monacy could get caught off guard. The timing of this push from Buzz. Looks like they're going to find him. Look in the wrong direction. Ooh,
Yeah,
careful
please,
now.
nice Monacy. Oh, okay.
He lets him deliver that op right into his hands, so Buzz gets one. And Fiku's Desert Eagle, in an act of desperation to hold versus 3 players, gets the first kill fast enough. Gives himself a flash to try to work with here as that plant's going down. It's a blinded support piece up in the windowsill, but Fiku's now missed his chances. It's not going to get any easier from here. Buzz trying to backstab. He gets the kill to Nico. Now the retake's really on. There is indeed still enough time to pull this off. And this last piece in Magis coming over from the marketplace. He is far removed from this bomb. They're going to get on top of it. Op trying to give cover. Magis. Oh,
they got him.
No way. They jump back on it. A 10-second stick. It's a Buzz flank from middle and a solo hold from Fiku.
Oh, they actually pulled it off. Fiku stayed alive on Get Right for that long. Taking shots with his deagle. That's a disaster. That's such a good position for Falcons to be in. Fiku's laughing about it. You know, when they get that bomb down, Fiku, it should be very, very hard for him to get anything else going, but every kill is just a real nice isolation fight for OG.
There's no way you give that up.
Yeah, that's a crazy round to give up.
Well, shame on us. We've been lulled into this false sense of confidence from Falcons. Felt like they couldn't make mistakes for a second.
Yeah.
And just as quickly as they regain that aura, they lose it. Doesn't mean they're not about to instantly rebound here, but just remind yourself that they can lose the unlosable. They can also win the follow-up with absolute conviction. So Falcons will do as they please for better or worse.
Yeah, that's kind of a dirt moment, you know, why'd that have to happen type of thing, but also here we are again.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Get to the damn train, CJ.
In this case, it's the Falcons hype train.
Buzz got to keep the op. Born to op.
Nico didn't let off that A key. This comes a swinging. But no guarantee here for Buzz, unfortunately for him. That op's gonna hit the ground.
It didn't make sense, you know.
Falcons take a 5th, laugh amongst themselves, not willing to rub it in OG's faces just yet because of the sting of the 1 round prior.
It is still just a bunch of Danes laughing at each other, huh?
Yeah, it is. Feels like that's what Counter-Strike's been for the last half a decade.
Nice!
Nico running quick down middle this round. To hell with sticking behind those top mid boxes. He's got teammates right behind him to support all this. It's actually Kicksan with first vision, but heavy alien right now from OG. This is not the map Nikodas wants to go absent in, but that is the case right now. Just realized he's 1 and 6. Really haven't had to talk about him. Not too late to have that turnaround, but early precedent set, and it's not a positive one.
Map movements are very good, taking over ladder on this timing. I mean, Kixen knows that he's in a great position to orchestrate. I think even showing face is actually even better than hiding totally. They've now got this, you know, boogeyman here up in ladder room. They've got to send a player over to try to deal with them. Meanwhile, the B site getting attacked is a huge problem for Nikados, who's not in a position to stop this
at all.
So yeah, this is just
Oh man, they're so understaffed on this B site.
Look how they're trying to deal with Kixen, just surrounding him.
Yeah, they're not even dealing with him. Just keep an eye on him, but he doesn't make his move.
Keep an eye on him.
Just, you know, hold him honest. Here he goes, though. Nikados never too late. Just highlighted his shortcomings, and suddenly we're 4v2 OG. They had nobody in this site. They had no reason to make you believe they'd hold it. 10 seconds left. Monacy starts tearing him up. Bench player's dead. He's off the plant. No, he doesn't have time.
He did have time.
It's half a second at best.
Yeah, he could have pulled that bomb out right away, but I guess didn't even know where Spooky is, and now Spooky wants to try to find him. Somehow OG pulled this off with Nikados rotating in last second.
Bro, you had an entire OG team staring at Kixen. He's gonna peek. Yeah. He's gonna peek. Meanwhile, B site just understaffed. Poor Fiku on an MP9. They're like, yeah, hold him. He's in ladder room. Guys, I have 4 players behind me taking a site.
Let's go! Woo!
Nikados comes through.
Good job. Nice kills.
Savior of that round, undeniably. Well, you know what? Time actually saves it in reality. Clock dries up on Monacy. Monacy got 3 kills from within that bomb site. But alas, it's an OG round win. And their CT side back on Dust 2 is trash. Get them on the offense. We'll see what happens. For now, they're just trying to keep this game tied.
Yeah, they do skew CT on this map specifically. Bomb left back as Falcons want to go into a full default. I think that's doctor's orders, you know. These slow played rounds have left OG in some pretty precarious positions.
OG already went for that deep ramp aggression, right? Buzz took a look around the corner. Smoke in hand at 50 seconds. Nikados to hold back Palace if Magis looks to make his move, but smoke down now.
Comes out a little earlier than they'd like, but that's just good on Falcons, essentially. But this very active defense that they've got going on, they're going to have to give this up or push in further.
Looking to avoid flashes is Buzz, letting Nikados take the angle. That's going to bank on Spooky holding Palace, I think, but he's over towards jungle, still concerned about Connector. Feels like they're 1 player short of a solid hold, OG. MP9 in the corner for Buzz, and he's not able to deliver his kill. Nikados gets popped by Kixen on the jump up.
Not complimenting each other right there.
Not at all. Spooky's going to have to throw the Hail Mary, slides down into it, but there's just enough time for the plant. No actual spam to stop it. Just a second too late is Krisen.
Yeah, but there's a chance for this 1-on-3.
Clutch is on. Player from default cross is over, playing now behind triple. Feels like Krisen's figuring out the positions. There's no certainty behind it. But if he can just hit the headshots with the FAMAS, then the retake could still be on. Nico gonna fade back ever so slightly into middle. They hear these footsteps going to the top of stairs. He's gotta close this distance. He's feeling so exposed now, and Nico's gonna strike him down eventually. Unfortunately, there's no save on the cards here for Krisen and Falcons. There's their 6th.
Yeah, that's a spot where it felt like they just didn't know what the adjustment should be, and they didn't play it together. I mean, Nikados going off to Ninja here. This just is a little awkward because, yeah, Buzz can't be traded. They can't help each other out. We're now losing vision of Palace here. It really comes down to both of them get one, and then suddenly Spooky can maybe come in. But you see that we've got the right side smokes coming up. It's just a solid attack from OG. They draw out the last smoke grenade from the CT side nice and early, and they have lots of time to come into that site. That's a position where you could have maybe go sandwich and under Balk, but I don't think Nikitas had a smoke. I don't think they had utility to use.
Quick reminder, you can make picks and win money. Our sponsor for this event,
Real money?
Underdog. They've been with us for a while, Mo. Use code BLAST on your first sign up, and you can get up to $1,000.
US dollars.
None of that Canadian funny money.
No, code BLAST.
Underdog.
You can blast your way through to the finals.
Just like Falcons will. Monacy finds timing here. This whole pack of roaming pistols for the OG side. They were just looking for one stray Falcons member. They don't end up finding it. So instead, they're going to find themselves pelted by bullets. Nico gets active from bottom mid. All's good. Falcons on the recovery. Jacob was right. The Falcons major starts now.
Every time I see Nico breathe, it's like a guy who hasn't taken a breath for 1,000 years.
He may be holding his breath every round.
Yeah, you think he does it from beginning to end? It's just like a set on the bench press or something. That's every round for Nico. So it's like obviously a much better half in terms of the quality of play. Still some weird mistakes in there. Like you said, just to remind us that they're still in a bad place.
Thing is that they've barely lost any rounds since, so they recovered it fully. But again, you know, a little weird little team kill sprinkled in. Nothing can be too certain with Falcons. Just want to keep you on the edge of your seat. You gotta say, the entertainment value's there.
Yeah, it has been.
That has always been there, always will be there. Hate Watchers having a good time. And the newfound Falcons fans rooting for this star duo of Monacy and Nico. Looks like you can breathe a sigh of relief because this is comfortable. 8-4 T-side on Mirage. That one weird round, but they really capitalized on it from there on forward. Nikitas, he's had kills in 2 rounds of play. Other than that, it has been absolutely empty-handed, and this close will be no different. Is this a chance at the most convincing win? Whew, your guess is as good as mine. comfort zone. For the first time, Falcons here in Austin may have earned themselves a comfortable close. Maybe, because nothing can be predicted when it comes to Falcons so far. That first map 9-3 lead felt like everything was already wrapped up in this best of 3. Felt like OG was doomed. And so let's see if for the first time in the final pistol of this series, Falcons can maybe win one.
No pistols, 9-3, 8-4, 8-4, and only one map win. That's what we've seen from Falcons so far. It's very hard to tell the future based on the rounds that we've seen before it. So we gotta see how this one plays out, but it feels like something's different about Mirage.
Could be the fact that we haven't really seen m0NESY miss a shot. Could be the fact that all of the Falcons players have contributed to the kill count, that they've bailed themselves out of sticky spots. But pistols still remain a pain point. First kill is that of OG. They follow right up onto Tesses, and so 3v5 is what's demanded of the Falcons if they're going to win a single pistol in the series. Could still be done as Nico comes out through market. Magis takes his place, and then Falcons just going to lean back a second because they actually just dropped the bomb. That bomb is down in the open. Nikodas recovers with the kill to m0NESY, and Magic's thinking about the flank, but one step ahead. In reality, they're both over here towards site. Just scoop it up. Go ahead, take that bomb, walk away, Nikodas. It's yours for the taking.
He's got to worry about the window cross back, though.
So worried that he's going to plant.
Safe.
And that means Fiku doesn't have vision, doesn't need it. Nikodas going to close. That is 6 for 6. OG win every pistol.
And honestly, man, sick pistols. They just have great calls. It's not like they trick Falcons here. Like they have a player on Cat listening to BF while Kickstand's back there. So they just do a good job of swinging and playing together on these entries. And they've just been solid. 6 for 6 on pistols. What a stat. And they actually haven't been, like, they only got ecoed the one time on Dust 2 as well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they're pretty good at converting.
Yeah. Grouping up inside connector, bomb included.
Don't like how they don't have anyone anywhere else.
That's the thing, though. You know, sometimes
you're making this connectors play right now.
Yeah. If there is a criticism that could still be laid on OG, it's that sometimes they are just so adamant about something, but it's not informed. It's not because they know B's understaffed that they're heading up into connector, and m0NESY just hits that instant laser beam headshot onto Nikodas.
There is no palace pressure, A-ramp pressure. He's allowed to be on ticket spotting.
That's the thing. You skip steps, you pay the price. This is looking like Falcons with that deep ramp control. Oh, they could send OG a hell of a message. m0NESY still alive, gets glocked out of the round. AK's trying to cover off on ramp. Gotta be careful, there's 3 players here. Tesses doubles back, his deagle connects, man advantage, taken over by Falcons. Bomb's gotta get picked up, and then even if you kill the second pistol, you still don't know about Magisk. So look at them turn their backs to him. It is no surprise, and they get cleared out. Falcons staff that site, and OG skip protocols.
Yeah, that's the worst way to go right there. They could have, this A-ramp could have been flanked from the beginning if they had called this T round with the intention of going A. You don't need 5 players in mid. There's so much redundancy there. And your lurker is totally safe if they're playing back on Palace. They can also be listening, right? Do you really want to be in a spot where you're coming up connector, someone's pushed Palace, you don't even know if it's possible?
Fucking nice!
Yeah, it's kind of silly. Unfortunately, OG really need to work on their T sides. They are guessing a lot. And the rounds that they win, they do it because they've got some good entry players, but it's not usually because they've got the best information.
Gonna give them some space. Pistols push through. Nice shots from Magis.
And he's out of there.
Great rifle control, great movement to get back around the CT corner. And he'll send m0NESY in on his behalf to just finish off the cleanup duty. Fiku can't even get the plant off. So it felt, but with a Desert Eagle headshot, now what more is possible here for Fiku? This would be the clutch of the century. in a much-needed situation as well, but you can see the confidence of Falcons starting to boil over. Magis gets a quad kill in the round. Very good shooting from that first burst.
And even when it was bad, I mean, when it was really bad back on Dust 2, Magisk wasn't. He was great. He was actually so solid, so reliable, and this is an eco clip, but he's got plenty of rifle 2Ks, lots of good holds. His aim has looked super sharp, and also, even though they've lost all these pistols, he's like the one guy I've been like, okay, maybe they can win if Magisk is around.
He's only had a rough map in the first map versus Bait. Other than that, Magisk's been solid. So good on him to get back to the top of the board. That spray down surpasses Nico. And a pretty looking 16-5 for Magisk here as OG are just talking things through, spinning in circles. 5-round deficit.
They really stared death in the face today, Falcons. But now, unfortunately for OG, it'll be them. Got a pseudo tack pause here for this team. Again, getting up to this stage has been impressive. Nikita's opening map was a statement. I think we've seen great rounds from all these players, honestly. And just like with Heroic, you know, bringing up players that we might not have talked about otherwise, I think OG had done a very commendable job with that. Some nice finds. Second chance for Buzz. Lovely to see. Who was very close to staying on a straw as well.
Good tracking from Nico, and Magisk again off ticket, gets another triple. So rock solid defense here out of Falcons versus Pistols, as you'd expect. A 6-round deficit. And a Falcons that's so clearly firing on all cylinders now.
I do it though.
Questionable T-side, struggles for OG. You may have an individual that set a record here in Austin in the very first map of play. But OG's success could have very well dried up. A gun round. Or Falcons take 12. They do love some of these walkouts, though. Just unexpected decisions. Already 2 players down in Sandwich. You've got backs turned to you from the con players. They're going to slide right into the setup. Tesses, nope, only the one. Holds it back, actually, excuse me, with the Fiku double kill. So it's the A players themselves that get nothing done. Overwhelmed by the sheer tenacity of OG, that element of surprise. Another ambush for Falcons to have to deal with.
Prison's got to be careful if he decides to go back a little bit. Oh. In fact, there's way more CTs than he's aware of.
Oh, trying to pounce on it. Monacy does come out from the corner. 19 health or not. That is Crizin down. Nikadaz.
Monacy has a smoke. They've got 2 smokes, actually. Tessa's got a molly.
Oh, fire on Nikadaz. Oh, double headshot. Lines it up. Succulent shooting. And you've got only the 19 health of Monacy left. He is gone. That small burst out of Nikadaz is a big hope for OG.
It is. Just defends against 12, a retake that shouldn't have been able to take place. The call's solid here as they walk up out of the ramp. Again, there's no one spotting from Ticket. There's just this double jungle setup, which can be fine if that guy on stairs is totally ready about this. But Nico is thinking about bottom of connector. Tesses hasn't peeked off the top of stairs. To be honest, it's very scary for Tesses to do that. Could be someone holding him from the palace or a ramp. And that's correct. Nico does, gets pushed into an awkward spot, has to hit those 2 kills, does.
The hope still feels alive for OG in their reactions. It's a sketchy place to win the round from, but it's a round win nonetheless. And it's a very small margin of error. But for now, it still exists. T-side that's going to have to be damn near perfect.
see better T sides from them. If they're gonna make a case for themselves. Too many rounds to play to have 5 players up in connector, losing to ecos.
Yeah.
It's just not gonna cut it anymore.
You know, it doesn't feel inspiring from our perspective. They have to continue to believe. Crizin, though, gets slapped out of this one. It is a very understaffed B site. Monacy's going to stay mobile, moves that off into Marketplace.
Yeah, and they brought Tessus back, actually, with this contact, but Monacy's already there.
Good kill. It's his second in the round. Catwalk player tries to get into the window duel, and that's going to drop Spooky down out of the round. Nikadaz disengages, trying to run over to B, but by the time he gets there, everything has been mopped up, and that with it is Falcons on 12.
They really try to bring simplicity into this. I mean, the walkout on A-ramp was a great call last round. And here, it looked like they were maybe just a second away from being able to pull it off here. Especially with that kill on mid for Tessus' attention drawn back. But Monacy, too sharp right now. And now we can say that it's 2 good maps so far for him here at the Major. Again, there's such a stark contrast in the competition that Falcons have refined their Mirage play against, and OG, we take it on the day. If they showed us some great rounds, then I'd say, okay, I can see how they'd pull this off, but it's not a matter of luck that the score is so in favor of Falcons at the moment.
Every piece comes together when it has to. Just the nature of this third map as well. I'd say it's the first thing Falcons can actually be proud about. Even having to claw that win on Nuke.
Yeah, can't be proud of Nuke.
Barely. Crizin into the connector action. OG having to fight elimination for the next 6 steps, but Crizin tries to remain active. Unfortunately, just missed what was a turned Nico, who is staring over towards the window instead. Tessus has pressure from both sides. Stands the test, though, and now it is a slaughter. Absolutely empty-handed as this T-side's gone on. The Falcons believers have something to look at. A little bit of a message sent to the rest of the pack. A slow start in Austin, undeniable. But the likes of OG are not going to topple one of 2025's very best. A sign of life from Falcons.
So emotionally, obviously very difficult, and the pressure can't be ignored. The team that everybody's watching here, one of the 2 teams that has the best chance of taking down who will otherwise be the champion of this tournament in Vitality. Falcons nearly face defeat here. In fact, they were just 3 rounds away about 40 minutes ago. So coming through that is huge. Being able to play again tomorrow was huge. And for OG, well, they almost completed the embarrassment of Falcons, and still taking a map, I think, is already quite impressive. But getting close means this will hurt just a little bit more, unfortunately. And so we have to say goodbye to the team that tried.
Nature of the first 2 maps, though, with that Dust 2 loss after a 9-3 lead and the nuke that they barely got over the line. Yes, okay. Falcons enter Austin. It's a nosedive. This is them pulling back ever so slightly to get out of what otherwise looks like a lethal end in Austin. But their opposition tomorrow may not be any easier, and that opposition will be inspired by the thought that even the likes of OG's struggling T-sides could push this series the distance. Falcons fight again tomorrow, but how convinced are you that they can make this run truly happen?
It was a competitive series. Unfortunately, OG do fall to the Falcons at the final hurdle. Tell me about the emotions that you're experiencing right now, Fiku, because it came so damn close for you. What's going through your head?
Yeah, I think like everyone is basically, of us is sad. We are pretty much disappointed with how it went throughout the second stage. I think we had some good opportunities to, like, for example, finish the game against M80, stuff like this. Didn't happen. We kind of folded under the pressure that we made on ourselves, or maybe not pressure, but yeah, maybe we wanted to win too much, you know, and yeah.
Without getting too technical, obviously, you know, you take Dust 2 off the Falcons. We move to Nuke. It's so close. Was there a moment where you feel like it kind of, you know, it slipped away from you guys?
I think we didn't feel that it's one step like to win. We just focused like on every single round. Like we know that we had like some good opportunities to also finish the nuke, but yeah, Nico in one round hits insane shot on Chris, I think. Then we like fold also on the map. Yeah, there was like some good team-wise playing from us on nuke, but some individuals just show up better in some rounds, and that was the main case, I would say.
I know, I can only imagine how much it stings right now, but, you know, looking back on the entirety of the major, is there anything you can take away for OG, you know, going forward into the second half of 2025?
Yeah, of course. I think the experience here that we gained is really important. Also, there was like first major for three of us, you know, so I think it's really nice that we like experience this, and also we probably don't want to repeat the feeling again, so yeah.
And anything you want to say to some of the, you know, new OG fans that you've probably garnered throughout this Austin run?
Yeah, thank you guys for support. We love you all, and sorry for doing 0-3, but yeah, it is what it is.
Thank you so much for taking the time to check in with me, Fiku. Unfortunately, that does mean OG are eliminated, but on the other side of the coin, that does mean Falcons are going to be going through at least one more day fighting here in Austin. I'm going to be catching up with m0NESY for a few words here. A roller coaster of a game, m0NESY. Can you put into words maybe what's going through your head right now that you've managed to survive the first best of 3 here?
I don't know, win is a win. Doesn't matter how we won, just the most important that we won. So I don't know what was going through my head, but after the first map, it was a bit rough, yeah. After the comeback they did from 9-3.
Was there anything that you particularly changed coming off of that Dust 2, right? Because, you know, you had a little bit of a shaky start to this series. You look way better on maps 2 and 3, though. Anything that you were kind of looking at when we came off that first map?
You just want to fight for the victory. It doesn't matter how you're going to win it. You just want to win it. You don't want to go back home. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we won. Nothing else to say.
Has this reinstalled any kind of confidence in Falcons moving forward? Now you get your first win here in Austin?
Yeah, this game was very important to win for the confidence. But yeah, we will see tomorrow.
Very important for your survival. As always, m0NESY, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on this win. Falcons live to fight at least one more day here in Austin.
At least one more day, but I can't help to feel that I sense a little bit of shakiness coming out of m0NESY. It didn't strike me as the most confident version of the young lad that we've seen before, Peter. Would you agree with that sentiment?
100%. Like, it looked like when he was asked the question of how things went on and if he had done something different, you know, he was just like, I'm just here to fight for the victory, which is a good way of seeing it. And I like that he just tries to focus on the thing that they actually won the game, you know, like it doesn't matter. And I also said that in the segment before, that it doesn't really matter how Falcons get it done as long as they get it done. But of course, there's like a little bit of a worrying sign. It was not the m0NESY that we've seen before. Like, he was not like oozing out of confidence, and also the way that he saw the game, like it felt like the pressure kind of got to him. And I think the pressure is like, it's still there. And I think maybe it's one of the first time he gets to feel like, also because he's been playing so well coming into the tournament, both like by coming into Falcons, but also he just expects more of himself individually, and to maybe feel that kind of pressure also from within the team, letting his team down.
Yes.
Must have done something.
I feel like it was breathing more of a sigh of relief in that interview, right? I feel like there's probably a lot of stuff going through his head right now. First of all, thank God we didn't fumble the bag versus OG. I think you were totally onto something when you said, you know, OG had the opportunity, they had their chance on Nuke. We kind of saw how that unfolded on Mirage, right?
Unfortunately for them, you know, Mirage didn't become as competitive as we would have liked it to be. I think for OG, they probably felt it on the server as well. We spoke about m0NESY on Nuke. He was only involved in one opening duel or 2 opening duels in a span of 21 rounds. And here on Mirage, much more assertive. He was involved in 6 total. He won 5 of those, and it was a different outlook on m0NESY. And that's what we spoke about, Peter. When m0NESY is playing well, Falcons seemingly is a complete difference.
And on more like on a tactical base, I feel like this is also the strength where Falcons likes to play best of 3s more than best of 1s. Obviously, they have time to understand why they're losing. They have time to make adjustments. And I feel like throughout the series on Dust 2, we saw OG playing very aggressive. They also did that on Nuke. They kept pushing lobby. The same thing happened on Mirage. Like, they kept going for aggressive plays. They wanted to go out and find the openings and trying to get info. And it felt like Falcons shifted into a position where they could just, like, they felt like they could just wait for them. Like, they would wait for them to make the mistake. Instead of always trying to go out and create the round, they would just wait for OG to come at them, get the opportunities and get the opening frags, and then turn something around.
That's the wonderful thing about this major. We just spoke about m0NESY, we spoke about their just where they were before, and expectations can be sky high again. So I think for Monacy and the boys right now, it's about, keeping a laser focus on one game at a time, because they know that if they win 2 more, then when you start stage 3, everyone is at 0-0 and it's completely open again.
And I think that is the perfect segue to head on over to Blast TV and check in with the simulator for the matches that will indeed be coming our way tomorrow. Now we move into Seoul, best of 3 territory. These are the matchups that we do see in front of us. Let's go top to bottom. Pain, Lin, Vision. What are we thinking with that?
I think Pain have been great so far.
Yeah. But then I think Lin Vision has surprised everyone.
I also agree with that.
I think there is a case. I don't know. They've grown on me. Like, I like Lin Vision. I think what they have shown has been great.
Okay, convince me. I think Pain is going to win. Tell me why they're not.
I still think Pain is a better team looking on paper, but I feel like what the Chinese has going for them right now, they're just breaking expectations for themselves. So I'm gonna have to go with Lin Vision. I think there's a case they could do it.
I think Pain. What about you, Freya?
I went against you yesterday, Peter, and I got burned.
Yeah, you got burned.
Screw it.
Yeah.
Let's go Lin Vision.
Nice.
Let's go Lin Vision. Obviously, it's just a qualification game, not elimination. So whoever loses that will get one more chance in that final day. FaZe versus 3D Max. Any kind of different feelings from the FaZe we saw today versus their best of 1, slaughterhouse that they put on?
I feel like we're learning every time we see FaZe play, and today was disappointing. Make no mistake, losing to Legacy in the fashion they did, 2-0, not good enough from FaZe. I do want to give credit to Legacy, though, for playing hella good Counter-Strike, so I'm not too worried. I think FaZe will win that game against 3D Max. I don't think it's going to be a landslide. I think 3D Max are good enough to make a game out of it, but I'd be surprised if FaZe is not winning.
I think, for me, FaZe Clan is still quite a question mark. I don't really know where to put them. I think they had a really great showing on the first day. Obviously, they played great as a team, but also their individuals popped off, and it was good to see Symbol back. But I still think there's a case that, with what I saw today, I still have some kind of hope for 3D Max, but I'm still going to have to give to FaZe.
Yeah, let's go with FaZe with that one. Final qualification matchup is going to be Furia.
Now, Peter, try Sellers and Bait. You love them, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't know why I love Bait, but I've loved them ever since I got into the tournament. I loved them coming, even before we got to the tournament. I don't know. It just feels like whenever Bait is playing against a team that people are people probably expect Bait to lose in this one, because you go up against Fury, they have Caterada, Yuri Fallen, all this experienced player. Yeah. But I think actually where Bait put in a lot of their good showings is against the teams that they feel like maybe they're like the lesser good opponent, and I just have a feeling that Bait can go out and pull up the upset.
You're gonna go against your Blonde brothers here, Peter?
I have to. I don't think the Blonde buff have given something special for Fury yet.
No.
I think Furious gonna win, man.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I feel like I've been on an upward trajectory. I think Bait. The win against Heroic today, that's a good win. I just in best of 3s against proper teams, I think they're gonna come short.
I feel like it's been dangerous to pick the upper dog or the favorites, the upper dog. I feel like it's been dangerous to pick the favorites in this tournament so far. So I'm gonna.
We're confusing, Martin. I say Furia. What about you?
Okay, Furia. Let's go. Lock it in. Sorry, Peter. Now we're talking about losers going home, elimination games. Namiga, MAT. I think MAT won this one. Am I crazy? Am I just breathing?
I think this is like a super open map. They can go both ways.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel like every time I see Namiga play, I'm positively surprised. Losing to 3D Max 13-11 in a very close game as well. They could have been 2-1. I think Namiga's going to win as well.
Okay, well, you've outvoted me, so let's go Namiga.
Yeah.
Tai Lu, man like G versus Heroic.
That's an interesting matchup. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think I still think Heroic is going to take this one. I think Heroic has, despite being in the pool of being close to being eliminated, I still think they have the greater chance here. I think we saw some impressive stuff for them in stage 1. So, yeah, Heroic.
Okay, let's talk Heroic. Yeah. Okay, final game of the day. That's going to be Falcons, MIBR. Surely Falcons win this one.
Yes, I haven't been impressed with MIBR. Obviously, they were in an 0-2 game as well. We saw them play against Bedboom. That got dangerously close on second map. Obviously, good for MIBR to finally win a game and stay alive, but let's be completely honest. I think Falcons, there's been an awful lot of pressure on them, and the pressure, going 0-3 is slightly bigger than going 1-2, and I think the more pressure that gets alleviated from Falcons, the better they're going to show up. Falcons are going to win that game, and it's not going to be close.
Can we just... Okay, Martin, can you click on Falcons? And then can we screw around in a scenario where maybe, FaZe and Falcons maybe have to play each other?
Try and make 3D Max.
So 3D Max win. Does that okay?
Ooh, brother, ew.
That's not nice. Nobody likes that.
What if we go, if Bait wins this one, so we still have 3...
put Bait in.
Well.
And then...
Then you have Furia.
Okay. We could be here all night doing this.
Yeah,
but essentially, if we're all right and then 3D Max win, we get FaZe versus Falcons.
That would be hilarious.
Oh.
That would be hilarious.
You think it will be hilarious, but it's just gonna. Falcons is just gonna win.
Probably.
Like that's just how I think it is. It's an interesting matchup, but at this point, I just feel like Falcons just gonna take that win. Like I don't even think it's gonna be close.
So you think that was it? Like the win here. As Jacob said, that's kickstarted their major. All Falcons from here on out.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think Falcons have gotten like maybe a little bit hold of their nerves now, and now they got that win under their buckle that they just needed to unlock. It's all about also playing themselves into the tournament, and sure, it was not pretty today, but they got it over the finish line, and I think that's what's the most important thing.
Essentially, the question you're asking is, do you believe in m0NESY and NiKo, coming back to an individual level where they're going to carry Falcons into a potential grand final, semi-final at the major, or don't you? Because I feel like we've seen that here the first couple of days, that as much as we want to praise Falcons for maybe having slightly more structure, people also seem to forget that m0NESY has only been there for a month. It's quite limited how much they've been able to practice. They've been flying to Dallas, they've been flying to Melbourne, they've been traveling. It's been quite limited how much they could have progressed in that playbook. So I think it comes down to the individual. So if you believe in m0NESY and if you believe in NiKo stepping it up, Falcons are just going to go a long way into this tournament. However, if you think m0NESY is shaking and if you think m0NESY is not having a good time here at the major, then Falcons will be eliminated early. It sounds kind of harsh to cook it down to that, but I feel like that's where Falcons is differentiating right now. We've seen what they can do when m0NESY is not playing well, and we've seen what they can look like when he does.
And obviously, don't get me wrong, the pressure is still on Falcons. It's not like it just like completely vanished. It's not going to be there. It's still going to be there tomorrow. It's also going to be there in the elimination game coming if they make it to the 2-2 pool. It's also going to be there when they get to the potential next stage. Like Falcon is meant to go to the grand final and contest Vitality for their major trophy. So for them to have a tournament where the pressure disappears is not going to happen. But they're by dealing with it and playing more and getting more comfortable inside a tournament where the individuals have time to step up, they have time to, I think, something that's overlooked now for Falcons as well, that they have best of threes, and they also maybe play some of the later games where they have plenty of time to prepare. Like, they are just way better when they get time for preparing.
Should we check in with what is on the cards as we head on into tomorrow, day 3 of Stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major? This is what is going to be going down on that A stream. We've got Tyler Heroic to kick off the day, Falcons, MIBR for the middle portion, and then FaZe versus 3D Max, the advancement game we have been talking about. I believe we're going to be covering the latter two, so we're in for a treat now.
Yeah, we get to talk more Falcons. We like that, no?
Yeah.
I like
or FaZe for that matter as well.
Yeah.
FaZe versus 3D Max, I think that has potential to be a real banger. I don't think FaZe is good enough yet to just, completely run over them, and I think 3D Max is a competitive team. Tyloo Heroic is the big question mark to me. I mean, Tyloo didn't look great today. Heroic have had a rough start to Stage 2 right here. I probably expected a bit more. The loss against Bait today was not on the bingo card of mine, so I think that could be a cool game as well.
B-Stream, we've also got that covered for you, rather. That's going to be Namiga taking on M80, Pain versus Linvision, and then Furia versus Bait in another qualification game to be rounding out the day. You ended on a bombshell yesterday, Pimp. You got any bombshells to drop for us today, Sabri? Falcons going to win the major? Right, I heard it.
There's a case. Well, Falcons is going to make semifinals at least.
Say, do you think Bait is going to make the playoff?
Yeah. I think they think they could.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they could.
Legitimately. Not just biased.
Everyone could
Why
make the
couldn't they?
playoff. Everyone could, but are they?
No, but I think there's a case Bait could do it. I think there's a bit. I don't know. I'm a Bait believer. I've said it again.
I think I could win a major someday.
Yeah?
No, you
that wasn't the quote I was going for, but I think we'll leave it on that bombshell. One day, Pimp could win a major. It's not going to happen, but one of these two teams will be winning the Blast TV Austin Major. We're going to have to wait a little bit to find out exactly how that is going to go down, but we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of Stage 2.
Selama Ashalanore. Eu sou destruidor. Eu anseio pela batalha.
Vamos, gurizada!
Estou pronta. Vale a pena lutar pelo nosso mundo.
Vamos salvar umas vidas.
Sempre há esperança.
Prepare-se para a batalha, heróis.
Ah, é você? Que pena.
Não teste minha paciência. Não é o meu ponto forte.
A batalha começa em 10 segundos. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As armas.
Por aqui. Sinta a minha ira. caminho é por aqui.
A morte vem de cima.
Seu medo será seu fim. Estou pronto para continuar.
Tenha coragem, mortal. Ainda há esperança.
Peguem esse herói antes que faça um estrago. Eu encontrei.
Eu usarei em breve, assim como meu inimigo.
Seu destino está selado.
Escolha um talento.
Eu me sinto. Sai daí! Anda! Muito bem. Boa.
Eu bucarei esta terra do seu mal, demônio.
Vamos em frente. Seu medo será seu fim.
Devemos encontrar outro caminho.
Muito bem. Boa. Seu destino está selado.
Seu espírito é forte, mortal. Erga-se mais forte do que antes, herói. Engane seu fim.
Eu encontrei a presa. Como quiser.
A vitória
Sai daí!
pela justiça. Escolha um talento. Voltais a mim,
Não haverá sobreviventes.
inimigo abatido.
Excelente abate.
Forte
destino está selado.
Todos queimarão sob a sombra de cansaço.
Estou pronta para continuar a caçada. Eu estou indo. Continuem assim! Preciso de ajuda!
Escolha um talento.
Será seu fim!
Eu estou chegando, mortais. Preparem-se.
O caminho é por aqui. Recuar! Ponto pra gente!
Eu livraria este reino da sua opressão, crime, inferno.
São demônios.
Está na hora de mudar de estratégia.
Inferno ardente te carregue.
Admirável.
Pode dizer suas últimas palavras. Seu destino está selado. Eu digo. Sim, entendi.
Acovardem-se sob minhas asas. Encarne o seu fim.
Os maus não merecem piedade. Estou vendo. Subir o caminho.
A luz do ar cristalino continuará. O paraíso triunfará. A sombra vai engolir este reino.
Aí vem a vingança. Os maus não merecem piedade.
Escolha um talento.
Continuem assim.
Não tem lugar aqui. Minhas forças estão se esvaindo. Precisarei de um tempo para me recuperar.
Não haverá sobreviventes. Precisamos capturar esse acampamento de mercenários. Seu destino está selado.
Nós, imortais, retornaremos em breve, heróis.
Eu preciso recuar. Continuem assim! Velozes e silenciosos.
Eu luto pela glória do paraíso celestial.
Eu encontrei a minha presa.
Sai daí! Anda!
Contemple o arsenal do paraíso. Sua resistência não pode ser abalada. Basta! Estou indo para uma posição melhor.
Nada pode nos deter agora. Não haverá sobreviventes. Que o inferno ardente te carregue. Seu medo será seu fim. Eu preciso. Minha caçada continua.
A morte vem de cima.
Não haverá sobreviventes. Aí vem a vingança.
Os anjos sorriem para você. Um dos nossos fortes foi destruído. Um golpe poderoso por 10. O demônio de dentro. Levantem-se. Proteja nosso frágil aliado.
Proteja nosso
Preciso
aliado.
de ajuda aqui.
A morte vem de cima.
Continuem assim. Seu medo será seu fim. Eu estou indo.
Sai daí! Anda!
vento é forte.
Aí vem a vingança! Estou pronta para continuar. Sai daí!
Admirável. Sejam cautelosos. O conflito eterno logo cairá sobre vocês.
Precisamos capturar esse acampamento de mercenários. Eu estou indo. Cuidado!
Você e todos os servos do inferno se acovardarão perante mim. Preciso encontrar outra posição. Escolha um talento.
Não haverá sobreviventes. Estou pronta para continuar aqui.
Bastilha eliminada.
Preciso de ajuda aqui. Venha a vingança!
Abate Ronaldo.
Você chama isso de massacre?
Massacre. Que o inferno ardente espie seus pecados. Seu massacre terminou. Vitória